Chapter 18. Monday afternoon. Senseless. Harry was sitting in a hard chair and trying to concentrate on what the man on the other side of the desk was saying. But the words made as much sense as the birdsong outside the open window, behind the man in glasses and a white coat. As senseless as the blue sky and the fact that the sun had decided to shine brighter today than it had done for weeks. As senseless as the posters on the walls depicting people with grey organs and bright red blood vessels on show, or beside them a cross with a bleeding Christ on it. Raquel. The only thing in his life that made any sense. Not science, not religion, not justice, not a better world, not pleasure, not intoxication, not the absence of pain, not even happiness. Only those 5 letters, R-A-K-E-L. It wasn't the case that if it hadn't been her, it would have been someone else. If it hadn't been her, it would have been no one. And having no one would have been better than this. They can't take no one away from you. So in the end, Harry cut through the torrent of words. What does it mean? It means, Senior Consultant John D. Stephens said, that we don't know. We know that her kidneys aren't working the way they should, and that could be caused by a number of things, but like I said, we've ruled out the most obvious. So what do you think? A syndrome, Stephens said. The problem is that there are thousands, each one rarer and more obscure than the last. Which means that we need to keep looking. For the time being, we've put her in a coma because she was starting to have difficulty breathing. How long? For the time being. We don't just need to find out what's wrong with your wife. We need to be able to treat it as well. Only when we're sure she'll be able to breathe independently will we bring her out of the coma. Could she... Yes? Could she die while she's in the coma? We don't know. Yes, you do. Stephens put his fingertips together, waited as if to force the conversation into a lower gear. She could die, he said eventually. We could all die. The heart can stop at any moment, but obviously it's a question of probability. Harry knew that the rage he felt bubbling up wasn't really anything to do with the doctor and the platitudes he was coming out with. He had spoken to enough next of kin in murder cases to know that frustration sought a target, and the fact that it couldn't find one only made him more furious. He took a deep breath. And what sort of probability are we talking about here? Stephens threw his hands out. Like I said, we don't know the cause of her kidney failure. You don't know, and that's why it's called probability, Harry said. Stopped, swallowed, lowered his voice. So, just tell me what you think the probability is, based on the little you do know. Kidney failure isn't the fault in and of itself. It's a symptom. It could be a blood disease or poisoning. It's the season for mushroom poisoning, but your wife said you haven't eaten any recently, and you've eaten the same things. Are you feeling unwell, Hula? Yes. You... Okay, I understand. What we're left with, some sort of syndrome, is invariably a serious problem. Over or under 50%, Stephens. Oh, I can't. Stephens, I know we're in no man's land here, but I'm begging you. Please. The doctor stared at Harry for a long time before seeming to make a decision. As things stand, based on her test results, I think the risk of losing her is a little over 50%. Not much more than 50, but slightly more. The reason I don't like telling relatives these percentages is that they usually read too much into them. If a patient dies during an operation, where we estimated the risk of death at 25%, they often accuse us of having misled them. 45%? Or 45% of her surviving? At the moment. Her condition is deteriorating, so a bit lower if we can't identify the cause within a day or two. Thanks. Harry stood up, dizzy, and the thought came automatically, a hope that everything would go completely dark, A fast and pain-free exit, stupid and banal, yet no less senseless than everything else. "It would be useful to know how to get hold of you if—" "I'll make sure you can reach me at any time," Harry said. "I'll go back to her now, if there isn't anything else I should know." "Let me come with you, Harry." They headed back to room 301. The corridor stretched away and vanished into shimmering light, presumably a window with the low autumn sun shining directly through it. They passed nurses in ghostly white and patients in dressing gowns, slowly moving towards the light with their living dead shuffle. Yesterday he and Rakel had been embracing in the big bed with its slightly too soft mattress, and now she was here, in the land of coma, among ghosts and spirits. He needed to call Oleg. He needed to work out how to tell him. He needed a drink. Harry didn't know where the thought came from, but there it was, as if someone had shouted it, spelling it out straight into his ear. The thought needed to be drowned out quickly. "Why were you Penelope Rusk's doctor?" he said in a loud voice. "She wasn't a patient here." "Because she needed a blood transfusion," Stefan said, "and I'm a hematologist and bank manager. But I also do shifts in A&E. "Bank manager?" Stefans looked at Harry, and perhaps he realized that Harry's mind needed distracting, a brief pause from everything he found himself in the middle of. "The local branch of the blood bank. I should probably be called bath manager, because we took over the old rheumatic baths that used to be in the basement beneath this building. We call it the blood bath. Don't try to tell me that hematologists haven't got a sense of humour." "So that's what you meant about buying and selling blood." "Sorry?" "You said that was why you were able to use pictures from the crime scene in Penelope Rusk's stairwell to calculate how much blood she'd lost. By eye." "You've got a good memory. How is she doing?" "Oh, Penelope Rusk is recovering physically, but she's going to need psychological help. Coming face to face with a vampire, vampirist, it's an omen, you know." "An omen?" "Oh, yes. He was predicted and described in the Old Testament." "The vampirist?" Stefan smiled thinly. "Proverbs 30:14. A sort whose teeth are swords, and whose jaws are set with knives, who devour the poor from the earth, and the needy out of house and home." "Here we are." Stefans held the door open, and Harry walked into the night. On the other side of the closed curtain the sun was shining, but in here the only light was a shimmering green line jumping across a black screen, over and over again. Harry gazed down at her face. She looked so peaceful, and so far away, floating in a dark space where he couldn't reach her. He sat down on the chair beside the bed, waited until he heard the door close behind him. Then he took hold of her hand and pressed his face to the covers. "No further away now, darling," he whispered. "No further." Truls Berntsen had moved the screens in the open-plan office so that the corner he shared with Anna's villa was completely hidden from view, which is why he was annoyed that the only person who could see him, Villa, was so damn curious about everything, and especially who he was talking to on the phone. But right now the snooper was out at some tattoo and piercing parlour because they'd had a tip-off saying they were importing vampire accessories, among them denture-like metal objects with pointed canine teeth, and Truls was planning to make the most of the break. He'd downloaded the final episode of the second season of The Shield and had turned the volume so low that only he could hear it. For that reason, he definitely wasn't at all pleased when his phone started to flash and buzz like a vibrator on the desk in front of him as it played the start of Britney Spears's "I'm Not a Girl," which Truls, for reasons that weren't entirely clear, was very fond of. The words about her not being a woman yet prompted vague thoughts of a girl who was under the age of consent, and Truls hoped that wasn't why he had it as his ringtone. Or was it? Britney Spears in that school uniform? Was it perverse to wank off to that? Okay, in that case he was a perv. But what worried Truls more was that the number on the screen was vaguely familiar. The City Treasurer's Department? Internal investigations? Some questionable old contact he'd done a burner job for? Someone he owed money or a favour? It wasn't Mona Dawes' number, anyway. Most likely it was a work call, and probably one that meant he was going to have to do something. Either way, he concluded that this was unlikely to be a call he had anything to win by answering. He put the phone in the drawer and concentrated on Vic Mackey and his colleagues on the strike team. He loved Vic. The Shield really was the only cop series that showed how people in the force actually thought. Then all of a sudden he realized why the number had seemed familiar. He yanked the drawer open and grabbed the phone. "Detective Constable Bernson?" 2 seconds passed before he heard anything at the other end, and he thought she had hung up. But then the voice was there, right by his ear, soft and tantalizing. "Hello, Truls. This is Ulla." "Ulla Bellman?" "Oh, hi, Ulla. Is that you?" Truls hoped he sounded convincing. "How can I help you?" She let out a little laugh. "I don't know about help. I saw you in the atrium of Police HQ the other day and realized how long it had been since we last had a proper chat. You know, like we used to." We never had a proper chat, Truls thought. "Could we meet up sometime?" "Yeah, sure." Truls tried to stifle his grunting laughter. "Great. How about tomorrow? Mum's got the kids then. We could go for a drink or a bite to eat." Truls could hardly believe his ears. Ulla wanted to meet him. To interrogate him about Mikhail again? No, she must know they didn't see much of each other these days. Besides, a drink or a bite to eat? "That would be great. Is there something on your mind?" "I just thought it would be nice to meet up. I don't really have much contact with too many people from the old days." "No, of course," Truls said. "So, where?" Ulla laughed. "I haven't been out for years. I don't know what there is in Manglerud these days. You do still live there, don't you?" "Yes, Olsen's is still there, down in Bryn." "Is it? Right then. Let's say there. 8 o'clock?" Truls nodded dumbly, then remembered to say, "Yes." "And Truls?" "Yes?" "Don't mention it to Mikhail, please." Truls coughed. "No?" "No. See you tomorrow at 8, then." He stared at the phone after she'd hung up. Had that really happened, or was it just an echo of the daydreams he had cooked up when he was 16, 17? Truls felt a happiness so intense that his chest felt like it was going to burst. And then panic hit. It was going to be a disaster. One way or another, it was obviously going to be a disaster. It was all a disaster. Obviously it couldn't have lasted. It was only a matter of time before he was chucked out of paradise. "Beer," he said, looking up at the young freckled girl who was standing at his table. She wasn't wearing any makeup. Her hair was pulled up in a simple ponytail, and she'd rolled up the sleeves of her white blouse like she was ready for a fight. She wrote on her pad, as if she were expecting a longer order, which made Harry think she was new, seeing as they were at Schroeder's, where 9 out of 10 orders stopped there. She'd hate the job for the first few weeks, the coarse jokes from the male customers, the ill-concealed jealousy from the most alcoholic of the women. Poor tips, no music to sway her hips to as she moved round the bar, no nice guys to be seen by, just argumentative old drunks to chuck out at closing time. She'd wonder if it was worth the boost it gave her student loan, which meant she could afford to live in a shared student house in such a relatively central location. But Harry knew that if she got through the first month, without giving up and handing in her notice, things would gradually change. She'd start to laugh at the senseless humour in the comments, learn to give as good as she got in the same tacky way. When the women realized she wasn't threatening their territory, they'd start to confide in her. And she'd get tips. Not much, but they'd be genuine tips, as well as gentle encouragement and the occasional declaration of love. And they'd give her a name, something that might be uncomfortably close to the bone, but it would still be meant affectionately, something that ennobled you among this ignoble company. Short Kari, Lenin, backscreen, she-bear. In her case, it would probably be something to do with her freckles and red hair. And as people moved in and out of the collective, and presumptive boyfriends came and went, little by little it would become her family, a kind, generous, irritating, lost family. The girl looked up from her pad. "Is that all?" "Yes," Harry smiled. She hurried to the bar as if someone was timing her. And who knows, maybe Rita was standing behind the bar, doing just that. Anna's Villa had texted to say that he was waiting for Harry at Tattoos and Piercings on Storgata. Harry started to write a reply, saying that Anna's would have to deal with it on his own, when he suddenly heard someone sit down in front of him. "Hello, Rita," he said without looking up. "Hello, Harry. Bad day?" "Yes." He tapped in the old-fashioned smiley, :right-hand bracket. "And now you're here to make it even worse?" Harry didn't answer. "Know what I think, Harry?" "What do you think, Rita?" His finger tried to find the send button. "I don't think this is a crack in the ice." "I've just ordered a beer from Freckly Fia, who we're still calling Marta, and I've cancelled that beer. The devil on your right shoulder might want a drink, Harry, but the angel on your left steered you to a place where they don't serve spirits, but where there is a Rita, who you know will serve you coffee instead of beer, have a chat with you, then send you home to Rakel." "She's not at home, Rita." "Aha, so that's why Harry Hurler has managed to fuck up again. You men always seem to find a way." "Rakel's sick, and I need a beer before I call Oleg." Harry looked down at his phone, looked again for the send button as he felt Rita's stubby, warm hand settle on his. "Things usually turn out okay in the end, Harry." He stared at her. "Of course they don't, unless you actually know someone who made it out alive." She laughed. "In the end is somewhere between what's dragging you down today and the day when nothing can drag us down any more, Harry." Harry looked at his phone again. Then he tapped in Oleg's name instead and pressed the call button. Rita stood up and left him alone. Oleg answered after the first ring. "It's good that you called. We're in a seminar discussing paragraph 20 of the Police Act. You have to interpret it to mean that if the situation demands it, every police officer is subordinate to one of a higher rank and must obey orders from that higher rank, even if they don't work in the same department or even at the police station, don't you? Paragraph 20 says that the ranking officer decides if the situation is precarious and requires that. Come on, tell me I'm right. I've just bet these two idiots here a drink." Harry could hear laughter in the background. Harry closed his eyes. Of course there was something to hope for, something to look forward to. The time that comes after what's dragging you down today. The day when nothing can drag you down any more. "Bad news, Oleg. Your mum's in Ulavol." "I'll have the fish," Mona said to the waiter. "Skip the potatoes, sauce and vegetables." "Then there's only the fish left," the waiter said. "Precisely," Mona said, handing in the menu. She looked around the lunchtime customers at the new but already popular restaurant where they had got hold of the last table for two. "Just fish," Nora said, after ordering the Caesar salad with no dressing, but Mona already knew her friend would capitulate and order dessert to go with coffee. "Deffing," Mona said. "Deffing?" "Getting rid of subcutaneous fat so that the muscles stand out better. It's the Norwegian Championships in 3 weeks." "Bodybuilding? You're really going to take part?" Mona laughed. "With these hips, you mean? I'm hoping my legs and upper body will get me enough points. And my winning personality, obviously." "You seem nervous." "Of course. That's 3 weeks away, and you never get nervous. What is it? Something to do with the vampirist murders? Thanks for the advice, by the way. Smith was great. and Brat came up with the goods too, in her own way. Have you seen Isabel Sklayan, that former councillor for social affairs? She called us to ask if the Sunday magazine would be interested in having Mikhail Bellman on as a guest. So he could answer criticism of the fact that Valentin Yertsin was never caught. Yes, she's called us about that too. Quite an intense woman, to put it mildly. Are you running it? Christ, anything even vaguely related to the vampirist gets published. I wouldn't have taken it, but my colleagues aren't quite so fussy. Mona tapped on her iPad and passed it to Nora, who read out loud from VG's online edition. Former Councillor for Social Affairs Isabel Sklayan rejects criticism of the Oslo police and says that the Chief of Police is firmly in charge. Mikhail Bellman and his police officers have already identified the vampirist murderer and are now deploying all their resources to find him. Among other things, the Chief of Police has brought in renowned murder detective Harry Höhler, who was more than willing to help his former senior officer and is looking forward to slapping a pair of handcuffs on this wretched pervert. Nora passed the iPad back. That's pretty tawdry. So what do you think of Höhler? Would you kick him out of bed? Definitely, wouldn't you? Don't know. Nora stared into space. Not kick. Maybe just a little push. Sort of, please leave and don't touch me there and not there and definitely not there. She giggled. Bloody hell, Mona said, shaking her head. It's people like you who are driving up the figures for misunderstanding rapes. Misunderstanding rapes? Is that a thing? And what does it actually mean? You tell me. No one's ever misunderstood me. Which reminds me that I finally worked out why you use Old Spice. No, you haven't, Mona said with a sigh. Yes, I have. As protection against rape. That's it, isn't it? Aftershave that smells of testosterone. It chases them off as effectively as pepper spray. But has it occurred to you that it's chasing all the other men away as well, Mona? I give up, Mona groaned. Yes, give up. Tell me. It's because of my father. What? He used Old Spice. Of course, because you used to be so close. You miss him, poor. I use it as a constant reminder of the most important thing he taught me. Nora blinked. Shaving? Mona laughed and picked up her glass. Never giving up? Never. Nora tilted her head and gave her friend a serious look. You are nervous, Mona. What is it? And why wouldn't you have taken that Sklayan piece? I mean, you own the vampirist murders. Because I've got bigger fish to fry. Mona moved her hands from the table as the waiter appeared again. I certainly hope so, Nora said, looking at the pathetic little fillet the waiter put down in front of her friend. Mona prodded it with her fork. And I'm nervous because I'm probably being watched. What do you mean? I can't tell you, Nora, or anyone else, because that's the agreement, and for all I know, we might be being bugged now. Bugged? You're kidding. And there's me saying that Harry Höhler could do... Nora put her hand over her mouth. Mona smiled. That's unlikely to be used against you. The thing is, I'm looking at what might be the scoop of the century in crime reporting. Ever, in fact. You've got to tell me. Mona shook her head firmly. What I can tell you is that I've got a pistol. She patted her handbag. Now you're scaring me, Mona. And what if they hear that you've got a pistol? I want them to hear that. Then they'll know they can't mess with me. Nora groaned in resignation. But why do you have to do it alone, if it's dangerous? Because that's when it becomes newspaper legend, my dear Nora. Mona gave a big grin and raised her glass. If this goes the way it should, I'll pay for lunch next time. And championship or no championship, we'll have champagne. Sorry I'm late, Harry said, closing the door to tattoos and piercings behind him. We're taking a look at what's on offer, Anasvilla smiled. He was standing behind a table, leafing through a catalogue, with a bow-legged man with a Volleringa football club cap, a black Husker Du T-shirt, and a beard that Harry was pretty sure had been there before the always synchronized hipster stopped shaving. "Don't let me disturb you," Harry said, stopping by the door. "As I was saying," the beard said, pointing at the catalogue, "those are only for decoration. You can't put them in your mouth. And the teeth aren't sharp, either, apart from the canines." "What about those?" Harry looked round. There was no one else in the shop, and there would hardly have been room for anyone. Every square metre, not to mention cubic metre, had been used. The tattoo bench in the middle of the floor, T-shirts hanging from the ceiling, racks of piercing jewellery, and stands holding larger ornaments, skulls and chrome-covered metal models of comic book characters. Any available wall space was covered with drawings and photographs of tattoos. In one of the photographs he recognized a Russian prison tattoo, a Makarov pistol, which told those in the know that its bearer had killed a police officer. And the indistinct lines could mean that it had been made the old way, using a guitar string fixed to a razor blade, the melted sole of a shoe, and urine. "Are these all your tattoos?" Harry wondered. "No, none of them," the man replied. "They're from all over the place. Cool, aren't they?" "We're nearly done," Anna said. "Take all the time you need." Harry stopped abruptly. "Sorry I wasn't able to help," the beard said to Villa. "What you describe sounds more like the sort of thing you'd find in a shop for sex fetishists." "Thanks, we've already looked into that." "Right, well, just say if there's anything else." "There is." They both turned to the tall policeman, who was pointing at a picture towards the top of the wall. "Where did you get hold of that?" The other two went over to join him. "Il prison," the beard said. "It's one of the tattoos left by Rico Herum, an inmate who was also a tattooist. He died in Pattaya, in Thailand, soon after he got out 2 or 3 years ago. Anthrax." "Have you ever given anyone that tattoo?" Harry asked, feeling the screaming mouth in the demonic face draw his eyes to it. "Never. No one's asked for it either. It's not exactly the sort of thing anyone would want to go around with." "No one?" "Not that I've seen. But now you mention it, there was a guy who worked here for a while who said he'd seen that tattoo. Jinn, he called it. I only know that because jinn and Satan are the only Turkish words I can still remember. Jinn means demon." "Did he say where he'd seen it?" "No, and he moved back to Turkey. But if it's important, I've probably got his phone number." Harry and Villa waited until the man returned from the back room with a handwritten note. "I should warn you, he hardly speaks any English." "How?" "Sign language, my made-up Turkish, and his kebab Norwegian, which he's probably forgotten. I'd recommend using a translator." "Thanks again," Harry said, "and I'm afraid we're going to have to take that drawing with us." He looked around for a chair to climb up on, only to see that Villa had already put one in front of him. Harry studied his smiling young colleague before climbing onto the chair. "What do we do now?" Villa asked, when they were standing outside on Storgata and a tram rumbled past. Harry put the drawing in the inside pocket of his jacket and looked up at the blue cross on the wall above them. "Now we go to a bar." He walked along the hospital corridor, holding the bouquet of flowers up in front of him so that it covered part of his face. None of the people passing by, visitors or the ones in white, paid him any attention. His pulse was at its resting rate. When he was 13 years old, he fell off a ladder when he was trying to look at the neighbour's wife, hit his head on the cement terrace, and lost consciousness. When he came round, his mother had her ear to his chest, and he smelt her scent, a scent of lavender. She said she thought he was dead because she couldn't hear his heart or find his pulse. It was hard to work out if that was relief or disappointment in her voice. But she had taken him to a young doctor, who only managed to find his pulse after a lot of effort, and said it was unusually low. That concussion often caused an increased heart rate. He was admitted and spent a week lying in a white bed, dreaming dazzlingly white dreams, like overexposed photographs, the way life after death is depicted in films. Angel white. Nothing in a hospital prepares you for all the blackness that awaits. The blackness that awaited the woman lying in the room whose number he had found out. The blackness that awaited the policeman with that look in his eyes when he found out what had happened. The blackness that awaits us all. Harry looked at the bottles on the shelves in front of the mirror, and the way the golden liquid inside them glowed warmly in the reflected light. Rocco was asleep. She was asleep now. 45%. Her chance of survival and the alcohol content of those bottles were roughly the same. Sleep. He could be there with her. He looked away at Mehmet's mouth instead, the lips that were forming incomprehensible words. Harry had read somewhere that Turkish grammar was regarded as the third most difficult in the world. The phone he was holding belonged to Harry. "Sağ olun," Mehmet said, and handed the phone back to Harry. "He says he saw the djinn face on the chest of a man at a Turkish bathhouse in Sagana, the Jagalolu Haman. He says he saw him there a few times, and that the last time was probably less than a year ago, just before he went back to Turkey. He says the man usually wore his bathrobe even in the sauna. The only time he saw him without it was inside the Hararet." "Hara what?" "The steam room. The door opened, clearing the steam for a second or two, and that's when he caught a glimpse of him. He said you don't forget a tattoo like that it was like seeing Satan himself, trying to break free." "And you asked him about any distinguishing features?" "Yes, he didn't notice the scars under his chin that you mentioned, or anything else come to that." Harry nodded thoughtfully while Mehmet went to pour them more coffee. "Stake out the bathhouse?" Villa asked from the bar stool next to Harry's. Harry shook his head. "We have no idea when or if he's going to show up, and if he does, we don't even know what Valentine looks like these days. And he's far too smart not to keep his tattoo covered." Mehmet came back and put their cups down on the counter in front of them. "Thanks for your help, Mehmet," Harry said. "It would probably have taken us at least a day to get hold of an authorized Turkish interpreter." Mehmet shrugged. "I feel I ought to help. After all, this was where Elisa was before she got murdered." Harry looked down into his cup. "Ines." "Yes?" Ines Villa seemed pleased, possibly because this was the first time he'd heard Harry use his first name. "Can you go and get the car and drive up to the door?" "Yes, but it's only—" "And I'll meet you outside." Once Villa had left, Harry took a sip of coffee. "This is none of my business, but are you in trouble, Mehmet?" "Trouble? You have no criminal record, I checked, but the guy who was here and then vanished the moment he saw us arrive does. And even if he didn't stop to say hello, Daniel Banks and I are old acquaintances. Has he got his claws into you?" "What do you mean?" "I mean that you've just opened a bar, and your tax history shows that you aren't sitting on a fortune, and Banks specializes in lending money to people like you." "People like me?" "People the banks won't touch. What he does is illegal, you know that. Usury, paragraph 295 of the Penal Code. You could report it, then you'd be free of him. Let me help you." Mehmet looked at the blue-eyed policeman. Then he nodded. "You're right, Harry. Good. It's none of your business. Sounds like your colleague's waiting for you." He shut the door of the hospital room behind him. The blinds were down, letting only a little light filter into the room. He put the bouquet of flowers on the nightstand at the top end of the bed. He looked down at the sleeping woman. She seemed so alone, lying there like that. He closed the curtains, sat down on the chair beside the bed, took a syringe from his jacket pocket, and pulled the cap off the needle. Took hold of her arm, gazed at the skin. Real skin. He loved real skin. He felt like kissing it, but knew he had to restrain himself. The plan. Stick to the plan. Then he stuck the point of the needle into the woman's arm. felt it slip through the skin without any resistance. "There, now," he whispered. "Now I'm going to take you from him. You're mine now. All mine." He pushed the plunger and watched as the dark contents were forced out, injected into the woman, filling her with blackness and sleep. "Police HQ," Villa said. Harry looked at his watch. 2 o'clock. He'd arranged to meet Oleg at the hospital in an hour. "Ullevål Hospital," he said. "Are you unwell?" "No." Villa waited. Then, when nothing more was forthcoming, he put the car into first gear and pulled away. Harry looked out through the window while he wondered why he hadn't told anyone. He'd have to tell Katrina for practical reasons. Anyone apart from her? No. Why should he? "I downloaded Father John Misty yesterday," Villa said. "What for?" "Because you recommended it." "Did I? Must be good then." Nothing more was said until they were stuck in traffic, slowly creeping up Ullevålsvägen, past St. Olav Cathedral and Nordahlbrunnsgatan. "Stop at that bus stop," Harry said. "I can see someone I know." Villa braked and pulled into the right, next to a shelter where some teenagers were waiting to catch the bus after school. Oslo Cathedral School, yes, that was the one she went to. She was standing slightly apart from the noisy crowd, with her hair hanging in front of her face. Without having any real idea what he was going to say, Harry lowered the window. "Aurora!" A twitch ran through the girl's long-legged frame, and she took off like a nervous antelope. "Do you always have that effect on young girls?" Villa asked, as Harry told him to drive on. "She's running in the opposite direction to the car," Harry thought, watching her in the wing mirror. She didn't even have to think, because she'd thought this through in advance, that if you want to run from someone in a car, you run away from the direction the car is facing. But what that meant he didn't know. Some sort of teenage angst, perhaps? Or a phase, as Stoller had called it? The traffic grew lighter further along Ullevålsvägen. "I'll wait in the car," Anna said, after he pulled up in front of the entrance to Block 3 of the hospital. "It might take a while," Harry said. "You wouldn't rather sit in the waiting room?" He smiled and shook his head. "Bad memories of hospitals." Your mother?" "How did you know that?" Harry shrugged. "Had to be someone you were very close to. I lost my own mother in a hospital when I was a boy." "Was that the doctor's fault as well?" "No, she couldn't be saved. So I shouldered the guilt myself." Villa nodded wryly. "With my mother it was a self-appointed god in a white coat. That's why I won't set foot in there." On his way in, Harry noticed a man leaving, holding a bunch of flowers in front of his face. Noticed because you expect to see people with flowers going into a hospital, not coming out. Oleg was sitting in the waiting area. They embraced as patients and visitors around them continued their subdued conversations and disengaged browsing through old magazines. Oleg was only a centimetre or so shorter than Harry, and Harry occasionally forgot that the lad had finally stopped growing now, and that he could have actually cashed in on their bed. "Have they said anything else?" Oleg said. "About what it is, and whether it's dangerous?" "No," Harry said. "But like I said, you shouldn't worry too much. They know what they're doing. She's been put in an induced coma, in a controlled way. Okay?" Oleg opened his mouth, closed it again, and nodded, and Harry saw it, that Oleg realized Harry was protecting him from the truth, and that he let him do it. A nurse came over and told them they could go in and see her. Harry went in first. The blinds were down. He went over to the bed, looked down at the pale face. She looked like she was far away. Far too far away. Is she breathing?" Oleg, he was standing right behind Harry, the way he used to when he was little, and they had to walk past one of Holman Collins' many large dogs. "Yes," Harry said, nodding towards the flashing machines. They sat down on either side of the bed and glanced at the twitching green line on the screen when they didn't think the other would notice. Katrina looked out across the forest of hands. The press conference had lasted barely 15 minutes, and the impatience in the parole hall was already tangible. She wondered what had got them most worked up. The fact that there was nothing new on the police hunt for Valentin Yertsin, or that there was nothing new on Valentin Yertsin's hunt for fresh victims. It had been 46 hours since the last attack. "I'm afraid it's going to be the same answers to the same questions," she said. "So if there aren't any new... What's your reaction to the fact that you're now working on 3 murders rather than 2? The question had been called out by a journalist at the back of the room. Katrina saw unease spread through the room like ripples on water. She glanced at Björn Holm, who was sitting in the front row, but he just shrugged in response. She leaned into the microphones. "It's possible that there is information that hasn't reached me yet, so I'll have to get back to you about that." Another voice. "The hospital has just released a statement. Penelope Rask is dead." Katrina hoped her face didn't betray the confusion she felt. Penelope Rask's survival hadn't been in any doubt. "We'll stop there and reconvene when we know more." Katrina gathered her papers and hurried away from the podium and out through the side door. "When we know more than you," she muttered to herself and swore. She marched down the corridor. What the hell had happened? Had something gone wrong with her treatment? She hoped so. Hoped there was a medical explanation, unforeseen complications, a sudden attack of something, even a mistake on the hospital's part. No, it wasn't possible. They'd placed Penelope in a secret room that only those closest to her knew the number of. Björn came running up behind her. "I've just spoken to Ullevål. They say it was an unfamiliar poison, but which they wouldn't have been able to do anything about anyway." "Poison? From the bite? Or did it happen in the hospital?" "Unclear. They say they'll know more tomorrow." Bloody chaos. Katrina hated chaos. And where was Harry? Fuck! "Take care not to stab those heels through the floor," Björn said quietly. Harry had told Oleg that the doctors didn't know about what was going to happen, about practical things that needed to be sorted out, even if there weren't many of those. Apart from that, silence hung heavy between them. Harry looked at the time. 7 o'clock. "You should go home," he said. "Grab something to eat and get some sleep. You've got college tomorrow." "Only if I know you're going to be here," Oleg said. "We can't let her be alone." "I'm going to be here until I get thrown out, which will be soon." "But you'll stay until then. You're not going to go to work." "Work?" "Yes, you're staying here now. You're not going on with that case." "Of course not." "I know how you get when you're working on a murder investigation." "Do you?" "I remember some of it, and Mum's told me." Harry sighed. "I'm staying here now. I promise. The world will go on without me. But—" He fell silent, leaving the rest of the sentence hanging in the air between them. "Not without her." He took a deep breath. "How are you feeling?" Oleg shrugged. "I'm scared, and it hurts." "I know. Go now and come back tomorrow after college. I'll be here first thing in the morning." "Harry?" "Yes?" "Is it going to be better tomorrow?" Harry looked at him. The brown-eyed, black-haired boy didn't have one drop of Harry's blood in him, but it was still like looking in a mirror. "What do you think?" Oleg shook his head, and Harry could see he was fighting back tears. "Right," Harry said. "I sat here the way you are now with my mother when she was ill. Hour after hour, day in, day out. I was only a little boy, and it ate me up from inside." Oleg wiped his eyes with the back of his hand and sniffed. "Do you wish you hadn't done it?" Harry shook his head. "That's the weird thing. We couldn't talk much. She was too ill. She just lay there with a weak smile and faded away a little bit at a time, like the colour from a photograph left out in the sun. It's simultaneously the worst and best memory from my childhood. Can you understand that? Oleg nodded slowly. I think so. They hugged each other goodbye. Dad, Oleg whispered, and Harry felt a warm tear against his neck. But he himself couldn't cry. Didn't want to cry. 45%. 45 wonderful percentage points. I'm here, my boy, Harry said, in a steady voice, with a numb heart. He felt strong. He could manage this. Chapter 19, Monday evening. Mona Dore had put her trainers on, but her footsteps still echoed between the containers. She had parked her little electric car by the gate and walked straight into the dark, empty container terminal, which was really a cemetery for defunct harbour equipment. The rows of containers were tombstones for dead and forgotten shipments to recipients who had gone bankrupt or wouldn't acknowledge the consignment, from senders who no longer existed and couldn't accept returns. Now the goods were stuck in eternal transit here at Ormøya, in marked contrast to the redevelopment and gentrification of Bjørvika next to it. There, costly, luxurious buildings were rising up, one after the other, with the icy slopes of the Opera House as the jewel in the crown. Mona was convinced it would end up as a monument to the oil era, a Taj Mahal of social democracy. Mona used the torch she had brought with her to find the way, with the help of the numbers and letters painted on the tarmac. She was wearing black leggings and a black tracksuit top. In one pocket she had pepper spray and a padlock, in the other the pistol, a 9mm Walther she had borrowed without permission from her father, who had served 1 year in the sanitation department of the military after his medical studies and never returned his gun. And under the tracksuit top, beneath the transmitter belt, her heart was pounding faster and faster. H-23 was located between 2 rows of containers, stacked 3 high. And sure enough, there was a cage. Its size suggested it had been used to transport something big. An elephant, maybe a giraffe or a hippo. The whole of one end of the cage could be swung open, but it was locked with a huge padlock that was brown with rust. In the middle of one of the long sides, though, was a small, unlocked door that Mona assumed was used by the people feeding the animals and cleaning the cage. The hinges shrieked as she grabbed hold of the bars and pulled the door open. She looked around one last time. Presumably he was already here, hidden in the shadows or behind one of the containers, checking that she was alone, as agreed. But there was no longer time for doubt and hesitation. She did the same thing she did when she was about to lift weights in competition, told herself the decision had been taken, that it was simple, the time for thinking was behind her, and action was all that remained. She got inside, took the padlock she had brought with her out of her pocket, and fastened it round the edge of the door and one of the bars. She locked it and put the key in her pocket. The cage smelt of urine, but she couldn't tell if it was animal or human. She went and stood in the middle of the cage. He could approach from right or left, towards one of the ends. She looked up. He could climb onto the stack of containers and talk to her from above. She switched on the recording function of her phone and put it down on the stinking iron floor. Then she pulled the left sleeve of her jacket up and saw that the time was 19:59. She did the same with the right sleeve. The pulse meter said 128. Hi, Katerina. It's me. Good. I've been trying to get hold of you. Did you get my messages? Where are you? At home. Penelope Rask is dead. Complications. I saw it on VG's website. And? And I've had other things to think about. Really? Such as? Rocco's in Ullevål. Shit. Is it serious? Yes. Bloody hell, Harry. How bad? Don't know, but I can't be part of the investigation anymore. I'm going to be at the hospital from now on. Pause. Katrina? Yes, of course. I'm sorry, it's just a bit too much to take in all at once. Naturally, you have my full support and sympathy. But bloody hell, Harry, have you got anyone there to talk to? Do you want me to? Thanks, Katrina, but you've got a man to catch. I'll disband my team, and you'll have to run with what you've got. Use Smith. His social skills are probably even worse than mine, but he's fearless and dares to think outside the box. And Anna's villa is interesting. Give him a bit more responsibility and see what comes of it. I've been thinking of doing that. Call if you need anything at all. Yep. They ended the call, and Harry stood up and went over to the coffee machine, heard his own feet drag on the floor. He never used to drag his feet. Never. He stood with the jug in his hand and looked around the empty kitchen. He'd forgotten where he'd left his mug. He put the jug down again, sat at the kitchen table, and rang Mikhail Bellman's number. He reached his voicemail, which was just as well. He didn't have much to say. This is Hurler. My wife's ill, so I'm leaving. This decision is final. He remained seated and looked out through the window at the lights of the city. Thought about that 1-ton water buffalo standing there with a solitary lion hanging from its throat. The water buffalo was bleeding from its wounds, but it had a lot of blood, and if it could just shake the lion off, it could easily trample it underfoot or spear it on its horns. But time was running out. Its windpipe was being squeezed, and it needed air. And there were more lions on the way. The pride had caught the scent of blood. Harry saw the lights, but thought they had never seemed so far away. The engagement ring. Valentine had given her a ring and had come back, just like the fiancé. Damn. He pushed it away. Time to switch his head off now. Turn the lights off, lock up and go home. It was 2014 when Mona heard a noise. It came from the darkness, which had grown more dense while she had been sitting inside the cage. She saw a movement. Something was approaching. She had been through the questions she had prepared and wondered what she was most frightened of, him coming or not coming. But she was no longer in any doubt. She felt her pulse throbbing in her neck and clutched the pistol in her jacket pocket. She had practiced firing it in her parents' basement, and from a distance of 6 meters she had hit what she had been aiming at, a half-rotten raincoat hanging from a hook on the brick wall. It came out of the darkness and into the light from a freight ship that was moored by the cement silos a few 100 meters away. It was a dog. It padded over to the cage and stared at her. It looked like a stray. It didn't have a collar anyway, and was so skinny and scabby that it was hard to imagine it belonging anywhere but here. It was the sort of dog little Mona, with her cat allergy, had always hoped would follow her home one day and never leave her. Mona met the dog's short-sighted stare and imagined that she could see what it was thinking. A human being in a cage, and heard it laugh inside. After looking at her for a while, the dog positioned itself parallel to the cage, lifted one back leg, and a stream of liquid hit the bars and floor inside. Then it padded away and disappeared back into the darkness, without pricking its ears or sniffing the air. And Mona realized there was no one coming. She looked at the pulse meter. 119. And falling. He wasn't here. So where was he? Harry could see something in the darkness. In the middle of the drive, beyond the light from the windows, and by the steps, he could make out the shape of someone standing with their arms by their sides, motionless, as they stared at the kitchen window and Harry. Harry lowered his head and looked down at his mug of coffee, as if he hadn't seen the figure outside. His pistol was upstairs. Should he run and get it? On the other hand, if it really was the hunted man who was approaching the hunter, he didn't want to frighten him off. Harry stood up, stretched, aware that he was easily visible in the well-lit kitchen. He went into the living room, which also had windows facing the driveway, picked up a book, before taking 2 rapid strides towards the front door, grabbing the garden shears Raquel had left next to her boots, yanking the door open and running down the steps. The figure still didn't move. Harry stopped, peered. Aurora? Harry rummaged through the kitchen cupboard. Cardamom, cinnamon, chamomile. Uncle has a lot of teas, starting with C, but seeing as I'm a coffee drinker, I don't really know what to recommend. Cinnamon would be fine, Aurora said. Here, Harry said, handing her a box. She took out a tea bag, and Harry watched her as she dunked it in the mug of steaming water. You ran off from Police HQ the other day, he said. Yes, she said simply, pressing the tea bag with a teaspoon. And from the bus stop earlier today. She didn't answer. Her hair had fallen in front of her face. He sat down, took a sip of coffee, gave her the time she needed, didn't fill the silence with words that demanded answers. I didn't see it was you, she said eventually. Well, I did see, but by then I was already scared, and it often takes a bit of time for your brain to tell your body that everything's fine. And in the meantime my body had already managed to run away. Is there someone you're afraid of? She nodded. It's Dad. Harry steeled himself. He didn't want to go on, didn't want to go there. But he had to. What's your dad done? Tears welled up in her eyes. He raped me and said I must never tell anyone, because then he would die. The nausea came so suddenly that Harry lost his breath for a moment, and bile burned in his throat when he swallowed. Your dad said he would die? No! Her sudden angry exclamation threw a short, hard echo off the walls of the kitchen. The man who raped me said he'd kill Dad if I ever told a soul. He said he'd nearly killed Dad once before, and that nothing would stop him next time. Harry blinked, tried to absorb the grim mixture of relief and shock. You were raped? He said, with feigned calmness. She nodded, sniffed, and wiped her eyes. In the girls' toilet when we were playing in a handball tournament. It was the day you and Raquel got married. He did it, and then he left. Harry felt like he was falling. Have you got somewhere I could get rid of this? She raised a dripping, dangling tea bag above the cup. Harry just held his hand out. Aurora looked at him uncertainly before letting go of the tea bag. Harry clenched his fist, felt the water burn his skin and run out between his fingers. Did he hurt you? Besides, she shook her head. He held me so tight that I got bruises. I told Mum they were from the match. You mean you've kept this to yourself right up to now? For 3 years? She nodded. Harry felt that he was on the verge of getting up, going round the table and wrapping his arms round her. But a second thought had time to kick in, picking up on what Smith had said about closeness and intimacy. So why have you come to tell me about it now? Because he's killing other people. I saw the drawing in the paper. It's him. It's the man with the funny eyes. You've got to help me, Uncle Harry. You've got to help me protect Dad. He nodded, breathing with his mouth open. Aurora tilted her head with a worried look on her face. Uncle Harry? Yes? Are you crying? Harry could taste the salt of the first tear at the corner of his mouth. Damn. Sorry, he said in a thick voice. How's the tea? Then Harry looked up and met her gaze. It had changed completely, as if something had opened it up, as if for the first time in a very long while she was looking out through those beautiful eyes of hers, not in, as she had done the last few times they had met. Aurora stood up, pushed the mug away and walked round the table, leaned over Harry and wrapped her arms around him. It's going to be okay, she said. It's going to be okay. Martha Rude went over to the customer who had just walked in through the door of the otherwise empty Schroeder's restaurant. Sorry, but we stopped serving beer half an hour ago and we're closing in 10 minutes. Give me a coffee, he said, and smiled. I'll drink it quickly. She went back to the kitchen. The cook had gone home over an hour ago, as had Rita. They usually only had one member of staff working this late on Monday evenings, And even though it was quiet, she was still a bit nervous, because this was her first evening on her own. Rita would be coming back just after closing time to help with the till. It didn't take more than a few seconds to boil enough water for a single cup in the kettle. She added freeze-dried coffee, went back out and put the cup down in front of the man. "Can I ask you something?" he said, looking at the steaming cup. "Seeing as it's just the two of us here." "Yes," Marta said, even though she meant no. She just wanted him to drink the coffee and go, leaving her to lock the door and wait for Rita, so she could get home. Her first lecture started at 8:15 tomorrow morning. "Isn't this where that famous detective drinks? Harry Hooler?" Marta nodded. To be honest, she hadn't actually heard of him before he showed up, a tall man with an ugly scar on his face. Then Rita had told her all about Harry Hooler, in great detail. "Where does he usually sit?" "They say he sits over there," Marta said, pointing at the corner table by the window. "But he doesn't come as often as he used to." "No. If he's going to catch that wretched pervert, as he puts it, he probably hasn't got time to sit here. But this is still his place, if you understand me." Marta smiled and nodded, even though she wasn't sure that she did understand. "What's your name?" Marta hesitated, unsure if she liked the direction the conversation was taking. "We're closing in 6 minutes, so if you're going to have time to drink your coffee, maybe you... Do you know why you have freckles, Marta?" She froze. How did he know her name? "You see, when you were little and had no freckles, you woke up one night. You'd been having a kabuslar, a nightmare. You were still frightened when you ran into your mother's bedroom so that she could tell you that monsters and ghosts didn't exist. But in her bedroom, a naked blue-black man was sitting hunched up on your mother's chest, long pointed ears, blood running from the sides of his mouth. And as you just stood there staring, he puffed up his cheeks, and before you could get away, he blew out all the blood he had in his mouth, covering your face and chest with tiny drops. And that blood, Marta, it never went away, no matter how hard you washed and scrubbed." The man blew on his coffee. "So that explains how you got freckles. But the question is, why? And the answer to that is as easy as it is unsatisfactory, Marta. Because you were in the wrong place at the wrong time. The world simply isn't very fair." He raised the cup to his lips, opened his mouth wide, and poured the still steaming black liquid into his mouth. She gasped in horror, short of breath, scared that something might be about to happen without knowing what. And she didn't have time to see the spray from his mouth before the hot coffee hit her in the face. Blinded, she turned round and slipped on the liquid. One knee hit the floor, but she got to her feet and rushed for the door, pushing a chair over to slow him down as she tried to blink the coffee away. She grabbed the door handle and tugged it. Locked. He'd put the latch on. She heard creaking footsteps behind her as she put her finger and thumb on the lock, but didn't have time to do more before she felt him grab hold of her belt and jerk her backwards. Marta tried to scream, but all she could get out were small whimpering sounds. Footsteps again. He was standing in front of her. She didn't want to look up, didn't want to look at him. She had never had a nightmare about any blue-black man when she was little, only one about a man with a dog's head, and she knew that if she looked up now, that was what she would see. So she kept her gaze lowered, staring at the pointed cowboy boots instead. Chapter 20. Monday night, Tuesday morning. "Yes?" "Harry?" "Yes?" "I wasn't sure if this was your number. It's Rita from Schroeder's. I know it's late and I'm sorry to wake you." "I wasn't asleep, Rita."
"I've called the police, but they've been here and now they've gone again."
"Try to calm down, Rita. What's happened?"
"It's Marta, the new girl you met the last time you were here."
Harry remembered her rolled-up shirt-sleeves and slightly nervous eagerness. "Yes?"
"She's gone. I got here just before midnight to help her with the till, but there was no one here. The door wasn't locked, though. Marta's reliable, and we had an arrangement. She wouldn't just leave without locking up. She's not answering her phone, and her boyfriend says she hasn't come home. The police checked the hospital, but nothing. And then the policewoman said it happens all the time, people disappearing in odd ways, then showing up again a few hours later with a perfectly reasonable explanation. She said I should call them if Marta hasn't shown up again within 12 hours.
What they said is actually true, Rita. They're just following routine.
Yes, but... hello?
I'm here, Rita.
When I was cleaning up, getting ready to close, I found that someone had written something on one of the tablecloths. It looks like lipstick, and it's exactly the shade of red that Marta uses.
Okay, so what does it say?
Nothing.
Nothing?
No. It's just a single letter, a V, and it's in your place.
3 o'clock in the morning. A roar forced its way out between Harry's lips, echoing off bare cellar walls. Harry stared at the iron bar that was threatening to fall and crush him as his trembling arms held it up. Then, with one final effort, he thrust the weights away from him, and they clanked against each other as he let the bar rest in its cradle. He lay on the bench, gasping for breath. He closed his eyes. He'd promised Oleg that he would be with Raquel. But he had to get back out there, had to catch him, for Marta, for Aurora. No, it was too late. Too late for Aurora. Too late for Marta. So he had to do it for those who hadn't yet become victims, who could still be saved from Valentine. Because it was for them, wasn't it? Harry took hold of the bar, felt the metal against the calluses on his hands. Somewhere you can be useful. His grandfather had said that all you need is to be useful. When his grandmother had been giving birth to Harry's father, she had lost so much blood that the midwife had called the doctor. Grandfather, who had been told there was nothing he could do to help, couldn't bear to listen to Grandma's screams, so he walked out, harnessed the horse to the plough, and started to plough one of the fields. He drove the horse on with his whip, and with cries loud enough to drown out those from the house, then started pushing the plough himself, when his faithful old horse began to stumble in the harness. When the screaming had stopped, and the doctor came out to tell him that both mother and child were going to survive, Grandfather fell to his knees, kissed the ground, and thanked the God he didn't believe in. The same night the horse collapsed in its stall and died. Now Raquel was lying in bed, silent, and he had to decide. Somewhere you can be useful. Harry lifted the bar from the cradle and lowered it to his chest, took a deep breath, tensed his muscles, and roared. Part-2. Chapter 21. Tuesday morning. It was 7:30, there was fine rain hanging in the air, and Mehmet was about to cross the street when he noticed the man in front of Jealousy. He had made his hands into binoculars and was holding them against the window to see inside better. The first thing Mehmet thought was that Daniel Banks was early asking for the next installment, but as he got closer, he realized that the man was taller and blond, and it struck him that it must be one of the old alcoholic customers who had come back and hoped the bar still opened at 7 o'clock in the morning. But when the man turned to face the street again, sucking at the cigarette between his lips, he saw it was that policeman, Harry. "Good morning," Mehmet said, getting his keys out. "Thirsty?" "That too. But I've got an offer for you." "What sort of offer?" "The sort you can turn down." "In that case I'm interested," Mehmet said, and let the policeman in. He followed, then locked the door, switched the lights on from behind the counter. "This is actually a good bar," Harry said, putting his elbows on the counter and breathing in deeply. "Do you want to buy it?" Mehmet said dryly, pouring water into a jizvi, the special Turkish coffee pot. "Yes," Harry said. Mehmet laughed. "Make me an offer." 435,000. Mehmet frowned. "Where did you get that number from?" "From Daniel Banks. I had a meeting with him this morning." "This morning?" "Pretty suddenly I got up early, and so did he. That's to say, I had to wake him up and drag him out of bed." Mehmet looked into the policeman's bloodshot eyes. "Figuratively speaking," Harry said. "I know where he lives. I paid him a visit and made him an offer. What sort of offer? The other sort. The sort you can't turn down. Meaning? I bought the debt on the jealousy bar at face value in return for not setting financial crime on him for breaking paragraph 295 about usury. You're kidding. Harry shrugged. It's possible that I'm exaggerating. It's possible that he could have turned it down, because he was able to tell me that paragraph 295 was repealed a couple of years ago, sadly. What's the world coming to when criminals keep up with changes to the law better than cops? Either way, the loan agreement with you didn't seem to be worth all the problems I promised to make for him elsewhere. So this document, the detective put a handwritten sheet of paper on the bar, confirms that Daniel Banks has received his money and that I, Harry Hula, am the proud owner of a debt of 435,000 kroner owed by Mehmet Kalak, with the jealousy bar, its contents and lease as collateral. Mehmet read the few lines and shook his head. Bloody hell. So you had almost 500,000 that you could give Banks there and then? I worked as a debt collector in Hong Kong for a while. It was well paid. So I built up a bit of capital. Banks received a check and a bank statement. Mehmet laughed. So you're going to be the one demanding extortionate repayments now, Harry? Not if you agree to my offer. Which is? That we turn the debt into working capital. You take over the bar, I buy a share. You'd be my partner and could buy me out whenever you like. In return for what? You go to a Turkish bathhouse while a friend of mine watches the bar. What? I want you to sweat until you turn into a raisin at the Jagalolu Hammam while you wait for Valentin Yertsin to show up. Me? Why me? Because Penelope Rask died, and you and a 15-year-old girl are the only living people I'm aware of who know what Valentin Yertsin looks like these days. I do? You'll recognize him. What makes you think that? I read the report. You said, quote, I didn't really look at him long enough or carefully enough to be able to describe him. Exactly. I had a colleague who could recognize every human face she had ever seen. She told me that the ability to differentiate and recognize 1,000,000 faces is located in part of the brain called the fusiform gyrus, and that without that ability we would hardly have survived as a species. Can you describe the last customer who was in here yesterday? No. Yet you'd still recognize him in a fraction of a second if he walked in here now. Probably. That's what I'm counting on. You're staking 435,000 of your own money on that. What if I don't recognize him? Harry stuck his bottom lip out. Then at least I'll own a bar. At 7:45, Mona Dor shoved open the door to VG's newsroom and rolled in. It had been a bad night. Even though she had gone straight to gain from the container terminal and exercised so hard that her entire body ached, she had hardly slept a wink. In the end, she decided to raise it with the editor without going into detail. Ask him if a source had the right to anonymity if they had completely deceived a journalist. In other words, could she go to the police with this now? Or would the smart response be to wait and see if he got in touch again? After all, there could be a good explanation for why he hadn't shown up. You look tired, Dor, the head of the newsroom said. Party last night? I wish, Mona said quietly, dropping her gym bag by her desk and switching her computer on. Of the more experimental variety, perhaps? I wish, Mona repeated more loudly. She looked up and saw a number of faces sticking up above computer screens around the open-plan office. Grinning, inquisitive faces. What? She called out. Just stripping all bestiality, cried a deep voice that she didn't have time to identify before a couple of the girls burst out laughing uncontrollably. Check your email, the head of the newsroom said. Some of us were copied in. Mona turned cold, felt a shiver of foreboding as she more hit than tapped her keyboard. The sender was violentcrime@oslopol.no. No text, just an image, presumably taken with a light-sensitive camera, seeing as she hadn't noticed a flash, and probably a telephoto lens. In the foreground was the dog pissing on the cage, and there she was, in the middle of the cage, standing stiffly and staring like a wild animal. She'd been tricked. It wasn't the vampirist who had called her. At 8:15, Smith, Villa, Holm and Harry were gathered in the boiler room. "We've got a disappearance that may be the work of the vampirist," Harry said. "Marta Rude, 24 years old, disappeared from Schroeder's restaurant last night, just before midnight. Katrina is briefing the investigative team at the moment." "The crime scene group are there," Bjorn Holm said. "Nothing so far, apart from what you mentioned."
"Which is?"
Villa wondered. "A V written on a tablecloth with lipstick. The angle between the lines matches the one on Eva Dolmen's door." He was interrupted by a steel guitar Harry recognized as Don Helms, playing the intro to Hank Williams's Your Cheating Heart. "Wow, we've got a signal," Bjorn Holm said, pulling his phone from his pocket. "Holm?" "What? I can't hear. Hang on." Bjorn Holm vanished through the door, out into the culvert. "It looks like this kidnapping could be about me," Harry said. "That's my restaurant, my usual table."
"That's not good," Smith said, shaking his head. "He's lost his grip." "Isn't it good that he's lost his grip?" Villa asked. "Doesn't that mean he's going to be less careful?" "That part might be good news," Smith said, "but now that he's experienced how it feels to have power and control, no one's going to be allowed to take that away from him. You're right, he's after you, Harry. And do you know why?" "That article in VG," Villa said. "You called him a wretched pervert who... what was it? You were looking forward to slapping a pair of handcuffs on him," Villa said. "So you describe him as wretched and threaten to take his power and control away."
"Isabel Skyen called him that, not me. But it doesn't really matter now," Harry said, rubbing the back of his neck. "Do you think he's going to use the girl to get hold of me, Smith?"
Smith shook his head.
"She's dead." "How can you be so sure?"
"He doesn't want confrontation. He just wants to show you and everyone else that he's in control, that he can go to your place and take one of yours."
Harry stopped rubbing his neck. "One of mine?" Smith didn't answer. Bjorn Holm returned. "That was Ulleville, just before Penelope Rask died. A man came to reception and identified himself as someone she'd listed as a friend, Aurora Veek, her former fiancé." "The guy who gave her the engagement ring Valentine stole from her flat," Harry said. "They contacted him to see if he'd noticed anything about her condition," Bjorn Holm said, "but Roar-Vik says he hasn't been to the hospital."
Silence spread round the boiler room. "Not the fiancé," Smith said. "So—" The wheels of Harry's chair shrieked, but it was already empty and heading at speed towards the wall. Harry himself was already at the door. "Villa, with me!" Harry ran. The hospital corridor stretched out and seemed to grow, growing faster than he could run, like an expanding universe which light and even thought couldn't get through. He only just managed to avoid running into a man who came out of a doorway clutching a drip stand with his hand. "One of yours." Valentine had taken Aurora because she was Tola Alna's daughter. Marta Rude because she worked at Harry's regular bar. Penelope Rask to show them that he could. "One of yours." 301. Harry grabbed the pistol from his jacket pocket, a Glock 17, which had spent almost a year and a half, lying untouched and locked away in a second-floor drawer. This morning he had taken it with him, not because he imagined he would be using it, but because for the first time in 4 years he wasn't entirely sure that he wouldn't be using it. He pushed the door open with his left hand as he pointed the pistol in front of him. The room was empty, had been emptied. Raquel was gone. The bed was gone. Harry gasped for air, went over to where the bed had been. "Sorry, she's gone," a voice behind him said. Harry spun round. Dr. Stephens was standing in the doorway with his hands in the pockets of his white coat. He raised an eyebrow when he caught sight of the pistol. "Where is she?" Harry panted. "I'll tell you if you put that away."
Harry lowered the pistol. "Tests," Stephen said. Is she okay?" "Her condition is the same as before. Stable but unstable. But she's going to survive the day, if that's what you're worrying about. Why the drama?" "She needs to be watched. Right now she's been watched by 5 members of hospital staff. We'll be placing an armed police guard outside her door. Any objections?" "No, but that isn't up to me. Are you worried the murderer will come here?" "Yes." "Because she's the wife of the man hunting him? We don't give up room numbers to anyone who isn't a relative." "That didn't stop someone pretending to be Penelope Rusk's fiancé from getting hold of her room number." "No?" "I'll wait here until the officer is in place." "In that case, maybe you'd like a cup of coffee." "You don't have to, no, but you need it. Just a moment, we've got some intriguingly bad coffee in the staff room." The Stephens left the room and Harry looked around. The chairs he and Oleg had sat in were still where they had left them the day before, on either side of the bed that was no longer there. Harry sat down on one of them and stared at the grey floor. Felt his pulse slow. Even so, he still felt there wasn't enough air in the room. A strip of sunlight was falling through a gap in the curtains, reaching across the floor between the chairs, and he noticed a strand of fair hair curled on the floor. He picked it up. Could Valentine have been here looking for her, but got here too late? Harry swallowed. There was no reason to think about that now. She was safe. Stephens came in and handed Harry a paper cup, took a sip of his own coffee, and sat down on the other chair. The 2 men sat there, opposite each other, with a metre of empty space between them. "Your boy was here," Stephens said. "Oleg? He wasn't going to come until after college. He asked after you. He seemed upset that you'd left his mother on her own." Harry nodded and drank some coffee. "They often get hangry and full of moral indignation at that age," Stephens said. "They shift the blame for anything that goes wrong onto their father, and the man they once wanted to become suddenly represents everything they don't want to become." "Are you speaking from experience?" "Of course, we do that all the time." Stephens's smile vanished as quickly as it had appeared. "Can I ask a personal question, Stephens?" "By all means." "Does it end up positive?" "Sorry?" "The joy of saving lives, minus the despair at losing people you could have saved." Stephens looked Harry in the eye. Perhaps it was the situation, 2 men sitting opposite each other in a largely darkened room, that made it a natural question. Ships passing in the night. Stephens took his glasses off and ran his hands over his face as if to wipe the tiredness away. He shook his head. "No. But you still do it." "It's a calling." "Yes, I saw the crucifix in your office. You believe in callings." "I think you do too, Hurler. I've seen you. Maybe not a calling from God, but you still feel it all the same." Harry looked down at his cup. Stephens was right about the coffee being intriguingly bad. "Does that mean you don't like your job?" "I hate my job," the senior consultant smiled. "If it had been up to me, I'd have chosen to be a concert pianist." "You're a good pianist?" "That's the curse, isn't it? When you're not good at what you love and good at something you hate." Harry nodded. "That's the curse. We do jobs where we can be useful. And the lie is that there's a reward for someone who follows a calling. Perhaps sometimes the work in itself is reward enough. Only for the concert pianist who loves music or the executioner who loves blood." Stephens pointed to the name badge on his white coat. "I was born and raised a Mormon in Salt Lake City, and I am named after John Doyle Lee, a God-fearing, peace-loving man who in 1857 was ordered by the elders of his parish to massacre a group of ungodly immigrants who had strayed into their territory. He wrote about his torments in his diary, about the terrible calling that fate had dealt him, but that he simply had to accept it. The Mountain Meadows Massacre. So you know your history, Hurler." "I studied serial murders at the FBI, and we went through the most famous mass killings as well. I have to confess that I don't remember what happened to your namesake." Stephens looked at his watch. Hopefully his reward was waiting in heaven, because on earth everyone betrayed John Doyle Lee, including our spiritual leader, Brigham Young. John Doyle was sentenced to death, but my father still thought he had set an example worth following, abandoning the cheap love of your fellows in favour of following a calling you hate. Maybe he didn't hate it as much as he claimed. How do you mean? Harry shrugged. An alcoholic hates and curses drink because it ruins his life, but at the same time it is his life. Interesting analogy. Stefan stood up and went over to the window and pulled the curtains open. What about you, Hurler? Is your calling still ruining your life, even though it is your life? Harry shaded his eyes and tried to look at Stefan's, but was blinded by the sudden light. Are you still a Mormon? Are you still working on the case? Looks like it. We don't have a choice, do we? I need to get back to work, Harry. When Stephens had gone, Harry called Gunnar Hagen's number. Hello, boss. I need a police guard at Ullevål Hospital, he said. Immediately. Villa was standing where he had been told to, beside the bonnet of the car, which was parked untidily in front of the main entrance. I saw a police officer arrive, he said. Everything okay? We're putting a guard outside her door, Harry said, getting in the passenger seat. Villa tucked his pistol back in its holster and got in behind the wheel. And Valentine? God knows. Harry took the strand of hair from his pocket. This is probably just paranoia, but get forensics to do an urgent analysis of this, just to rule out the possibility that it matches anything from the crime scenes, okay? They glided through the streets. It was like spooling back a slow-motion replay of their frantic drive 20 minutes earlier. Do Mormons actually use crucifixes? Harry asked. No, Villa said. They believe the cross symbolizes death and is heathen. They believe in the resurrection. So a Mormon with a crucifix on his wall would be like a Muslim with a drawing of Muhammad. Exactly. Harry turned the radio up. The white stripes, blue orchid, guitars and drums, sparseness, clarity. He turned it up even louder, without knowing what it was he was trying to drown out. Halstein Smith was twiddling his thumbs. He was alone in the boiler room, and without the others there wasn't a great deal he could do. He had completed his concise profile of the vampirist, and had surfed the net reading the most recent articles about the vampirist murders. Then he had gone back and read what the media had written during the 5 days that had passed since the first murder. Halstein Smith was wondering if he should make the most of the time to work on his PhD thesis when his phone rang. Hello? Smith? The woman's voice said. This is Mona Dahl from VG. Oh? You sound surprised. Only because I didn't think we had any coverage down here. Speaking of coverage, can you confirm that the vampirist is probably responsible for the disappearance of a female member of staff from Schroeder's restaurant last night? Confirm? Me? Yes, you work for the police now, don't you? Yes, I suppose so, but I'm not in a position to say anything at all. Because you don't know or because you can't say? Both, perhaps. If I were to say something, it would have to be something general. As an expert on vampirism, in other words. Great, because I've got a podcast. A what? Radio. VG has its own radio station. Oh, okay. Could we invite you in to talk about the vampirist? In general terms, of course. Halstein Smith thought about it. I'd have to get permission from the lead detective. Good, I'll wait to hear from you. On a different subject, Smith, I wrote that piece about you, which I assume you were happy with, seeing as it did indirectly get you to the centre of the action. Yes, sure. In return, could you tell me who at Police HQ lured me out to the container terminal yesterday? Lured you to do what? Never mind. Have a good day. Halstein Smith was left staring at his phone. Container terminal? What was she talking about? Truls Benson let his eyes roam across the rows of pictures of Megan Fox on his computer. It was almost frightening the way she'd let herself go. Was it just the pictures or the fact that she'd turned 30? or knowing what childbirth must have done to the body that had defined perfection in the 2007 film Transformers. Or was it the fact that he himself had lost 8 kilos of fat in the past 2 years, replacing them with 4 kilos of muscle and 9 women fucked? Had that made his distant dreams of Megan Fox that bit less distant? The way 1 light year is less than 2? Or was it simply the fact that in 10 hours' time he would be sitting with Ulla Bellman, the only woman he had ever lusted after more than Megan Fox? He heard someone clear their throat and looked up. Katrina Bratt was standing there, leaning against the partition. After Villa had moved down to that laughable boys' club in the boiler room, Truls had been able to immerse himself fully in the Shield. He had now seen all the available seasons, and hoped Katrina Bratt wasn't about to do anything that spoiled his free time.
"Bellman wants to see you," she said.
"Okay." Truls switched his computer off, stood up and walked past Katrina Bratt, so close that he would have smelt her perfume if she had been wearing any. He thought all women really ought to use a bit of perfume, not as much as the ones who overdid it, the ones who suffered solvent damage, but a bit, enough to set his imagination going about how they really smelt. While he waited for the lift, he had time to wonder what Mikhail wanted, but his mind was blank. It wasn't until he was standing in the police chief's office that he realized he'd been found out. When he saw Mikhail's back over at the window and heard him say, with no introduction, "You've let me down, Truls. Did the bitch approach you, or was it the other way round?" It was like having a bucket of cold water tipped over him. What the hell had happened? Had Ulla broken down and confessed in a fit of guilty conscience? Or had Mikhail pressurized her? And what the hell was he supposed to say now? He cleared his throat. "She came to me, Mikhail. She was the one who wanted it." "Of course the bitch wanted it. They take whatever they can get. But the fact that she got it from you, my closest confidant, after all we've been through?" Truls almost couldn't believe that he was talking that way about his wife, the mother of his children. "I didn't think I could say no to meeting up and having a chat. It wasn't supposed to go any further." "But it did, didn't it?" "Nothing's happened at all. Nothing at all. Do you not understand that you've told the murderer what we know and don't know? How much did she pay?" Truls blinked. Pay? The penny dropped. "I'm assuming Mona Dor didn't get the information for free. Tell me, and don't forget that I know you, Truls." Truls Berntsen grinned. He was off the hook, and repeated, "Nothing's happened at all." Mikhail turned round, slammed his hand down on the desk and snarled, "Do you think we're idiots?" Truls studied the way the patches on Mikhail's face switched between white and red, as if the blood was sloshing back and forth inside. The patches had grown bigger over the years, like a snake shedding its skin. "Let's hear what you think you know," Truls said, and sat down without asking. Mikhail looked at him in surprise. Then he sat down on his armchair. Because perhaps he had seen it in Truls's eyes, that he wasn't frightened, that if Truls was thrown overboard, he'd take Bellman with him, all the way down. "What I know," Mikhail said, "is that Katrina Bratt showed up in my office early this morning to tell me that because I'd asked her to keep a close eye on you, she'd asked one of her detectives to keep you under surveillance. You were evidently already suspected of being the source of the leaks, Truls." "Who was the detective?" "She didn't say, and I didn't ask." "Of course not," Truls thought, in case you find yourself in a tricky situation where it would be useful to be able to deny all knowledge. Truls might not be the smartest guy in the world, but he wasn't as stupid as those around him thought, and he had gradually started to work out how Mikhail and the others up at the top of the hierarchy reasoned. "Bratt's detective was proactive," Mikhail said. "He discovered that you'd been in telephone contact with Mona Dor at least twice in the past week." A detective checking phone calls, Truls thought. Who had been in touch with telecoms companies? Anna's Villa. Little Truls wasn't stupid. Oh, no. "To confirm that you were Mona Dor's source,
He called her. He pretended to be the vampirist, and to prove it, he asked her to call her source, to check a detail that only the perpetrator and the police could know. The smoothie mixer. So you admit it? That Mona Dore called me, yes. Good. Because the detective woke Katrina Bratt last night to say he had a list of calls from the telecom company showing that Mona Dore called you right after he made his hoax call to her. This is going to be very hard to explain away, Truls. Truls shrugged. There's nothing to explain. Mona Dore called me, asked about a smoothie mixer, and naturally I refused to comment and referred her to the lead detective. The conversation lasted 10, maybe 20 seconds, as the list of calls no doubt confirms. Maybe Mona Dore already suspected that it was a bluff to try to uncover her source, so she called me instead of her source. According to the detective, she later went to the agreed location out in the container terminal to meet the vampirist. The detective even photographed the whole thing. So someone must have given her confirmation about the smoothie maker. Perhaps Mona Dore arranged to meet first, and then went to her source and got confirmation face-to-face. Police officers and journalists both know how easy it is to get hold of information showing who called who and when. Speaking of which, you had 2 other telephone conversations with Mona Dore, one of which lasted several minutes. Check the list. Mona Dore called me. I've never called her. The fact that it takes a pit bull like Dore several minutes of banging on before she realizes that she's not going to get anything, and that she still tries again later to launch the boil, is her problem. I have quite a bit of time during the day. Truls leaned back in his chair, folded his hands and looked at Mikhail, who was sitting there nodding as if he was absorbing what Truls had said, thinking through possible holes that they might have missed. A little smile, a degree of warmth in those brown eyes, seemed to indicate that he had come to the conclusion that this might work, that they might be able to get Truls off the hook. Good, Mikhail said. But now that it turns out that you aren't the leak, Truls, who could it be? Truls pouted his lips, the way his slightly plump French online date had taught him to do every time she asked him the complicated question, when are we going to meet again? You tell me. No one wants to be seen talking to a journalist like Dore in a case like this. No. The only person I've seen doing that is Villa. Hang on. Unless I'm remembering wrong, he gave her a number she could call him on. Actually, yes, she told him where he could get hold of her, too, at that gym, Gain. Mikhail Bellman looked at Truls with a surprised little smile, like someone discovering after many years that their spouse can sing, has blue blood, or a university degree. So what you're implying, Truls, is that our leak is probably someone who's new here. Bellman stroked his chin thoughtfully with his forefinger and thumb. A natural assumption, seeing as the problem of the leak has only recently emerged, one which doesn't— what's the word I'm looking for? Reflect the culture we've nurtured within the Oslo police in recent years. But I don't suppose we shall ever know who it is or isn't, seeing as the journalist is legally obliged to protect the identity of her source. Truls laughed his grunted laugh. Good, Mikhail. Mikhail nodded, leaned forward and, before Truls had time to react, grabbed him by the shirt collar and pulled him towards him. How much did the bitch pay you, Beavis? Chapter 22. Tuesday afternoon. Mehmet pulled the bathrobe tighter around him. He stared at the screen of his phone and pretended not to see the men coming and going in the rudimentary changing room. The entrance fee to the Jagalolo hammam gave no time limit on how long you could spend in the baths. But obviously, if a man were to sit in a changing room for hours looking at other naked men, there was a risk he might become unpopular. That's why he kept moving about at regular intervals between the sauna and the perpetually fog-clouded steam room, as well as the pools of varying temperatures, from steaming hot to cold. And there was a practical reason, too. The rooms were connected by a number of doors, so he risked not seeing everyone if he didn't move around. But right now the changing room was so cold that he wanted to get back into the warm.
Mehmet looked at the time. 4 o'clock. The Turkish tattooist thought he had seen the man with the demon tattoo at the baths early in the afternoon, and there probably wasn't anything to say that serial killers couldn't be creatures of habit too. Harry Höhler had explained that Mehmet was the perfect spy. Firstly, he was one of only 2 people who stood any chance of recognizing Valentin Yertsin's face. Secondly, as a Turk, he wouldn't stand out in the bathhouse that was mostly frequented by his compatriots. Thirdly, because Valentin, according to Harry, would have spotted a police officer instantly. Besides, they had a mole at Crime Squad who was leaking everything to VG, and God knows who else. So Harry and Mehmet were the only 2 people who knew about this operation. But the moment Mehmet let Harry know he had seen Valentin, it would take less than 15 minutes before he was on the scene with armed police officers. And in return, Harry had promised Mehmet that Erstein Eikeland was the perfect stand-in at the Jealousy Bar. A guy who had looked like an old scarecrow when he walked through the door, with the smell of a hard but enjoyable hippie lifestyle clinging to his shabby denim clothes. And when Mehmet asked if he'd stood behind a bar before, Eikeland had stuck a roll-up between his lips and sighed, "I've spent years in bars, lad, standing, kneeling, and lying down. Never on that side of the counter, though." But Eikeland was Harry's trusted choice, so he just had to hope that nothing too bad happened. A week at most, Harry had said. Then he could go back to his bar. Harry had performed a little bow when he was given the key, on a keyring with a broken plastic heart, the logo of the Jealousy Bar, and told Mehmet that they needed to discuss the music, that there were people over 30 who don't get dandruff from new music, and that there was even hope for someone bogged down in the bad company swamp. The thought of that discussion alone was worth at least a week of tedium, Mehmet thought as he scrolled down VG's website, even though he must have read the same headlines 10 times now. Famous vampirists in history. And while he stared at the screen and waited for the rest of the article to load, something odd happened. It was as if he couldn't breathe for a moment. He looked up. The door to the baths swung shut. He looked around. The other 3 men in the changing room were the same ones as before. Someone had entered and walked through the room. Mehmet locked his phone in his locker, got up and followed. The boilers in the next room were rumbling. Harry looked at the time, 4:05. He pushed his chair back, folded his hands behind his head, and leaned against the brick wall. Smith, Björn, and Villa looked at him. "It's been 16 hours since Marta Rudd went missing," Harry said. "Anything new?" "Hair," Björn Holm said. "The team at the scene found strands of hair by the main entrance at Schröder's. They look like they could be a match for the hairs we got from Valentin Yertsin off the handcuffs. They've been sent for analysis. Hair suggests a struggle, and also that he didn't clean up after himself this time. And that also means that there couldn't have been too much blood, so there's reason to hope that she was alive when they left." "Okay," Smith said. "There's a chance she's alive and that he's using her as a cow." "Cow?" Villa asked. The boiler room fell silent. Harry grimaced. "You mean he's milking her?" "The body takes 24 hours to reproduce 1% of the body's red blood cells," Smith said. "At best, it might quench his thirst for blood for a while. At worst, it might mean that he's even more focused on regaining power and control, and that he's going to try again to find the people who've humiliated him. Which means you and yours, Harry. My wife is under police guard round the clock, and I've left a message for my son telling him to be careful." "So it's possible that he might attack men as well?" Villa asked. "Absolutely," Smith said. Harry felt his trouser pocket vibrate. He pulled out his phone. "Yes." "It's Erstein. How do you make a daiquiri? I've got a difficult customer and Mehmet isn't answering." "How should I know? Doesn't the customer know?" "No." "Something to do with rum and lime? Ever heard of Google?" "Oh, of course, I'm not an idiot. That's on the internet, isn't it? Try it, you might like it. I'm hanging up now." Harry ended the call. "Sorry, anything else?" "Witness statements from people in the vicinity of Schröder's," Villa said. No one saw or heard anything. Odd on such a busy street. It can be pretty deserted there around midnight on a Monday night, Harry said. But getting someone, conscious or unconscious, away from there without being seen? Hardly. He might have been parked right outside. There's no vehicle registered to Valentin Yertsin, and no vehicle was leased under that name yesterday, Villa said. Harry spun towards him. Villa looked back quizzically. I know the chances of him using his real name are pretty much zero, but I checked anyway. Isn't that? Yeah, that's absolutely fine, Harry said. Send the photo fit picture to the car rental companies. And there's a 24-hour Deli de Luca next to Schroeder's. I was at the meeting of the investigative team and they've checked the security cameras there, Björn said. Nothing. Okay, anything else I should know about? They're working in the USA to get access to the victims' IP addresses on Facebook using a subpoena rather than going via a court, Villa said. That means we wouldn't get the contents, but all the addresses of the people they've sent and received messages to and from. It could be a matter of weeks rather than months. Mehmet was standing outside the door of the Hararet. He had seen the door close as he emerged into the baths from the changing room, and it was in the Hararet that the man with the tattoo had been seen. Mehmet knew it wasn't very likely that Valentin would show up as soon as this on the first day. Unless he came several times a week, of course. So why stand there hesitating? Mehmet swallowed. Then he pulled the door of the Hararet open and went inside. The thick steam moved, swirled around, disappeared out through the door, opening a corridor into the room. And for a moment Mehmet found himself staring at the face of a man sitting on the second bench up. Then the corridor closed again and the face was gone. But Mehmet had seen enough. It was him, the man who had come into the bar that evening. Should he run out straight away or sit down for a while first? After all, the man had seen Mehmet staring at him, and if he walked out at once, surely he'd get suspicious. Mehmet stood where he was, by the door. It felt like the steam he was breathing in was making his airways tighter. He couldn't wait any longer. He had to get out. Mehmet nudged the door gently and slipped out, ran across the slippery tiles with short, careful steps so as not to fall, and reached the changing room. He swore as he struggled with the code on his padlock. 4 digits, 1683, the Battle of Vienna, the year when the Ottoman Empire ruled the world, or at least the part of the world that was worth ruling, when the empire couldn't expand any further and the decline began. Defeat after defeat. Was that why he picked that year? Because it somehow reflected his own story, the story of having everything and losing it? Eventually he managed to open the lock. He grabbed his phone, tapped at it and held it to his ear. Stared at the door to the bars, which had swung shut again, every moment expecting the man to come rushing in and attack him. Yes? He's here, Mehmet whispered. Sure? Yes, in the Hararet. Keep an eye on it. We'll be there in 15 minutes. You've done what? Björn Holm said, taking his foot off the clutch as the lights turned green on Hausmannsgata. I hired a civilian volunteer to watch the Turkish baths in Sagana, Harry said, looking in the wing mirror of Björn Holm's legendary 1970 Volvo Amazon. Originally white, later painted black with a checkered rally stripe across the roof and boot. The car behind disappeared in a cloud of black exhaust fumes. Without asking us! Björn blew his horn and overtook an Audi on the inside. It's not entirely by the book, so there was no reason to make any of you accomplices. There are fewer traffic lights if you take Maridalsveien, Villa said from the back seat. Björn changed into a lower gear and wrenched the car to the right. Harry felt the pressure of the 3-point seatbelt that Volvo had been the first to install, but they had no slack, which meant you could hardly move. How are you doing, Smith? Harry called over the roar of the engine. He wouldn't usually have brought an external advisor on an active operation like this, but at the last moment he decided to take Smith, in case they found themselves in a hostage situation when the psychologist's ability to read Valentin could come in handy. The way he had read Aurora, the way he had read Harry. A bit car-sick, that's all, Smith smiled weakly. What's that smell? Old clutch, heater, and adrenaline, Björn said. Listen up, Harry said. We'll be there in 2 minutes, so I repeat, Smith, you stay in the car. Villa and I will go in through the front door. Björn will watch the back door. You said you know where it is?" "Yep," Björn said. "And your man is still online?" Harry nodded and put his phone to his ear. They pulled up in front of an old brick building. Harry had looked at the plans. It was a former factory which now housed a printing firm, some offices, a recording studio, and the hammam. And there was only one other door apart from the front entrance. "Everyone loaded, safety off?" Harry asked, breathing out as he unfastened the tight seatbelt. "We want him alive, but if that's not possible—" He looked up at the glinting windows on either side of the main entrance as he heard Björn recite in a low voice, "Police, warning shot, then shoot the bastard. Police, warning shot, then—" "Let's go," Harry said. They got out of the car, crossed the pavement, and split up by the front entrance. Harry and Villa went up the 3 steps and in through a heavy door. The hallways inside smelt of ammonia and printer's ink. 2 of the doors had shiny, gilded signs with ornate writing, small, optimistic law firms that couldn't afford to rent in the city centre. On the 3rd door was an unassuming sign saying Jagalolu Hammam, so unassuming that it gave the impression they didn't want customers who didn't already know where it was. Harry opened the door and walked in. He found himself in a passageway with peeling paint on the walls and a simple desk, where a broad-shouldered man with dark stubble and a tracksuit was sitting and reading a magazine. If Harry hadn't known better, he would have thought he'd walked into a boxing club. "Police," Villa said, sticking his ID between the magazine and the man's face. "Sit completely still and don't warn anyone. This will be over in a couple of minutes." Harry carried on down the passageway and saw 2 doors. One said changing room, the other hammam. He went into the baths and heard Villa follow close behind him. There were 3 small pools laid out in a row. To their right were booths containing massage tables. To the left were 2 glass doors which Harry assumed led to the sauna and steam room, and a plain wooden door that he remembered from the plans as the door to the changing room. In the nearest pool, 2 men looked up and stared at them. Mehmet was sitting on a bench by the wall, pretending to look at his phone. He hurried over to them and pointed towards the glass door with a misted plastic sign saying Hararet. "Is he alone?" Harry asked quietly as he and Villa each pulled out their Glocks. He heard frantic splashing from the pool behind him. "No one's entered or left since I called you," Mehmet whispered. Harry went over to the door and tried to look in, but saw nothing but impenetrable whiteness. He gestured to Villa to cover the door. He took a deep breath and was about to go in when he changed his mind. The sound of shoes. Valentine's suspicions mustn't be aroused by the entrance of someone who wasn't barefoot. Harry pulled his shoes and socks off with his free hand. Then he pulled the door open and went in. The steam swirled around him, like a bridal veil. Raquel. Harry didn't know where the thought had come from and thrust it aside, and managed to catch a glimpse of a solitary figure on the wooden bench in front of him before he closed the door behind him and was enveloped in whiteness again. That and silence. Harry held his breath and listened for the other man's breathing. Had the man had time to see that the new arrival was fully clothed and holding a pistol? Was he scared? Was he scared the way Aurora had been scared when she saw his cowboy boots outside her toilet cubicle? Harry raised his pistol and moved towards where he had seen the figure, and he could make out the shape of a seated man against the white. Harry squeezed the trigger until it resisted. "Police," he said in a hoarse voice. "Don't move or I'll shoot." And another thought struck him, that in a situation like this he would usually say, "Or we'll shoot." It was simple psychology. It gave the impression that there were more of them and increased the chances of the person surrendering immediately. So why had he said, "I"? And now that his brain had accepted one question, others appeared. Why was he on his own here, rather than the Delta team that specialized in this sort of job? Why had he really stationed Mehmet here in complete secrecy, and not told anyone at all until after Mehmet had called? Harry felt the slight resistance of the trigger against his index finger. So slight. 2 men in a room where no one else could see them. Who would be able to deny that Valentine, who had already killed several people with just his bare hands and iron teeth, had attacked Harry, forcing Harry to shoot him in self-defence? "Wurma!" the figure in front of him said, and raised his arms in the air. Harry leaned closer. The skinny man was naked. His eyes were wide with terror, and his chest was covered with grey hair, but was otherwise unblemished. Chapter 23. Tuesday, late afternoon. "What the hell?" Katrina Bratt yelled, throwing the rubber she'd picked up from her desk. It hit the wall just above Harry Huller's head, where he was sitting slumped in a chair. "As if we didn't have enough problems, you managed to break pretty much every damn rule in the book, plus a couple of the country's laws for good measure. What were you thinking?" Rakel, Harry thought, tipping backwards until his chair hit the wall. "I was thinking about Rakel and Aurora." "What?" "I was thinking that if there was a shortcut which meant we could bring Valentine Yersin in just one day earlier, it might save someone's life." "Don't give me that, Harry. You know bloody well that isn't how it works. If everyone thought and acted—" "You're right, I know that. And I know that Valentine Yersin came very close to being caught. He saw Mehmet, recognized him from the bar, realized what was going on, and snuck out the back way while Mehmet was in the changing room phoning me. And I know that if it had been Valentine Yersin sitting in that steam room when we got there, you'd already have forgiven me and started praising proactive, creative police work. Exactly what you set up the boiler room team for." "You bastard!" Katrina snarled, and Harry saw her searching her desk for something else to throw at him. Fortunately, she rejected the stapler and the sheaf of judicial correspondence from America relating to Facebook. "I did not give you license to act like cowboys. I haven't seen a single newspaper that isn't running the raid at the baths as the lead on their website. Weapons in a peaceful bathhouse, innocent civilians in the firing line, a naked 90-year-old threatened with a pistol, and no arrest. It's all just so—" She raised her hands and looked up at the ceiling, as if she were surrendering judgment to higher powers. "Amateurish." "Am I being fired?" "Do you want to be fired?" Harry saw her in front of him. Rakel, sleeping, her thin eyelids twitching like Morse code from the land of coma. "Yes," he said, and he saw Aurora, the anxiety and pain in her eyes, the damage in there that could never be healed. "And no. Do you want to fire me?" Katrina groaned, stood up and went over to the window. "Yes, I want to fire someone," she said with her back to him. "But not you." She mimicked. "Do you feel like elaborating?" "I'd like to fire Truls Berntsen." "That goes without saying." "Yes, but not for being useless and lazy. He's the one who's been leaking to VG." "And how did you find that out?" "Arnas Villa set a trap. He went a bit too far. I think perhaps there was a degree of payback as far as Mona Daw was concerned. Either way, we won't have any trouble from her if she's been paying a public official for information, seeing as she should have known that could lead to charges for corruption." "So why haven't you fired Berntsen?" "Guess," she said, going back to her desk. "Mikhail Bellman?" Katrina threw a pencil, not at Harry, but the closed door. "Bellman came in here, sat where you're sitting now, and said that Berntsen had convinced him of his innocence, and then he implied that it could have been Villa himself who had been talking to VG, and then tried to pin the blame on Berntsen. But that we couldn't prove anything yet, so it would be best to let it go and concentrate on catching Valentine. That was the only thing that mattered. What do you make of that?" "Well, maybe Bellman's right. Maybe it's best to delay washing your own dirty laundry until we've stopped wrestling in the gutter." Katrina pulled a face. "Did you think of that one all by yourself?" Harry extracted his packet of cigarettes. "Speaking of leaks, the papers are saying I was at the bathhouse, and that's okay. I got recognized. But no one apart from the boiler room and you know about Mehmet's role in this. And I'd rather keep it that way, just to be on the safe side." Katrina nodded. "I actually raised that with Bellman, and he agreed. He says we've got a lot to lose if it gets out that we're using civilians to do our work for us, that it makes us look desperate. He said that Mehmet and his role shouldn't be mentioned to anyone, including the investigative team. I think that makes sense, even if Truls is no longer allowed to take part in meetings. Really? Katrina raised one corner of her mouth. He's been given his own office where he can file away reports about cases that are nothing to do with the vampirist murders. So you have fired him after all, Harry said, sticking a cigarette between his lips. His phone vibrated against his thigh. He pulled it out. A text from Dr. Stephens. Test finished. Rackle's back at 3:01. I need to go. Are you still with us, Harry? I need to think about that. Outside Police HQ, Harry found his lighter in a hole in the lining of his jacket and lit the cigarette. He looked at the people walking past him on the path. They seemed so calm, so untroubled. There was something very disconcerting about that. Where was he? Where the hell was Valentine? Hi, Harry said as he walked into room 301. Oleg was sitting next to Rackle's bed, which was back in place. He looked up from the book he was reading, but didn't respond. Harry sat down on the other side of the bed. Any news? Oleg leafed through the book. Okay, listen, Harry said, taking his jacket off and hanging it on the back of his chair. I know you think that when I'm not sitting here it means I care more about work than I do about her, that there are others who could solve the murders, but that she only has you and me. Isn't that true, then? Oleg said, without looking up from the book. I'm of no use to her right now, Oleg. I can't save anyone in here, but out there I can make a difference. I can save lives. Oleg closed his book and looked at Harry. Good to hear that you're driven by philanthropy. Otherwise one might think it was something else. Something else? Oleg dropped the book in his bag. A desire for glory, you know, all that Harry Huller is back to save the day stuff. Do you think that's what it's about? Oleg shrugged. The important thing is what you think, that you can convince yourself with that bullshit. Is that how you see me? A bullshitter? Oleg stood up. Do you know why I always wanted to be like you? It wasn't because you were all that great. It was because I didn't have anyone else. You were the only man in the house. But now I can see you more clearly. I need to do all I can not to end up like you. Deprogramming initiated, Harry. Oleg. But he had already left the room. Damn. Harry felt his phone buzz in his pocket and switched it off without looking at it. Listened to the machine. Someone had increased the volume so that it made a slightly delayed bleeping sound every time the green line jumped. Like a clock, counting down. Counting down for her. Counting down for someone out there. What if Valentine was sitting looking at a clock right now as he waited for the next one? Harry started to pull out his phone, then let go of it again. The low, slanting light meant that when he put his broad hand on top of Rackle's thin one, blue veins cast shadows across the back of his hand. He tried not to count the bleeps. By 806 he couldn't sit still any longer, and stood up and walked round the room. He went out, found a doctor who didn't want to go into any details, but said that Rackle's condition was stable and that they had discussed bringing her out of the coma. Sounds like good news, Harry said. The doctor hesitated before replying. We're only discussing it, he said. There are arguments against it as well. Stephens is on duty tonight. You can talk to him when he gets here. Harry found the cafeteria, got something to eat, and went back to room 301. The police officer outside the door nodded. It had got dark in the room, and Harry lit the lamp on the table next to the bed. He tapped a cigarette out of the packet as he studied Raquel's eyelids, her lips, which had become so dry. He tried to reconstruct the first time they met. He had been standing on the drive in front of her house, and she'd walked towards him like a ballerina. After so many years, was he remembering it right? That first look, the first words, the first kiss. Maybe it was inevitable that you revised your memories little by little, so that they eventually became a story, with the logic of a story, with weight and meaning. A story that said they had been on their way towards this all along, one that they repeated to each other like a ritual until they believed it. So when she disappeared, when the story of Rakel and Harry disappeared, what would he believe in then? He lit the cigarette, inhaled, exhaled, saw the smoke swirl up towards the smoke alarm, dissipate, disappear. Alarm, he thought. His hand slid into his pocket and grasped the cold, dormant phone. Damn! Damn! A calling, as Stephens had put it. What did that mean? When you take a job you hate because you know you're the best at it. Somewhere you can be useful, like a self-effacing herd animal. Or was it, like Oleg said, personal glory? Was he longing to be out there, shining, while she lay in here wasting away? Okay, he'd never noticed any great sense of responsibility to society, and the recognition of colleagues or the public had never meant much. So what did that leave? That left Valentine. That left the hunt. There was a double knock, and the door slid open quietly. Björn Holm snuck in and sat down on the other chair. "Smoke inside a hospital," he said. "A 6-year sentence, I reckon." 2 years, Harry said, passing the cigarette to Björn. "Do me a favour and be my accomplice." Björn nodded towards Rakel. "You're not worried she might get lung cancer?" "Rakel loves passive smoking. She says she likes both the fact that it's free and that my body has already absorbed most of the toxins before I blow the smoke out again. I act as a combination of wallet and cigarette filter for her." Björn took a drag. "Your voicemail switched off, so I figured you were here." For a forensics expert, you've always been pretty good at deduction." "Thanks. How's it going?" "They're talking about bringing her out of the coma. I'm choosing to see that as good news." "Something urgent?" "No one we've spoken to from the bathhouse recognized Valentine from the photo fit picture. The guy behind the desk said there were loads of people coming and going the whole time, but that he thought our man could be someone who usually shows up in a coat covering his bathrobe, with a cap pulled low, and that he always pays cash. So the payment doesn't leave any electronic record. Bathrobe underneath, so there's no risk of anyone seeing the tattoo when he gets changed. How does he get from his home to the baths? If he has a car, he must have had the car keys in the pocket of his bathrobe, or bus money, because there was absolutely nothing on the clothes we found in the changing room, not even fluff in the pockets. We can probably find some DNA on them, but they smelt of detergent. I reckon even his coat had been recently washed in a machine. That fits with the obsessive cleanliness of the crime scenes. The fact that he takes his keys and money into a steam sauna suggests he's ready for a quick escape." "Yes. No witnesses who saw a man in a bathrobe on the streets of Saginaw either. So he can't have caught the bus this time, at least. He had his car parked near the back door. It's no accident that he's managed to stay hidden for 4 years. He's smart." Harry rubbed the back of his neck. "Okay, we chased him away. What now?" "We're checking the security cameras in shops and petrol stations near the baths, looking for caps and maybe a bathrobe sticking out beneath a coat. By the way, I'm going to cut the coat open first thing tomorrow. There's a tiny hole in the lining of one pocket, and it's possible that something could have slipped in and got lost among the padding." "He's avoiding security cameras." "You think?" "Yes, if we do see him, it will be because he wants to be seen." "You're probably right." Björn Holm unbuttoned his parka. His pale forehead was damp with sweat. Harry blew cigarette smoke towards Rakel. "What is it, Björn?" "What do you mean?" "You didn't have to come up here to give me that report." Björn didn't answer. Harry waited. The machine bleeped and bleeped. "It's Katrina," Björn said. "I don't understand. I saw from my call list that she tried to ring me last night, but when I called back she said her phone must have dialed me by accident." "And?" "At 3 o'clock in the morning. She doesn't sleep on top of her phone." "So why didn't you ask her?" "Because I didn't want to nag. She needs time, space. She's a bit like you." Björn took the cigarette from Harry. "Me? A loner?" Harry snatched the cigarette back just as Björn was about to take a drag. "You are," Björn protested. "What do you want?" "It's driving me mad. going round not knowing anything, so I was wondering—" Björn scratched his beard hard. "You and Katrina are close. Could you check the lie of the land? Something like that. I've got to get her back, Harry." Harry stubbed the cigarette out on the leg of the chair, looked at Rakel. "Sure, I'll talk to Katrina. But without her knowing it's come from you." "Thanks," Björn said. "You're a good friend, Harry." "Me?" Harry put the butt back in the cigarette packet. "I'm a loner." When Björn had gone, Harry closed his eyes, listened to the machine. The countdown. Chapter 24, Tuesday evening. His name was Olsen, and he ran Olsen's, but the place had been called that when he took it over 20 years ago. Some people thought it was an unlikely coincidence, but how unlikely is it when unlikely things happen all the time, every day, every single second? Because someone has to win the lottery, that much is obvious. Even so, the person who wins it not only thinks that it's unlikely, but that it's a miracle. For this reason, Olsen didn't believe in miracles. But this was a borderline case. Ulla Svart had just come in and sat down at Truls Berntson's table, where he had already been sitting for 20 minutes. The miracle was that it was an arranged meeting. Because Olsen was in no doubt that it was an arranged meeting, he had spent over 20 years standing here watching nervous men unable to stand still or sitting drumming their fingers, waiting for the girl of their dreams. The miracle was that when she was young, Ulla Svart had been the most beautiful girl in the whole of Manglerud, and Truls Berntsson the biggest pile of shit and loser in the gang that hung out in Manglerud's shopping centre and went to Olsen's. Truls, or Beavis, had been Mikael Bellman's shadow, and Mikael hadn't been top of the popularity lists either, but he had at least had his appearance and way with words on his side, and had managed to get the girl the hockey boys and bikers alike all drooled over. And then he went and became chief of police, so Mikael must have had something. Truls Berntsson, on the other hand, once a loser, always a loser. Olsen went over to the table to take their order and try to hear what they were saying during this unlikely meeting. "I got here a bit early," Truls said, nodding towards the almost empty glass of beer in front of him. "I'm late," Ulla said, pulling her handbag over her head and unbuttoning her coat. "I almost didn't get away." "Oh?" Truls took a small, quick sip of beer to hide how shaky he was. "Yes, it's not easy, this, Truls." She smiled briefly, noticed Olsen, who had sailed up behind her without a sound. "I'll wait a while," she said, and he vanished. Wait, Truls thought. Was she going to see how it went? Leave if she changed her mind? If he didn't live up to expectations? And what expectations were they, given that they had practically grown up together? Ulla looked around. God, the last time I was here was at that school reunion 10 years ago. Do you remember? No, Truls said. I didn't come. She picked at the sleeves of her sweater. That case you're working on now is terrible. Shame you didn't catch him today. Mikael told me what happened. Yeah, Truls said. Mikael. So the first thing she did was bring him up and hold him in front of her like a shield. Was she just nervous, or did she not know what she wanted? What did he say about it? That Harry Huller had used that bartender who saw the killer before the first murder. Mikael was very angry. The bartender at the Jealousy Bar? I think so. Used him to do what? To sit in that Turkish bathhouse and keep an eye out for the murderer. Didn't you know? Oh, I've been working with some other murder cases today. Oh. Well, it's nice to see you. I can't stay long, but long enough for me to get another beer. He saw her hesitate. Damn. Is it the children? He asked. What? Are they ill? Truls saw Ulla's brief confusion before she grabbed the life belt he was offering her, offering them both. The little one's a bit poorly. She shivered under her thick sweater and looked as if she was trying to curl up inside as she looked around. Only 3 of the other tables were occupied, and Truls assumed she didn't know any of the other customers. She certainly looked a bit more relaxed after her scan.
Truls?
Yes?
Can I ask you an odd question?
Of course.
What is it you want?
Want? He took another sip to gain himself a time-out. Now, you mean?
I mean, what do you want for yourself? What does everyone want?
I want to take your clothes off, fuck you, and hear you scream for more, Truls thought. And after that, I want you to go to the fridge, get me a cold beer, then lie in my arms and say that you're giving it all up for me. The kids, Mikhail, that fuck-off great house where I built the veranda, everything. All because I want to be with you, Truls Berntsen, because now, after this, it's impossible for me to go back to anyone but you, and then I want us to fuck some more.
It's being liked, isn't it?
Truls gulped. Absolutely.
Being liked by the people we like. Other people aren't as important, are they?
Truls felt his face make an expression, but didn't know what it was supposed to mean. Ulla leaned forward and lowered her voice.
And from time to time, when we think we aren't liked, when we get trampled on, we feel like trampling on them in return, don't we?
Yes, Truls said, nodding. We feel like trampling on them in return.
But that urge disappears as soon as we realize that we're liked after all. And you know what? This evening Mikhail said he likes me. In passing, and not directly, but...
She bit her lower lip, that wonderful blood-filled lower lip that Truls had been staring at since they were 16 years old.
That's all it takes, Truls. Isn't that strange?
Very strange, Truls said, looking down into his empty glass, and wondering how to formulate what he was thinking. That sometimes someone saying they like you doesn't mean a damn thing, especially when it's Mikhail fucking Bellman saying it.
I don't think I ought to make the little one wait any longer.
Truls looked up and saw Ulla peering at her watch with an expression of deep concern. Of course not, he said.
I hope we get longer next time.
Truls managed not to ask when that was going to be. He merely stood up, tried not to hug her longer than she hugged him, and sat down heavily on his chair when the door closed behind her. Felt rage building. Heavy, slow, painful, wonderful rage. Another beer? Olsen had silently appeared again. Yes. Actually, no. I need to make a call. Does that still work? He gestured towards the booth with the glass door, where Mikhail claimed to have fucked Stina Mikhailsen during a student party when the place was so packed that no one could see what was going on below chest height. Least of all Ulla, who was standing in the queue at the bar to buy beer for them. Sure. Truls went inside and looked up the number on his own mobile phone. Tapped the payphone's shiny square buttons. Waited. He had decided to wear a tight shirt to show off the fact that he had bigger pecs, bigger biceps, and a narrower waist than Ulla probably remembered. But she had hardly looked at him. Truls puffed himself up and felt his shoulders touch both sides of the booth. It was even smaller than that fucking office they'd stuffed him in today. Bellman, Bratt, Villa, Hula, they could all burn in hell. Morlador. Berntsen, what will you pay to find out what really happened at the bathhouse today? Have you got a teaser? Yep. Oslo police risk life of innocent bartender to catch Valentine. We can probably come to an arrangement. He wiped the condensation from the bathroom mirror and looked at himself. Who are you? He whispered. Who are you? He closed his eyes, opened them again. I'm Alexander Dreyer, but call me Alex. From the living room behind him he heard insane laughter, something that sounded like a machine or a helicopter, and then the terrified screams that marked the transition between speak to me and breathe. It was those screams he had tried to conjure up, but none of them had wanted to scream like that. The condensation was almost gone from the mirror. He was finally clean now, and he could see the tattoo. A lot of people, mostly women, had asked why he had chosen to have a demon engraved into the skin of his chest. As if he had chosen it. They knew nothing about him. "Who are you, Alex?" "I'm a claims manager at Storebrand." "No, I don't want to talk about insurance. Let's talk about you instead. What do you do?" "Donna, would you like to scream for me while I slice your nipples off and eat them?" He walked from the bathroom to the living room and looked down at the picture lying on the desk beside the white key. Donna. She had been on Tinder for 2 years and lived on Professor Dahl's gata. She worked in a horticultural nursery and wasn't all that attractive, and she was a bit plump. He would have preferred her to be thinner. Marta was thin. He liked Marta. Her freckles suited her. But Donna... He ran his hand across the red hilt of the revolver. The plan hadn't changed, even though it had come close to falling apart today. He didn't recognize the guy who had come into the Hararet, but it was obvious that the guy recognized him. His pupils had dilated. You could see his pulse rate rise, and he had stood paralyzed in the thinner mist near the door before hurrying out, but not before the air was thick with the smell of his fear. As usual, the car had been parked by the pavement less than 100 meters from the back door that opened onto a little used street. Obviously, he had never been a regular at any bathhouse that didn't have an escape route of that sort, or a bathhouse that wasn't clean, and he never went into a bathhouse without having his keys in the pocket of his bathrobe. He wondered if he should shoot Donna after biting her, just to create a bit of confusion, see what sort of headlines that led to. But that would be breaking the rules, and the other was already angry at him for breaking them with the waitress. He pressed the revolver against his stomach to feel the shock of cold steel before putting it down. How close were the police? VG had said that the police were hoping that some sort of legal process would force Facebook to surrender addresses, but he didn't understand things like that and wasn't bothered by them. It didn't trouble Alexander Dreyer or Valentin Yertsin. His mother said she named him after Valentino, the first and greatest romantic lead in cinema history, so she only had herself to blame for giving him a name to live up to. At first it had been relatively risk-free, because when you rape a girl before you're 16 and the lucky girl is past the age of consent, she's old enough to know that if the court concludes that it was consensual sex rather than rape, that she risks punishment for having sex with a minor. After you turn 16, the risk of being reported is greater, unless you raped the woman who named you Valentino. Mind you, was that really rape? When she'd started locking herself in her room and he told her it was her or the girls in the neighborhood, teachers, female relatives, or just random victims picked off the streets, and then she unlocked the door. The psychologist he had told that to hadn't believed him. Well, after a while they had believed him. All of them. Pink Floyd moved on to On the Run. Agitated drums, pulsing synthesizers, the sound of feet running, fleeing from the police, from Harry Hooler's handcuffs. Wretched pervert. He picked up the glass of lemonade from the table, took a little sip, looked at it. Then he threw it at the wall. The glass shattered and the yellow liquid ran down the white wallpaper. He heard swearing from the neighbouring flat. Then he went into the bedroom, checked her ankles and wrists were securely tied to the bedposts. He looked down at the freckled waitress as she lay asleep in his bed. She was breathing evenly. The drug was working the way it should. Was she dreaming about the blue-black man? Or was he the only one who did that? One of the psychologists had suggested that this recurring nightmare was a half-forgotten childhood memory, that it was his own father he had seen sitting on top of his mother. That was rubbish, obviously. He had never seen his father. According to his mother, he had raped her once and then vanished, a bit like the Virgin Mary and the Holy Spirit, which made him the Messiah. Why not? the one who would return in judgment. He stroked Marta's cheek. It had been a long time since he'd had a real live woman in his bed, and he definitely preferred Harry Huller's waitress to his own usual dead Japanese girlfriend. So yes, it was a great shame that he was going to have to give her up, a shame that he couldn't follow the demon's instincts and had to listen to the other's voice instead, the voice of reason. The voice of reason had been angry, its instructions detailed. A forest beside a deserted road to the northeast of the city. He went back to the living room, sat down on the chair. The smooth leather felt good against his naked skin, which was still tingling with pain from the boiling hot shower. He switched on the new phone, into which he had already inserted the SIM card he had been given. Tinder and the VG app were next to each other. He clicked on VG first, waited. Having to wait was part of the excitement. Was he still the lead story? He could understand the B-list celebrities who'd do anything to be seen. A singer preparing food with some clown of a television cook because, as she doubtless believed, she needed to stay current. Harry Huller stared gloomily at him. Elisa Hermansson's bartender exploited by police. He clicked on Read More below the picture. Scrolled down. Sources say that bartender was stationed in a Turkish bathhouse to spy for the police. The guy in Hararate, working for the police. For Harry Huller, because he's the only person who can identify Valentin Yertsin with any certainty. He stood up, felt the leather let go of his skin with a slurping sound, and went back to the bedroom. He looked in the mirror. Who are you? Who are you? You're the only one who's seen and knows the face I'm looking at now. There wasn't any name or picture of the man, and he hadn't looked at the bartender that evening in the Jealousy Bar, because eye contact makes people remember. But now they had had eye contact, and he remembered. He ran his finger across the demon's face, the face that wanted to get out, that had to get out. In the living room, On the Run came to an end with the roar of an aeroplane and a madman's laughter, before the plane crashed in a violent, drawn-out explosion. Valentine Yertsin closed his eyes and saw the flames in his mind's eye. "What are the risks in waking her?" Harry said, looking at the crucifix hanging above Dr. Steffens's head. "There are various answers to that," Steffens said, "and one that's true." "And that is?" "That we don't know." "Like you don't know what's wrong with her?" "Yes." What do you know, really?" "If you're asking in general terms, we know quite a lot. But if people know how much we don't know, they'd be scared, Harry. Needlessly scared. So we try to keep quiet about that." "Really?" "We say we're in the repair business, but we're actually in the consolation business." "So why are you telling me this, Steffens? Why aren't you consoling me?" "Because I'm pretty sure you know that consolation is an illusion. As a murder detective, you're also selling something more than you say you are. You give people a feeling of comforting justice, of order and security. But there's no perfect, objective truth, and no true justice." "Is she in any pain?" "No." Harry nodded. "Can I smoke in here?" "In a doctor's office in a public hospital." "Sounds comforting, if smoking's as dangerous as they say." Steffens smiled. "A nurse told me that the cleaner found ash on the floor under the bed in room 301. I'd rather you did that outside. How's your son dealing with this, by the way?" Harry shrugged. "Upset, scared, angry. I saw him earlier. His name's Oleg, isn't it? Has he stayed in 301 because he doesn't want to be here?" "He didn't want to come in with me, or talk to me. He thinks I'm letting her down by continuing to work on the case while she's lying here." Steffens nodded. "Young people have always had an enviable confidence in their own moral judgments. But he may have a point, in that increased efforts by the police aren't always the most effective way to fight crime. Meaning? Do you know what made crime rates go down in the USA in the 90s? Harry shook his head, put his hands on the armrests, and looked at the door. Think of it as a break from all the other things going on in your mind, Stephens said. Guess. I don't know about guessing, Harry said. It's generally accepted that it was Mayor Giuliani's zero-tolerance policy and an increased police presence. And that's wrong, because crime rates didn't just fall in New York, but right across the USA. The answer is actually the more liberal abortion laws that were introduced in the 1970s. Stephens leaned back in his chair and paused, as if to let Harry think it through for himself. Single, dissolute women having sex with men who vanish the next morning, or at least as soon as they realize she's pregnant. Pregnancies like that have been a conveyor belt producing criminal offspring for centuries. Children without fathers, without boundaries, without a mother with the money to give them an education or moral backbone, or to teach them the ways of the Lord. These women would happily have taken their embryonic children's lives if they hadn't risked being punished for it. And then, in the 1970s, they got what they wanted. The USA harvested the fruits of the Holocaust that was the result of liberal abortion laws 15, 20 years later. And what do the Mormons say about that? Unless you're not a Mormon? Stephen smiled and steepled his fingers. I support the Church in much of what it says, Huller, but not in its opposition to abortion. In that instance, I support the heathens. In the 1990s, ordinary people could walk down the streets of American towns without having to be afraid of being robbed, raped, and murdered, because the man who would have murdered them had been scraped out of his mother's womb, Harry. But where I don't support liberal heathens is in their demands for so-called free abortions. A fetus's potential for good or evil will, 20 years later, benefit or damage a society so much that the decision to abort ought to be taken by that society, not by an irresponsible woman roaming the streets for someone to sleep with that night. Harry looked at the time. You're suggesting state-regulated abortion? Not a pleasant job, obviously. So anyone doing it would naturally have to regard it as, well, as a calling. You're kidding, aren't you? Stephens held Harry's gaze for a few seconds. Then he smiled again. Of course. I believe firmly in the inviolability of the individual. Harry got to his feet. I'm assuming I'll be informed of when you're going to wake her. Presumably it would be good for her to see a familiar face when she comes round. That's one consideration, Harry. And tell Oleg to look in if there's anything he wants to know. Harry made his way to the main entrance of the hospital. Shivering outside in the cold, he took 2 drags on his cigarette, realized that it didn't taste of anything, stubbed it out and hurried back inside. How's it going, Antonsen? He asked the police guard outside room 301. Fine, thanks, Antonsen said, looking up at him. There's a picture of you in VG. Really? Want to see? Antonsen took out his smartphone. Not unless I look particularly good. Antonsen chuckled. Maybe you don't want to see it then. I have to say it looks like you're starting to lose it at Crime Squad, pointing pistols at 90-year-olds and using bartenders as spies. Harry stopped abruptly with his hand on the door handle. What was that last bit again? Antonsen held his phone out in front of him and squinted, evidently long-sighted. He managed to read, "Barten," before Harry snatched the phone from him. Harry stared at the screen. Fuck. Have you got a car, Antonsen? No, I cycle. Oslo's so small and you get a bit of exercise, so Harry tossed the phone in Antonsen's lap and yanked open the door of room 301. Oleg looked up just long enough to see it was Harry before looking down at his book again. Oleg, you've got a car. You've got to drive me to Grunaloka. Now. Oleg snorted without raising his eyes. Yeah, right. That wasn't a request, it was an order. Come on. An order? His face contorted in fury. You're not even my father. Thanks for that. You were right. You said grade trumps everything. Me, detective inspector, you, trainee police officer, so wipe your tears and shift your ass. Oleg gawped at him, speechless. Harry turned and hurried off along the corridor. Mehmet Kalak had abandoned Coldplay and U2 and was trying out Ian Hunter on his clientele. All the young dudes rang out from the speakers. "Well," Mehmet said. "Not bad, but David Bowie did it better," the clientele said, or more accurately, Erstein Eikeland, who had taken up position on the other side of the bar since his job had come to an end. And seeing as they had the place to themselves, Mehmet turned the volume up. "Doesn't make any difference how loud you crank Hunter up," Erstein cried and raised his daiquiri. It was his fifth. He claimed that because he had mixed them himself, they must therefore be counted as trial samples in conjunction with his apprenticeship as a bartender, and were an investment and thus tax-deductible. And because he was entitled to a staff discount, but intended to claim them back on his tax at full price, he was actually making a profit from his drinking. "I wish I could stop now, but I should probably mix myself one more if I'm going to have enough to pay the rent," he sniffled. "You make a better customer than a bartender," Mehmet said. "That's not to say that you're a useless bartender, just that you're the best customer I've had." "Thank you, dear Mehmet. And now you're going home." "I am?" "You are." To show that he meant it, Mehmet turned the music off. Erstein opened his mouth, as if there was something he really wanted to say, something he assumed would form itself into words if he just opened his mouth. But that didn't happen. He tried again, then closed his mouth and merely nodded. He did up his taxi driver's jacket, slid off the bar stool, and walked rather unsteadily towards the door. "No tip?" Mehmet called with a smile. "Tips aren't tax-deductible. Are no good." Mehmet picked up Erstein's glass, squirted some washing-up liquid in it, and rinsed it under the tap. There hadn't been enough customers that evening to use the dishwasher. His phone lit up on the inside of the counter. It was Harry, and as he dried his hands to answer it, it struck him that there was something about the time that had passed between Erstein opening the door and it closing again. It had taken slightly longer than usual. Someone had held the door open for a few seconds. He looked up. "Quiet night?" the man standing at the bar asked. Mehmet tried to breathe so he could answer, but couldn't. "Quiet is good," Valentin Yertsin said, because it was him, the man from the steam room. Mehmet silently reached his hand out towards his phone. "Please don't answer that, and I'll do you a favour." Mehmet wouldn't have taken the offer if it hadn't been for the large revolver that was pointing right at him. "Thanks. You'd only have regretted it." The man looked around. "A shame you don't have any customers. For you, I mean. It suits me fine. It means I've got your full attention." "Well, I suppose I'd have had that anyway, because you're naturally curious about what I want. If I've come for a drink, or to kill you. Am I right?" Mehmet nodded slowly. "Yes, that's a reasonable concern, seeing as you're the only person currently alive who can identify me. That's a fact, by the way. Even the plastic surgeon who... well, enough of that. Anyway, I'm going to do you a favour, seeing as you didn't take that call, and that business of shopping me to the police is no more than could be expected of a socially responsible person. Don't you think?" Mehmet nodded again, and tried to fend off the unavoidable thought that he was going to die. His brain tried desperately to find other possibilities, but just kept coming back to, "You're going to die." But, as if in answer to his thoughts, there was a knock on the window over by the door. Mehmet looked past Valentin. A pair of hands and a familiar face were pressed against the glass, trying to peer inside. "Come in, for God's sake, come in." "Don't move," Valentin said calmly, without turning round. His body was hiding the revolver, so the person at the window couldn't see it. "Why the hell didn't he just come in?" The answer came a moment later, with a loud banging on the door. Valentin had locked the door when he came in. The face was back at the window, and the man was waving his hands to get his attention, so he'd evidently seen them inside.
"Don't move. Just signal that you're closed," Valentine said.
There was no trace of stress in his voice. Mehmet stood still with his hands by his sides.
"Now, or I'll kill you."
"You're going to do that anyway."
"You can't know that with 100% certainty. But if you don't do as I say, I promise I'll kill you. And then the person outside. Look at me. I promise."
Mehmet looked at Valentine, swallowed, leaned slightly to one side into the light, so that the man outside the window could see him more clearly, and shook his head. The face was there for a couple of seconds. A wave, not all that easy to see. Then Gaia Söller was gone. Valentine watched in the mirror.
"There," he said. "Where were we? Oh, yes, good and bad news. The bad news is that the obvious thought that I'm here to kill you is so obvious that, well, it's correct. In other words, we're now up to 100% certainty. I'm going to kill you."
Valentine looked at Mehmet with a sad expression. Then he burst out laughing.
"That's the longest face I've seen today. And of course I can understand that. But don't forget the good news, which is that you get to choose how you die. Here are the options, so listen carefully. Are you with me? Good. Do you want to be shot in the head, or have this drainage tube stuck in your neck?"
Valentine held up something that looked like a large drinking straw made of metal, one end of which was cut diagonally to form a sharp point. Mehmet just stared at Valentine. The whole thing was so absurd that he was starting to wonder if this was a dream he was about to wake up from, or was the man in front of him dreaming all of this. But then Valentine jabbed the tube towards him, and Mehmet automatically took a step back and hit the sink. Valentine snapped, "Not the drainage tube, then?" Mehmet nodded cautiously as he saw the sharpened metal point glint in the light from the mirror shelf. Needles. That had always been his greatest fear, having things inserted into his body through his skin. That was why he ran away from home and hid in the forest as a child when they were going to vaccinate him.
"An agreement is an agreement, so no tube."
Valentine put the straw down on the bar and pulled a pair of black, antique-looking handcuffs from his pocket, all without the barrel of the revolver moving an inch from Mehmet.
"Pass one of them behind the metal bar on the mirror unit, fasten them round your wrist, and lay your head in the sink."
Mehmet didn't see the blow coming, just registered a crashing sound in his head, an instant of blackness, and the fact that he was facing a different direction when his vision returned. He realized he'd been hit with the revolver and that the barrel was now pressed to his temple.
"The drainage tube,"
a voice whispered close to his ear.
"Your choice."
Mehmet picked up the strange, heavy handcuffs and passed one behind the metal bar. He fastened them round his wrist. He felt something warm trickle down his nose and top lip, the sweet, metallic taste of blood.
"Tasty,"
Valentine said in a high voice. Mehmet looked up and met his gaze in the mirror.
"I can't stand it myself,"
Valentine smiled.
"It tastes of iron and beatings. Yes, iron and beatings. Your own blood, fine, but other people's. And you can taste what they've been eating. Speaking of eating, does the condemned man have a last wish? Not that I'm thinking of serving a meal. I'm just curious."
Mehmet blinked. A last wish. The words found their way in, no more than that. But as if in a dream, his mind couldn't help considering the answer. He hoped that the Jealousy Bar would one day be the coolest in Oslo, that Galatasaray would win the league, that Paul Rogers' Ready for Love would be played at his funeral. What else? He tried, but couldn't think of anything. and felt sorrowful laughter welling up inside him. Harry saw a figure hurrying away from the Jealousy Bar as he approached. The light from the big window fell across the pavement, but he couldn't hear any music from inside. He went over to the edge of the window and looked in. Saw the back of a figure behind the bar, but it was impossible to tell if it was Mehmet. It looked empty apart from that. Harry moved to the door and cautiously pushed the handle. Locked. The bar was open until midnight. Harry pulled out the keyring with the broken plastic heart, slowly inserted the key in the lock, drew his lock 17 with his right hand as he turned the key and opened the door with his left. He stepped inside, holding the pistol in front of him with both hands as he used his foot to make sure that the door closed gently behind him. But the sounds of the evening in Grunaloka had drifted in, and the figure behind the bar straightened up and looked in the mirror. "Police," Harry said. "Don't move."
Harry Hula.
The figure was wearing a peaked cap, and the angle of the mirror meant Harry couldn't see his face, but he didn't need to. More than 3 years had passed since he had heard this high-pitched voice, but it was like yesterday. "Valentin Yersin," Harry said, and heard the tremble in his own voice.
"At last we meet again, Harry. I've thought about you. Have you thought about me?"
"Where's Mehmet?"
"You're excited. You have thought about me."
That high-pitched laugh.
"Why? Because of my list of accomplishments? Or victims, as you call them? No, wait. It's obviously because of your list of accomplishments. I'm the one you never caught, aren't I?"
Harry didn't answer, just stood where he was by the door.
"It's unbearable. Is that it? Good. That's why you're so good. You're like me, Harry. You can't bear it."
"I'm not like you, Valentine." Harry changed his grip on the pistol, aimed, and wondered what was stopping him from going closer.
"No, you don't let yourself get distracted by any consideration of the people around you, do you? You keep your eyes on the prize, Harry. Look at yourself now. All you want is your trophy, no matter what the cost. Other people's lives, your own. If you're really honest, all of that comes second, doesn't it? You and me. We ought to sit down and get to know each other better, Harry, because we don't meet many people like us."
"Shut up, Valentine. Stay where you are. Put your hands up where I can see them and tell me where Mehmet is."
"If Mehmet is the name of your spy, I shall have to move in order to show you, and then the situation we find ourselves in will also become much clearer."
Valentine Yersin took a step to one side. Mehmet was half standing, half hanging from his arms, which were tied to the metal bar that ran horizontally across the top of the mirror behind the bar. His head was bent forward, down into the sink, meaning that his long dark curls covered his face. Valentine was holding a long-barreled revolver to the back of his head.
"Stay where you are, Harry. As you can see, we have an interesting balance of terror here. From where you're standing to here, it's, what, 8 to 10 meters? The chances of your first shot putting me out of action so I don't have time to kill Mehmet are pretty slim. Wouldn't you agree? But if I shoot Mehmet first, you'd be able to fire at me at least twice before I manage to turn the revolver on you. Worse odds for me. In other words, we've got a lose-lose situation here. So it really boils down to this, Harry. Are you prepared to sacrifice your spy in order to catch me now? Or shall we save him, and you can catch me later? What do you say?"
Harry looked at Valentine over the sights of his pistol. He was right. It was too dark and too great a distance for him to be sure of hitting Valentine with a headshot.
"I interpret your silence to mean that you agree with me, Harry. And because I can hear police sirens in the distance, I presume we don't have much time."
Harry had considered telling them not to use sirens, but then they would have taken longer.
Put your pistol down, Harry, and I'll walk out of here.
Harry shook his head. You're here because he's seen your face, so you'll shoot him and me because now I've seen your face too.
So come up with a suggestion within the next 5 seconds. Otherwise I'll shoot him and gamble on you missing before I hit you.
We maintain the balance of terror, Harry said, but with matching disarmament.
You're trying to drag things out, but the countdown has started. 4, 3...
We both turn our guns at the same time and hold them by the barrel in our right hand with the trigger and hilt visible.
2...
You head for the door along that wall there, while I head towards the bar, past the booths on the other side of the room.
1...
The distance between us will stay the same as it is now, and neither of us will be able to shoot the other before he had time to react. The bar was silent. The sirens were closer, and if Oleg had done as he had been told, correction ordered, he was still sitting in the car 2 blocks away and hadn't moved. The light suddenly vanished, and Harry realized Valentine had turned the dimmer switch behind the bar. And when he turned towards Harry for the first time, it was too dark for Harry to see his face beneath the cap.
We both turn our guns on the count of 3,
Valentine said, and raised his hand.
1, 2, 3.
Harry grasped the handle with his left hand, then the barrel with his right. He held his pistol in the air. Saw Valentine do the same. It looked like he was holding a flag in the children's procession on Constitution Day with the characteristic red grip of a Ruger Red Hawk sticking away from the long barrel of the revolver.
There, you see,
Valentine said.
Who but 2 men who truly understand each other could have done that? I like you, Harry. I really like you. So, now we start to move.
Valentine walked towards the wall, while Harry moved towards the booths. It was so quiet that Harry could hear the creak of Valentine's boots as they each crept round the other in a semicircle, watching one another like 2 gladiators who knew that the first skirmish would mean death for at least one of them. Harry realized he'd reached the bar when he heard the low rumble of the fridge, the steady drip in the sink, and the insect-like buzz from the stereo's amplifier. He felt around in the darkness without taking his eyes off the silhouette that stood out against the light from the window. Then he was behind the bar, heard the sounds from the street as the door opened, then footsteps running until they disappeared. He pulled his phone from his pocket, put it to his ear. "Did you hear?" "I heard everything," Oleg replied. "I'll inform the patrol cars. Description: short black jacket, dark trousers, peaked cap with no logo, but he's bound to have got rid of that already. I didn't see his face. He ran left towards Torvald Meyer's gate, so he's heading for somewhere with a lot of people and traffic. I'll tell them." Harry dropped his phone in his pocket and put his hand on Mehmet's shoulder. No reaction. Mehmet? He could no longer hear the fridge and amplifier. Only the steady dripping. He turned the dimmer switch up. He took hold of Mehmet's hair and gently lifted his head out of the sink. His face was pale. Too pale. There was something sticking out of his neck. It looked like a drinking straw made of metal. Red drops were still dripping from the end, down into the sink, which was clogged with all the blood. Chapter 25. Katrina Bratt jumped out of the car and walked towards the cordon outside the Jealousy Bar. She spotted a man leaning against one of the police cars, smoking. The rotating blue light alternately lit up his ugly, handsome face and cast it into darkness. She shivered and walked over to him. "It's cold," she said. "Winter's coming," Harry said, blowing his cigarette smoke up so it was caught by the blue light. "Emilia's coming." I'd forgotten that. They say the storm's going to hit Oslo tomorrow." Katrina looked at him. She thought she had seen all the possible versions of Harry, but not this one. No one so empty, crushed, resigned. She felt like stroking his cheek and giving him a hug, but she couldn't. There were so many reasons why she couldn't.
What happened in there?
Valentine had a Ruger Red Hawk and made me believe I was negotiating for someone's life. But Mehmet was already dead by the time I got there. A metal tube inserted into his carotid artery. He'd been drained of blood like some damn fish. Because I... Harry started to blink rapidly and stopped talking, and pretended to pick a strand of tobacco from his tongue. Katrina didn't know what to say, so she said nothing. Instead, she looked at the familiar black Volvo Amazon with the racing stripe that was parked on the other side of the street. Björn got out of it, and Katrina felt her heart skip a beat when something or other Leon got out of the passenger side. What was Björn's boss doing here, out in the field? Had Björn offered her a romantic viewing of the many attractions of a murder scene? Damn! Björn had spotted them, and Katrina saw them adjust their course and head in their direction. "I'm going in. We'll talk more later," she said, snug under the cordon and hurried towards the door, beneath the sign of a broken plastic heart. "Well, there you are," Björn said. "I've been trying to get hold of you." "I've been—" Harry took a deep drag on his cigarette. "A bit busy. This is Berna Leon, the new head of Krimteknisk, Berna Harry Hula." "I've heard a lot about you," the woman smiled. "And I've heard nothing about you," Harry said. "Are you any good?" She looked at Björn, uncertain. "Any good?" "Valentine Yertsen's good," Harry said. "I'm not good enough, so I'm just hoping there are other people here who are better, or else this bloodbath is just going to continue." "I might have something," Björn said. "No. That's why I was trying to get hold of you. Valentine's jacket. When I cut it open, I did actually find a couple of things in the lining. A 10 coin and 2 scraps of paper. Because the jacket's been washed, all the ink was gone from the outside, but when I unfolded one of them, there was some left inside. It's not much, but enough to see that it's a receipt from a cash point in Oslo City, which fits the theory that he consistently avoids debit cards and pays cash. Sadly, we can't see the card number, registration number, or when the withdrawal was made, but parts of the date are visible." "How much?" "Enough to see that it's this year, August, and we've got enough of the last digit of the date to see that it could only be a 1. So 1, 11, 21 and 31. 4 possible days. I've been in touch with a woman at Nokas, which looks after DNB's cash point machines. She says they're allowed to store images from their security cameras for up to 3 months, so they'll have this withdrawal on film. It was made at one of the machines at Oslo Central Station, which is one of the busiest in Norway. The official explanation is that it's because of all the shopping centres in the vicinity. But everyone accepts cards these days. Except the drug dealers around the station and along the river. There are over 200 transactions a day from the busiest machines," Björn said. 4 days, so just under 1,000, Bernalien said eagerly. Harry trod on the smouldering cigarette. "We'll have the recordings first thing tomorrow, and with the efficient use of fast-forward and pause, we can check at least 2 faces per minute. In other words, 7 or 8 hours, probably less. Once we've identified Valentine, we just have to match the time of the recording to the time of the withdrawal in the cash machine's register." "And hey presto, we've got Valentine Yertsen's secret identity," Bernalien said, evidently proud and excited on behalf of her department. "What do you think, Hurler?" "I think, Fru Leon, that it's a shame the man who could have identified Valentine is lying in there, with his head in the sink and no pulse." Harry buttoned his jacket. "But thanks for coming." Bernalien looked angrily from Harry to Björn, who cleared his throat unhappily. "As I understand it, you were face-to-face with Valentine," he said. Harry shook his head. "I never saw his face." Björn nodded slowly, without taking his eyes off Harry. "I see. That's a shame. A great shame." Harry looked down at the crushed cigarette butt in front of his shoe. "Okay. Well, we'll go inside and take a look. Have fun." He watched them go. The press photographers had already gathered outside the cordon, And now the journalists were beginning to arrive as well. Perhaps they knew something, perhaps they didn't, perhaps they just didn't dare, but they left Harry alone. 8 hours. 8 hours as of tomorrow morning. Within the space of another day, Valentine might have killed someone else. Fuck. Björn! Harry called, just as his colleague took hold of the door handle. Harry, Ståle Arne said, standing in the doorway. Björn! Sorry to call so late, Harry said. Can we come in? Of course. Arne held the door open, and Harry and Björn stepped into the Arne family home. A small woman, thinner than her husband, but with exactly the same grey-coloured hair, darted out with quick, nimble steps. Harry, she sang, I thought it was you. It's been far too long. How's Rakel? Do they know any more? Harry shook his head and let Ingrid peck his cheek. Coffee, or is it too late? Green tea? Björn and Harry replied yes, please, and no thanks simultaneously, and Ingrid disappeared into the kitchen. They went into the living room and sat down on low armchairs. The walls were lined with bookcases, full of everything from travel guides and old atlases to poetry, graphic novels, and heavy academic volumes. But mostly novels. You see, I'm reading that book you gave me. Ståle picked up the thin book that lay open, spine up, on the table beside his armchair, and showed it to Björn. Edouard Lévy, Suicide. Harry gave it to me for my 60th birthday. I suppose he thought it was time. Björn and Harry laughed, evidently not entirely convincingly, because Ståle frowned. Is something wrong? Harry cleared his throat. Valentine killed another person this evening. It pains me to hear that, Ståle said, and shook his head. And we have no reason to believe that he's going to stop. No, you haven't, the psychologist agreed. That's why we're here. And this is very hard for me, Ståle. Ståle Arne sighed. Alstein Smith isn't working, and you want me to take over? Is that it? No, we need... Harry fell silent when Ingrid came in and put the tea tray down on the coffee table, between the silent men. The sound of the oath of confidentiality, he said. See you later, Harry. Give Oleg our love, and tell him we're all thinking of Rakel. We need someone who can identify Valentine Yertsin, Harry said when she'd gone. And the last person alive, who we know has seen him. Harry didn't intend it as a dramatic pause to increase the tension, but so that Ståle would get the fraction of a second his brain required to make the rapid, almost unconscious, yet horribly accurate deductions it was capable of. Not that it would make much difference. He was like a boxer in the process of being punched, but who gets a tenth of a second to shift his weight ever so slightly away from the punch instead of meeting it head-on. Is Aurora. In the silence that followed, Harry could hear the rasping of the side of the book Ståle was still holding as it slid across his fingertips. What are you saying, Harry? The day Rakel and I got married, while you and Ingrid were there, Valentine paid Aurora a visit at the handball tournament she was taking part in. The book hit the carpet with a muffled thud. Ståle blinked uncomprehendingly. He... Harry waited as he watched it sink in. Did he touch her? Did he hurt her? Harry held Ståle's gaze, but didn't answer. Saw him piece the information together. Saw him look at the previous 3 years in a new light. A light that provided answers. Yes, Ståle whispered, grimacing in pain. He took his glasses off. Yes, of course he did. How blind I've been. He stared into space. And how did you find this out? Aurora came to see me yesterday and told me, Harry said. Ståle Arne's eyes swung back to Harry as if in slow motion. You've known since yesterday, and didn't say anything to me? She made me promise. Stola Anna's voice didn't rise, it sank.
A 15-year-old girl who's been assaulted, whom you know perfectly well needs all the help she can get, and you chose to keep it secret.
Yes.
But for God's sake, Harry, why?
Because Valentine threatened to kill you if she told anyone what had happened.
Me?
Stola let slip a sob.
Me? What does that matter? I'm way past 60 with a dodgy heart, Harry. She's a young girl with her whole life ahead of her.
You're the person she loves most in the whole world, and I made her a promise. Stola Anna put his glasses on, then raised a trembling finger towards Harry.
Yes, you made her a promise, and you kept that promise, as long as it didn't mean anything to you. But now you see that you can use her to solve yet another Harry Hooler case. That promise doesn't mean so much anymore.
Harry didn't protest.
Get out, Harry. You're no friend of this house, and you're no longer welcome here.
We're running out of time, Stola.
Out! Now!
Stola Anna had got up. We need her.
I'll call the police. The real police.
Harry looked up at him, saw that there was no point, that they'd have to wait, that this would have to run its course, that they could only hope Stola Anna would see the bigger picture before morning. He nodded, levered himself out of the chair. "We'll see ourselves out," he said. Harry saw Ingrid's pale, silent face in the doorway as they passed the kitchen. He put his shoes on in the hall and was about to leave when he heard a thin voice.
"Harry?"
He turned round and couldn't see where the voice had come from at first. Then out of the darkness at the top of the stairs she stepped into the light. She was wearing striped pyjamas that were far too big for her, possibly her father's, Harry thought. "I'm sorry," Harry said. "I had to."
"I know," Aurora said. "It says on the net that the man who died was called Mehmet, and I heard you."
At that moment Stola came running out of the living room, waving his arms and with tears streaming from his eyes.
"Aurora, you're not to—"
His voice broke.
"Dad,"
Aurora said, sitting down calmly on the steps above them.
"I want to help."
Chapter 26. Tuesday night. Mola Dor was standing by the monolith, watching Truls Berntsen hurry through the darkness. When they'd arranged to meet in Frognerparken, she had suggested a few more discreet, less popular sculptures, seeing as the monolith was visited by sightseers even at night. But when Truls Berntsen had said, "What?" 3 times, she had realized that the monolith was the only one he was familiar with. She pulled him round to the west side of the sculpture, away from the 2 couples who were looking at the view of the church spires to the east. She gave him the envelope containing the money, which he slipped inside his long Armani coat, which for some reason didn't look like an Armani coat on him. "Anything new?" she asked. "There won't be any more tip-offs," Truls said, glancing around.
"No?"
He looked at her, as if to check if she was joking.
"The man was murdered, for fuck's sake. So you'd better offer something a bit less fatal next time."
Truls Berntsen snorted.
"Christ, you're even worse than me, the whole lot of you." "Really? You gave us Mehmet's name, but we still chose not to reveal it or print his picture."
Truls shook his head.
"Can you hear yourself, Dor? We just led Valentine straight to a guy who has only done 2 things wrong, running a bar that Valentine's victim happened to visit and agreeing to help the police." "At least you're saying we. Does that mean you've got a guilty conscience?"
"Do you think I'm some kind of psychopath or what? Of course I think this is bad."
"I'm not going to answer that question. But yes, I agree that it's pretty bad. Does this mean that you're not going to be my source anymore?"
"If I say no, does that mean you won't protect my identity in future?"
"No,"
Mona said. "Good. So you do have a conscience."
"Well," Mona said, "it's not so much that we care about the source, than that we care what our colleagues would say if we blew a source. What are your colleagues saying, by the way?"
"Nothing. They figured out that I'm the leak, so they've isolated me. I'm not allowed to take part in meetings or know anything about the investigation."
"No?" I can feel myself losing interest in you, Truls.
Truls snorted. You're cynical, but at least you're honest, Mona Dor.
Thanks, I assume.
Okay. I might have one last tip-off, but this is about something else entirely.
Fire away.
Police Chief Mikhail Bellman is fucking a high-profile woman.
There's no money in tip-offs like that, Berntsen.
Okay, it's free, just print it anyway.
The editor doesn't like infidelity stories, but if you've got evidence and are willing to stand by the story, I might be able to convince them. But in that case you'd be quoted with your full name.
With my name? That's suicide, you can see that, surely. I can tell you where they meet. You could send one of those hidden photographers.
Mona Dor laughed. Sorry, it doesn't work like that.
Doesn't it?
The press abroad do this sort of thing, but not us here in Little Norway.
Why not?
The official explanation is that we don't sink to that level.
But?
Mona shrugged her shoulders, shivering. Because there aren't really any limits to how low we're actually prepared to go. My personal theory is that it's another example of everyone's got something to hide syndrome.
Meaning?
Married editors are no less unfaithful than anyone else. If you reveal someone's infidelity, everyone in a small public arena like Norway's risks being caught in the blast. We can write about affairs in the great big abroad, maybe refer to affairs abroad here at home if one public figure has said something careless about another. But investigative journalism into infidelity among people in positions of power?
Mona Dor shook her head.
Truls blew out scornfully through his nose.
So there's no way to make it public?
Is this something you think should be revealed because Bellman shouldn't be police chief?
What? No, maybe not that.
Mona nodded and looked up at the monolith and the remorseless struggle to reach the top that it depicted. You must really hate him.
Truls didn't answer. He just looked rather surprised, as if that was something he hadn't thought about. And Mona wondered what was going on inside that pock-marked, not particularly attractive face with its heavy jaw and beady eyes. She almost felt sorry for him. Almost.
I'm going now, Berntsen. We'll be in touch.
Will we?
Maybe not.
When Mona had walked some way into the park, she turned around and saw Truls Berntsen in the light of one of the lamps up by the monolith. He had stuck his hands in his pockets and was just standing there with his back hunched, looking for something. He seemed so incredibly alone, standing there like that, as unmoving as the blocks of stone around him. Harry stared at the ceiling. The ghosts hadn't come. Maybe they wouldn't be coming tonight. You never knew. But they had a new member. What would Mehmet look like when he came? Harry shut that thought out and listened to the silence. Holmenkollen was certainly quiet. There was no denying that. Too quiet. He preferred to hear the city outside, like night-time in the jungle, full of noises that could warn you in the darkness, tell you when something was coming and when it wasn't. Silence contained too little information. But that wasn't it. It was the fact that there was no one beside him in bed. If he counted, then the number of nights he had shared a bed with anyone was in a clear minority. So why did he feel so alone, he, a man who had always sought out solitude and had never needed anyone else? He rolled onto his side and tried shutting his eyes. He didn't need anyone now, either. He didn't need anyone. He didn't need anyone. He just needed her. A creaking sound from the timber walls, or a floorboard. Perhaps the storm was early, or the ghosts late. He turned onto the other side, shut his eyes again. The creaking was just outside the bedroom door. He got up, walked over, and opened it. It was Mehmet. I saw him, Harry. Where his eyes had been, there were two black sockets that sparked and smoked. Harry woke with a start. His phone was purring like a cat on the bedside table next to him. "Yes." "This is Dr. Stephens." Harry felt a sudden pain in his chest. "It's about Ruckel." Of course it was about Ruckel, and Harry knew that Stephens was only saying that to give him the seconds he needed to steel himself for the news. "We can't bring her out of the coma." "What?" "She won't wake up." Will she? We don't know, Harry. I know you must have an awful lot of questions, but so do we. I really can't tell you anything, except that we're working as hard as we can here." Harry bit the inside of his cheek to make sure that this wasn't just the world premiere of a new nightmare. Okay. Can I see her?" "Not now. We've got her in intensive care. I'll call as soon as we know more. But it might take a while. Ruckel is probably going to be in a coma for some time, so don't hold your breath. Okay?" Harry realized that Stephens was right. He wasn't breathing. They hung up. Harry stared at the phone. She won't wake up. Of course not. She didn't want to, because who the hell wants to wake up? Harry got out of bed and went downstairs, opened the kitchen cupboards. Nothing. Empty. Empty. He rang for a taxi, then went back upstairs to get dressed. He saw the blue sign, read the name, and braked. Pulled into the side of the road and switched the engine off. Looked around. Forest and road. It reminded him of those anonymous, monotonous stretches of road in Finland, where you get the feeling that you're driving through a desert of trees, where the trees stand like a silent wall on either side of the road, and a body is as easy to hide as it would be to sink it in the sea. He waited until a car had passed. Checked the mirror. He couldn't see any lights now, either in front or behind. So he got out onto the road, walked round the car and opened the boot. She was so pale. Even her freckles were paler, and her frightened eyes looked big and black above the muzzle. He lifted her out and had to help her stand up. He took hold of the handcuffs and led her across the road and over the ditch towards the black wall of trees. He switched the torch on, felt her trembling so much that the handcuffs were shaking. There. I'm not going to hurt you, darling," he said, and could feel that he meant it. He really didn't want to hurt her. Not anymore. And perhaps she knew that. Perhaps she understood that he loved her. Perhaps she was trembling because she was only dressed in underwear and his Japanese girlfriend's negligee. They headed into the trees, and it was like walking into a building. A different sort of silence settled, while at the same time new noises could be heard, smaller but clearer, unidentifiable noises. A snapping sound, a sigh, a cry. The ground in the forest was soft. The carpet of pine needles gave a pleasant bounce as they moved forward with soundless steps, like a bridal couple in a church in a dream. When he had counted to 100, he stopped, raised the torch and shone it around them, and the beam of light soon found what he was looking for. A tall, charred tree that had been split in two by lightning. He dragged her towards the tree. She didn't resist as he undid the handcuffs, pulled her arms around the tree, and fastened the cuffs again. A lamb, he thought, as he looked at her sitting there on her knees, hugging the tree. A sacrificial lamb. Because he wasn't the bridegroom. He was the father, giving his child away at the altar. He stroked her cheek one last time, and turned to walk away, when a voice rang out from among the trees. "She's alive, Valentine!" He stopped, and instinctively pointed the torch in the direction of the sound. "Put that away," said the voice in the darkness. Valentine did as the voice said. "She wanted to live. But the bartender didn't. He could identify me. I couldn't take the risk." Valentine listened, but all he could hear was a low whistle from Marta's nostrils as she breathed. "I'll clean up after you this one time," the voice said. "Have you got the revolver you were given?"
"Yes," Valentine said. Wasn't there something familiar about the voice?
"Put it down next to her and go. You'll get it back soon enough."
A thought struck Valentine. Draw the revolver, use the torch to find the other man, kill him, kill the voice of reason, wipe out any trail that led to him, let the demon reign once more. The counter-argument was that Valentine might need him later.
"Where and when?" Valentine called. "We can't use the locker at the bathhouse any more." "Tomorrow. You'll be informed. Now that you've heard my voice anyway, I'll call."
Valentine pulled the revolver from its holster and put it down in front of the girl. Took one last look at her. Then he walked away. When he got back in the car, he hit his head twice against the wheel, hard. Then he started the car, indicated to pull out, even though there were no other cars in sight, and calmly drove away. "Stop over there," Harry told the taxi driver, pointing.
"It's 3 o'clock in the morning and that bar looks very closed."
"It belongs to me." Harry paid and got out. Where there had been febrile activity just a few hours ago, there was now no one in sight at all. The crime scene investigators were finished, but there was white tape across the door. The tape was embossed with a Norwegian lion and the words "Police, sealed, do not break seal, transgression punishable by Penal Code 343. Harry inserted the key in the lock and turned it. The tape crackled as he pulled the door open and went inside. They had left the lights beneath the mirror shelves on. Harry closed one eye and aimed his index finger at the bottles from where he stood by the door. 9 meters. What if he'd fired? What would things look like now? Impossible to know. It was what it was. Nothing to be done about it. Except forget about it, of course. His finger found the bottle of Jim Beam. It had been promoted and now had its own optic. The brothel lighting made the contents shimmer like gold. Harry walked across the room and went behind the bar, grabbed a glass and held it under the bottle. He filled it to the brim. Why fool himself? He felt his muscles tense all through his body and wondered for a moment if he was going to throw up before the first mouthful. But he managed to hold on to both the contents of his stomach and the drink until the third glass. Then he lurched for the sink, and before the yellow-green vomit hit the metal, he saw that the bottom was still red with congealed blood. Chapter 27. Wednesday morning. It was 5 to 8, and in the boiler room the coffee machine had finished rattling for the second time that morning.
"What's happened to Harry?"
Villa wondered, looking at his watch again. "Don't know," Björn Holmes said. "We'll have to start without him." Smith and Villa nodded. "Okay," Björn said. "Right now, Aurora is sitting with her father in Nokas's head office looking at those recordings, along with someone from Nokas and a specialist in security cameras from the street crime unit. If it goes according to plan, they should get through the 4 days' footage in 8 hours at most. If the receipt we found really is from a withdrawal Valentine himself made, with a bit of luck, we could have his new identity within 4 hours or so. But certainly before 8 o'clock this evening."
"That's brilliant," Smith exclaimed. "Isn't it?"
"Yes, but let's not count any chickens," Björn said. "Have you talked to Katrina, Hannes?"
"Yes, and we've got authorization to use Delta. They're ready to go." "Delta? They're the ones with semi-automatics and gas masks and that sort of thing."
"You're starting to get the hang of it, Smith," Björn chuckled, and saw Villa looking at his watch again. "Worried, Hannes?"
"Maybe we should call Harry."
"Go ahead." 9 o'clock. Katrina had just dismissed the investigative team from the conference room. She was gathering her papers when she noticed the man standing in the doorway.
"Well, Smith," she said, "exciting day, eh? What are you lot up to down there?"
trying to get hold of Harry. Hasn't he shown up? He's not answering his phone. He's probably sitting in the hospital. They're not allowed to have their phones on there. They say it can interfere with the machines and equipment, but that's supposed to be just as misleading as saying they can disrupt navigation systems on planes. She realized that Smith wasn't listening and was looking past her. She turned and saw that the picture from her laptop was still being projected onto the screen. A picture from the Jealousy Bar. "I know," she said. "It's not pretty." Smith shook his head like a sleepwalker, without taking his eyes off the screen. "Are you okay, Smith?" "No," he said slowly. "I'm not okay. I can't stand the sight of blood. I can't stand violence, and I don't know if I can stand to see any more suffering. This individual, Valentin Yersin, I'm a psychologist and I'm trying to relate to him as a professional case, but I think I might actually hate him." "None of us is that professional, Smith. I wouldn't let a little hatred worry me. Doesn't it feel good to have someone to hate, as Harry says?" "Harry says that?" "Yes, or Raga Rockers. Or... was there something else?" "I've spoken to Mona Dor at VG. There's someone else we can hate. What did she want?" "I was the one who called her." Katrina stopped sorting her papers. "I told her my conditions for agreeing to be interviewed about Valentin Yersin," Smith said. "That I'll talk about Valentin Yersin in general terms, and that I won't say a thing about the investigation. It's a so-called podcast, a sort of radio program that I know what a podcast is, Smith. So at least they can't misquote me. Whatever I say will actually be broadcast. Do I have your permission?" Katrina considered. "My first question is, why?" "Because people are scared. My wife is scared, my children are scared, the neighbours, the other parents at school are scared. And as a researcher in this field, I have a responsibility to make them a bit less scared." "Don't they have the right to be a bit scared?" "Don't you read the papers, Katrina? The shops have run out of locks and alarm systems in the last week. Everyone's scared of what they don't understand. It's more than that. They're scared because they thought we were dealing with someone I initially assumed was purely a vampirist, a sick, confused individual who was attacking people as a consequence of profound personality disorders and paraphilias. But this monster is a cold, cynical, calculating fighter who's capable of making rational judgments, who runs when he needs to, like at the Turkish baths, and attacks when he can, like in that picture." Smith closed his eyes and turned his head away. "And I admit it, I'm scared as well. I lay awake all night, wondering how these murders could have been committed by one and the same person. How is that possible? How could I have been so wrong? I don't understand it. But I have to understand it. No one's better placed than me to understand it. I'm the only person who can explain it and show them the monster. Because once they've seen the monster, they'll understand, and their fear will become manageable. It won't disappear, but at least they'll feel they can take rational decisions, and that will make them safer." Katrina put her hands on her hips. "Let's see if I understand you correctly. You don't really understand what Valentin Yersin is, either, but you want to explain that to the public." "Yes." "Lying with the intention of calming the situation?" "I think I'll manage the latter better than the former. Do I have your blessing?" Katrina bit her bottom lip. "You're certainly right that you have a responsibility to inform as an expert, and obviously it would be good if people could be reassured. As long as you don't say anything about the investigation." "Of course not. We can't have any more leaks. I'm the only person on this floor who knows what Aurora's doing right now. Not even the police chief has been informed. My word of honor." "Is that him? Is that him, Aurora? Dad, you're nagging again. Anna, perhaps you and I should go and sit outside for a while, so they can look in peace." "In peace? This is my daughter, Villa, and she wants—" "Do as he says, Dad. I'm okay." "Oh, sure? Quite sure.
Aurora turned to the woman from the bank and the man from the street crime unit.
"It's not him. Move on."
Stola Arna stood up, possibly a little too fast. Perhaps that's why he felt giddy. Or perhaps because he hadn't got any sleep last night, or eaten anything today, and had been looking at a screen for 3 hours without a break. "You sit down on this sofa here, and I'll see if I can get us some coffee," Villa said. Stola Arna just nodded. Villa walked off, leaving Stola sitting there, looking at his daughter on the other side of the glass wall. She was gesturing at them to move on, stop, rewind. He couldn't remember the last time he had seen her this engaged in anything. Perhaps his initial response and anxiety had been an overreaction. Perhaps the worst was over. Perhaps she had somehow managed to move on, while he and Ingrid had been blissfully unaware of what had happened. And his young daughter had explained to him, the way a psychology lecturer would explain something to a new student, what an oath of confidentiality was, and that she had imposed one on Harry, and that Harry hadn't broken it until he realized that to do so could save people's lives, exactly the same way Stola applied his own oath of confidentiality. And Aurora had survived, in spite of everything. Death. Stola had been thinking about that recently. Not his own, but the fact that his daughter would also die one day. Why was that thought so unbearable? Maybe it would look different if he and Ingrid became grandparents, seeing as the human psyche is obviously as much a slave to biological imperatives as physical ones, and the impulse to pass on your own genes is presumably a precondition for the survival of the species. He had once asked Harry, long ago, if he didn't want a child that was biologically his own, but Harry had had his answer ready. He didn't have the happy gene, only the alcoholic one, and he didn't think anyone deserved to inherit that. It's possible that he had changed his mind, because the last few years had at least proved that Harry was capable of experiencing happiness. Stola took his phone out. He was thinking about phoning Harry and telling him that he was a good person, a good friend, father and husband. Okay, it sounded like an obituary, but Harry needed to hear it. That he had been wrong to believe that his compulsive attraction to hunting murderers was similar to his alcoholism. That it wasn't an act of escape, that what he was driven by, far more than Harry Huller, the individualist, was prepared to admit to himself, was the herding instinct, the good herding instinct, with morals and responsibility towards everyone. Harry would probably just laugh, but that's what Stola wanted to tell his friend. If only he'd answer his damn phone. Stola saw Aurora's back straighten up, her muscles tense. Was it? But then she relaxed again, and gestured with her hand that they should go on. Stola held the phone to his ear again. Answer, damn it. Successful at my career, sports and family life. Yes, maybe. Mikhail Bellman looked round the table. But first and foremost, I'm just a simple guy from Manglaroo. He had been worried that the practiced clichés would sound hollow, but Isabel had been right. It only took a little bit of feeling to deliver even the most embarrassing banality with conviction. We're glad you found the time for this little chat, Bellman. The party secretary raised his napkin to his lips to indicate that lunch was over, and nodded to the two other representatives. The process is underway, and, as I said, we're extremely pleased that you've indicated that you're inclined to respond positively in the event of an offer being made. Bellman nodded. By we, Isabel Skyen interjected, you mean the Prime Minister as well, don't you? We wouldn't have agreed to come here if it weren't for the positive attitude of the Prime Minister's office, the party secretary said. At first they had invited Mikhail to the government building for this conversation, but after consulting Isabel, Mikhail had countered by inviting them to neutral territory, lunch paid for by the police chief. The party secretary looked at his watch. An Omega Seamaster, Bellman noted. Too heavy to be practical, and it made you a target for muggers in every third-world city. It stopped working if you left it off for longer than a day, so you had to wind and wind to reset the time. But if you forgot to tighten the screw afterwards and jumped in the pool, the clock was ruined, and the repairs would cost more than 4 other high-quality watches. In short, he really needed to get that watch. But as I mentioned, there are other people under consideration. Minister of Justice is one of the weightier ministerial appointments, and I can't deny that the path is slightly trickier for someone who hasn't risen through the political ranks. Mikhail made sure to get his timing spot on, and pushed back his chair and stood up at exactly the same time as the party secretary, and was first to hold out his hand and say, "Let's talk soon." He was chief of police, damn it, and out of the two of them, it was him, rather than this grey bureaucrat with the expensive watch, who needed to get back to his responsible job fastest. Once the representatives of the governing party had left, Mikhail and Isabel Skyen sat down again. They had been given a private room in one of the new restaurants set among the apartment complexes at the far end of Söringa. They had the opera house and Ekebergsåsen behind them, and the new freshwater pool in front of them. The fjord was covered in choppy little waves, and the yachts hung crookedly out there like white commas. The latest weather forecasts predicted that the storm was going to hit Oslo before midnight. "That went okay, didn't it?" Mikhail asked, pouring the last of the Voss mineral water into their glasses. "If it weren't for the positive attitude from the Prime Minister's office," Isabel mimicked and wrinkled her nose. "What's wrong with that?" "That, if it weren't for, is a modifier they haven't used before. And the fact that they're referring to the Prime Minister's office instead of the Prime Minister herself tells me they're distancing themselves." "Why would they do that?" "You heard what I did. A lunch where they mostly asked you about the vampirist case and how quickly you think he can be caught. Come on, Isabel. That's what everyone in the city is talking about right now." "They're asking because that's what everything depends on, Mikhail. But they don't need you, your competence or ability to run a department. You do realize that, don't you?" "Now you're exaggerating, but okay, yes. They want your eye patch, your hero status, popularity, success. Because that's what you've got and what this government lacks right now. Take that away and you're not worth anything to them. And, truth be told," she pushed her glass away and stood up, "not to me either." Mikhail smiled wearily. "What?" She took her short fur coat from the hat stand. "I can't deal with losers, Mikhail. You know that perfectly well. I went to the press and gave you the credit for saving the day by blowing the dust off Harry Höhler. So far he's arrested a naked 90-year-old and got an innocent bartender murdered. That doesn't just make you look like a loser, Mikhail. It makes me look like one. I don't like that, and that's why I'm leaving you." Mikhail Bellman laughed. "Have you got your period, or what?" "You used to know when that was due." "Okay," Mikhail sighed. "Speak soon. I think you're interpreting leaving a little too narrowly. Isabel, goodbye. I liked what you said about your successful family life. Focus on that." Mikhail Bellman sat and watched the door close behind her. He asked the waiter who looked in for the bill, and gazed out across the fjord again. It was said that the people who planned these apartments along the water's edge hadn't taken climate change and rising sea levels into account. He had actually thought about that when he and Ulla had their villa built high up in Höhenhall. That they would be safe there. The sea couldn't drown them, invisible assailants couldn't sneak up on them, and no storm could blow the roof off. It would take more than that. He drank from his glass of water, grimaced and looked at it. Voss. Why were people prepared to pay good money for something that tasted no better than what they could get from the tap? Not because they thought it tasted better, but because they thought other people thought it tasted better. So they ordered Voss when they were out at restaurants with their far too boring trophy wives and far too heavy Omega Seamaster watches. Was that why he sometimes found himself longing for the old days? For Manglerud, and being drunk at Olsen's on a Saturday night, leaning over the bar and topping up his beer while Olsen looked the other way, dancing one last slow dance with Ulla, as the first line of the Manglerud Stars and the Kawasaki 750 boys glared angrily at him, while he knew that he and Ulla would soon be leaving together, just the two of them, out into the night, walking down Plugveien towards the ice hall and Östens Juvanet. And there he would point out the stars and explain how they were going to get there. Had they succeeded? Maybe, but it was like when he was a boy, when he was walking in the mountains with his father, when he was tired and thought they had finally reached the summit, only to discover that beyond that summit lay one that was even higher. Mikhail Bellman closed his eyes. It was just like that now. He was tired. Could he stop here? Lie down, feel the wind, the heather tickling him, sun-warmed rock against his skin. Say he was thinking of staying here. And he felt a peculiar urge to call Ulla and tell her just that. We're staying here. And in response he felt his phone vibrate in his jacket pocket. Of course, it had to be Ulla. Yes? This is Katrina Bratt. Right. I just wanted to inform you that we found out the alias Valentin Yertsin has been hiding behind. What? He withdrew money at Oslo Central Station in August, and 6 minutes ago we managed to identify him from the recording made by the security camera. The card he used was issued to an Alexander Dreyer, born 1972. And this Alexander Dreyer died in a car accident in 2010. Address. Have we got an address? We have. Delta are on their way there now. Anything else? Not yet, but I presume you'd like to be kept informed as things develop. Yes, as things develop. They hung up. Sorry. It was the waiter. Bellman looked down at the bill. He tapped an amount that was far too high into the handheld card reader and pressed enter. Stood up and stormed out. Catching Yertsin now would open all the doors. His tiredness seemed to have blown away. John D. Steffens turned the light on. The neon lights flickered for a few moments before the buzzing stabilized, casting a cold glow. Oleg blinked and gasped. Is that all blood? His voice echoed around the room. Steffens smiled as the metal door slid closed behind them. Welcome to the bloodbath. Oleg shivered. The room was kept chilled, and the bluish light on the cracked white tiles only enhanced the feeling of being inside a fridge. How much is there? Oleg asked, as he followed Steffens between the rows of red blood bags, hanging 4 deep from metal stands. Enough for us to be able to cope for a few days if Oslo were attacked by Lakotas, Steffens said, climbing down the steps into the old pool. Lakotas? You probably know them as Sioux, Steffens said, squeezing one of the bags, and Oleg saw the blood change colour from dark to light. It's a myth that the Native Americans the white man met were especially bloodthirsty, except for the Lakotas. Really? Oleg said. What about the white man? Isn't bloodthirstiness pretty evenly divided between types of people? I know that's what you learn at school now, Steffens said. No one's better, no one's worse, but believe me, the Lakotas were both better and worse. They were the best fighters. The Apaches used to say that if Cheyenne or Blackfoot warriors came, they would send their young boys and old men to fight them. But if the Lakotas came, they didn't send anyone. They started to sing songs of death and hoped for a quick end. Torture? When the Lakotas burned their prisoners of war, they did it gradually, with small pieces of charcoal. Steffens carried on to where the blood bags were hanging more densely and there was less light. And when the prisoners couldn't take any more, they were allowed a break with water and food, so that the torture could last a day or two. That food sometimes included chunks of their own flesh. Is that true? Well, as true as any written history. One Lakota warrior called Moon Behind Cloud was famous for drinking every drop of blood from all the enemies he killed. That's clearly a historical exaggeration, seeing as he killed a huge number of people and wouldn't have survived the excessive drinking. Human blood is poisonous in high doses. Is it? You take in more iron than your body can get rid of. But he did drink someone's blood. I know that much. Steffens stopped beside one blood bag. In 1871, my great-great-grandfather was found drained of blood in Moon Behind Cloud's Lakota camp in Utah, where he'd gone as a missionary. In my grandmother's diary, she wrote that my great-great-grandmother thanked the Lord after the massacre of Lakotas at Wounded Knee in 1890. Speaking of mothers... Yes, this blood is your mother's. Well, it's mine now.
I thought she was receiving blood. Your mother has a very rare blood type, Oleg. Really? I thought she belonged to a fairly common blood group. Oh, blood's about so much more than groups, Oleg. Luckily hers is Group A, so I can give her ordinary blood from here. He held his hands out. Ordinary blood that her body will absorb and then turn into the golden drops, which are Raquel Falca's blood. And speaking of Falca, Oleg Falca, I didn't just bring you here to give you a break from sitting at her bedside. I was thinking of asking you if I could take a blood sample to see if you produce the same blood as her. Me? Oleg thought about it. Yes, why not? If it could help someone, it would help me, believe me. Are you ready? Here? Now? Oleg met Dr. Steffens's gaze. Something made him hesitate, but he didn't quite know what. Okay, Oleg said. Help yourself. Great. Steffens put his hand in the right pocket of his white coat and took a step closer to Oleg. He frowned irritably when a cheerful tune rang out from his left pocket. I didn't think there was a signal down here, he muttered as he fished out his phone. Oleg saw the screen light up the doctor's face, reflecting off his glasses. Hello, it looks like it's Police HQ. He put the phone to his ear. Senior Consultant John Doyle Steffens. Oleg heard the buzz of the other voice. No, Inspector Bratt. I haven't seen Harry Höhler today, and I'm fairly sure he isn't here. This is hardly the only place where people have to switch their phones off. Perhaps he's sitting on a plane. Steffens looked at Oleg, who shrugged his shoulders. We've found him. Yes, Bratt. I'll give him that message if he shows up. Who have you found, out of interest? Thank you. I am aware of the oath of confidentiality, Bratt, but I thought it might be helpful to Höhler if I didn't have to speak in code, so that he understands what you mean. Okay, I'll just say, we've found him, to Höhler when I see him. Have a good day, Bratt. Steffens put his phone back in his pocket, saw that Oleg had rolled up his shirt sleeve. He took him by the arm and led him to the steps of the pool. Thanks, but I just saw on my phone that it's much later than I thought it was, and I've got a patient waiting. We'll have to take your blood another time, Falca. Sievert Falkite, head of Delta, was sitting at the back of the Rapid Response Unit's van, barking out concise orders as they lurched along Trondheimsveien. There was an 8-man team in the vehicle. Well, 7 men and 1 woman. And she wasn't part of the response unit. No woman ever had been. The entry requirements to join Delta were in theory gender-neutral, but there hadn't been a single woman among that year's 100 or so applicants, and in the past there had only been 5 in total, the last of them in the previous millennium. And none of them had made it through the eye of the needle. But who knows? The woman sitting opposite him looked strong and determined, so perhaps she might stand a chance. So we don't know if this dryer is at home, Sievert Falkite said. Just so we're clear, this is Valentin Yertsin, the vampirist. I'm kidding, Bratt, Falkite smiled. So he hasn't got a mobile phone we could use to pinpoint his location with? He may well have, but none that's registered to Dreyer or Yertsin. Is that a problem? Sievert Falkite looked at her. They had downloaded plans from the buildings department of the city council, and it looked promising. A 45-square-metre 2-room apartment on the 2nd floor with no back door or cellar access directly from the flat. The plan was to send 4 men in through the front door, with 2 outside in case he jumped from the balcony. No problem, he said. Good, she said. Go in silently. His smile widened. He liked her Bergen accent. You're thinking we should cut a neat hole in the glass on the balcony and wipe our shoes politely before going in? I was thinking that there's no reason to waste grenades and smoke when it's just 1 man who hopefully isn't going to be armed and doesn't know we're coming. And quiet and drama-free gets higher marks for style, doesn't it? Something like that, Falkite said, checking the GPS and the road ahead of them. But if we blast our way in, the risk of injury is lower, both for us and for him. 9 out of 10 people are paralyzed by the blast and light when we throw a grenade, no matter how tough they think they are. I think we've saved the lives of more suspects than we have our own people by using that tactic. Besides, we've got these shock grenades we'd like to use up before they reach their expiry date. And the lads are restless. They need a bit of rock and roll. There have been too many ballads recently.
You're joking, aren't you? You're not really that macho and childish." Falkite grinned and shrugged. "You know what?" Brat had leaned closer, moistened her red lips, and lowered her voice. "I kind of like that." Falkite laughed. He was happily married, but if he hadn't been, he wouldn't have turned down a dinner date with Katrina Bratt and a chance to look into those dark, dangerous eyes and listen to those rolling Bergen R's that sounded like a growling beast of prey. "1 minute," he said loudly, and the 7 men lowered their visors in an almost perfectly synchronized movement. "A Ruger Red Hawk, was that what you said he had?" "That's what Harry Holer said he had in the bar." "Did you hear that, men?" They nodded. The manufacturer claimed that the plastic in the new visors could stop a 9mm bullet heading for your face, but not one from the larger caliber Red Hawk. And Falkite thought that maybe that was just as well. A false sense of security seemed to have a debilitating effect. "And if he resists?" Bratt said. Falkite cleared his throat. "Then we shoot him." "Do you have to?" "Someone will no doubt come up with an opinion with the benefit of hindsight, but we prefer to be wise in foresight and shoot people who are contemplating shooting us. Knowing that that's okay plays an important role in our workplace satisfaction. Looks like we're here." He was standing by the window. Noticed 2 greasy marks left by fingers on the glass. He had a view across the city, but couldn't see anything, just heard the sirens. No cause for alarm. You heard sirens all the time. People got caught in house fires, slipped on the bathroom floor, tortured their partners, and that's when you heard sirens. Irritating, nagging sirens telling people to get out of the way. On the other side of the wall, someone was having sex. In the middle of the working day. Infidelity. To spouses, to employers, probably both. The sirens rose and fell over the buzzing sound of radio voices behind him. They were on their way, people with uniforms and authority, but without purpose or meaning. All they knew was that it was urgent, that if they didn't get there in time, something terrible would happen. The air raid siren. Now there was a siren that meant something. The sound of doomsday. A wonderful sound that could make your hair stand on end. Hearing that sound, looking at the time, seeing that it wasn't noon precisely, and realizing that it wasn't a test. That was when he would have bombed Oslo. 12 noon. Not a soul would have run for the shelters. They'd just have stood there staring up at the sky in surprise and wondering what sort of weather it was. Or they'd have lain there, fucking with a guilty conscience, unable to act any differently. Because we can't. We do what we have to, because we are who we are. The idea of willpower allowing us to act differently from what's dictated by who we are, that's a misunderstanding. It's the opposite. The only thing willpower does is follow our nature, even when circumstances make that difficult. Raping a woman, breaking down or outsmarting her resistance, running from the police, taking revenge, hiding night and day. Doesn't all this entail defying the obstacles in order to make love to this woman? The sirens were further away now. The lovers had finished. He tried to remember how it sounded, the alarm that meant important message, listen to the radio. Did they still use that one? When he was a boy, there was one radio station, but which one should you listen to in order to hear that message, which must be incredibly important, yet not quite dramatic enough to mean that you had to run to the shelters? Maybe the plan made provision for them to take over all radio stations, for a voice to announce... What? That it was already too late? That the shelters were closed because they couldn't save you, nothing could? That what mattered now was to gather your loved ones around you, say your goodbyes, and then die? Because he had learned this much, that many people organize their entire lives to facilitate one single goal, not to die alone. Few succeed, but the lengths people were prepared to go to because of this desperate fear of crossing that threshold without having someone to hold their hand. He'd held their hands. How many? 20? 30? and they hadn't looked any less terrified or alone as a result. Not even the ones he had loved. Now, they obviously hadn't had time to love him back, but they had been surrounded by love all the same. He thought about Martha Ruud. He should have treated her better, not let himself get dragged along. He hoped she was dead now, and that it had happened quickly and painlessly. He heard the shower on the other side of the wall and the radio voices on his phone. When the vampirist in some sections of academic literature is described as intelligent and showing no signs of mental illness or social pathology, that creates an impression that we are dealing with a strong and dangerous enemy. But the so-called Sacramento vampire, the vampirist Richard Chase, is probably a more typical comparison when it comes to Valentin Yersin's case. Both demonstrated mental disorders from an early age: bedwetting, a fascination with fire, impotence. They were both diagnosed with paranoia and schizophrenia. Chase, admittedly, had taken the more common path of drinking animal blood. He also injected himself with chicken blood and made himself ill, whereas Valentin, as a boy, was more interested in torturing cats. At his grandfather's farm, Valentin hid newborn kittens. He kept them in a secret cage so that he could torment them without any of the adults knowing. But both Valentin Yersin and Chase become obsessional after they carry out their first vampirist attack. Chase kills all 7 of his victims within the space of just a few weeks. And, just like Yersin, he kills most of them in their own homes. He goes round Sacramento in December 1977, trying doors, and if they're open, he takes that as an invitation and goes in, as he explains later under questioning. One of his victims, Tessa Wallin, was 3 months pregnant, and when Chase found her home alone, he shot her 3 times and raped her corpse while stabbing her with a butcher's knife and drinking her blood. Sounds familiar, doesn't it? Yes, he thought, but what you daren't mention is that Richard Trenton Chase removed several of her internal organs, cut off one of her nipples, and collected dog shit from the backyard which he forced into her mouth, or that he used one victim's penis as a straw to drink the blood of another of his victims. And the similarities don't end there. Just like Chase, Valentin Yersin is coming to the end of the road. I can't see him killing more people now. What makes you so sure of that, Herr Smith? You're working with the police. Have you got any specific leads? What makes me so sure has nothing to do with the investigation, which I naturally can't comment on, either directly or indirectly. So why? He heard Smith take a deep breath. He could see the absent-minded psychologist in front of him, sitting there, taking notes, eagerly asking about childhood, bedwetting, early sexual experiences, the forest he set light to, and particularly the cat-fishing, as he called it, which involved getting his grandfather's fishing rod, throwing the line over the beam in the barn, attaching the hook under the chin of one of the kittens, winding the line back until it was hanging in mid-air, then watching the kitten's hopeless attempts to climb up and free itself. Because Valentin Yersin isn't anything special, apart from being extremely evil. He's not stupid, but he's not particularly intelligent. He hasn't achieved anything special. Creating something requires imagination, vision, but destruction requires nothing, only blindness. What saved Yersin from being caught in the past few days isn't skill, but pure luck. Until he is caught, which will be soon, naturally Valentin Yersin remains a dangerous man to get too close to, the way you should watch out for dogs that are frothing at the mouth. But a dog with rabies is dying, and, despite all his evil, Valentin Yersin is, to use Harry Hurler's vernacular, just a wretched pervert who's now so out of control that he's going to make a big mistake very soon. So you want to reassure Oslo's inhabitants by... He heard a sound and switched the podcast off. Listened. It was the sound of shuffling feet right outside the door. Someone concentrating on something. 4 men dressed in Delta's dark uniform were standing at Alexander Dreyer's door. Katrina Bratt was watching from the corridor 20 meters away. One of the men was holding a 1.5-meter battering ram shaped like a giant tube of Pringles with 2 handles on it. It was impossible to tell the 4 of them apart behind their helmets and visors. but she assumed that the man holding up 3 gloved fingers was Sievert Falkite. During the silent countdown, she could hear music from the flat. Pink Floyd? She hated Pink Floyd. No, that wasn't true. She just felt deeply suspicious of people who liked Pink Floyd. Björn had said he only liked one Pink Floyd track, then had pulled out an album with a picture of something that looked like a hairy ear on it, said it was from before they became big, and played an ordinary blues track with a howling dog on it. The sort of thing they use on television programs that have run out of ideas. Björn had said he gave any track featuring a bit of decent bottleneck guitar a full amnesty, and the fact that this one featured double bass drums, rough vocals, and tributes to dark powers and rotting corpses, just the way Katrina liked it, was also a plus. She missed Björn. And now, as Falkite lowered his last finger to form a clenched fist, and as they swung the battering ram that was about to smash in the door of the man who in the past 7 days had murdered at least 4 and probably 5 people, she thought about the man she had left. The log shattered and the door was smashed in. The third man threw a flash grenade and Katrina Bratt covered her ears. The Delta men cast shadows across the corridor in the light from the flat that Katrina registered a fraction of a second before the 2 explosions that followed. 3 of the men disappeared inside with their MP5s against their shoulders. The 4th stood outside with his weapon trained on the doorway. She took her hands away from her ears. The grenade had knocked out Pink Floyd. "Clear!" Falkite's voice. The police officer outside turned to Katrina and nodded. She took a deep breath and walked towards the door. Went inside the flat. There was still smoke in the air from the grenade, but surprisingly little smell. Hall, living room, kitchen. The first thing that struck her was that it looked so normal, as if a perfectly ordinary, clean, tidy person lived there, who made food, drank coffee, watched television, listened to music. No meat hooks hanging from the ceiling, no bloodstains on the wallpaper, no newspaper cuttings about murders and pictures of the victims on the walls. And the thought hit her that Aurora had been wrong. She looked in through the open bathroom door. It was empty, no shower curtain, no toiletries, except one object on the shelf below the mirror. She went in. It wasn't a toiletry. The metal was stained with black paint and red-brown rust. The iron teeth were closed, forming a zigzag pattern. "Brad?" "Yes?" Katrina went into the living room. "In here." Falkite's voice was coming from the bedroom. It sounded calm, measured, as if something was over. Katrina stepped across the threshold and avoided touching the doorframe, as if she was already aware that this was a crime scene. The wardrobe door was open, and the Delta men were standing on either side of the double bed with their semi-automatics aimed at the naked body that was lying on top of it, its lifeless eyes staring up at the ceiling. It was giving off a smell that she couldn't place at first, so she leaned a bit closer. Lavender. Katrina pulled her phone out, rang a number, and got an answer immediately. "Have you got him?" Björn Holmes sounded out of breath. "No," she said, "but there's a woman's body here." "Dead?" "Not living, anyway." "Damn! Is it Martha Rood? Hang on. What do you mean, not living?" "Not dead, not alive." "What?" "It's a sex doll." "What?" "A fuck doll. An expensive one from the looks of it. Made in Japan. Very lifelike. At first I thought it was a person. Alexander Dreyer is Valentine. At least the iron teeth are here. So we'll have to wait and see if he shows up." "Heard anything from Harry?" "No." Katrina's gaze fell on a coat hanger and a pair of underpants that were lying on the floor in front of the wardrobe. "I don't like it, Björn. He wasn't at the hospital either." "No one likes it. Shall we put out an alert? For Harry? What would be the point of that?" "Oh, you're right. Listen, don't disturb things too much. There could be evidence of Martha Rood there." "Okay, but I have a feeling that any evidence has been cleaned up. Judging by the flat, Harry was right. Valentine is extremely clean and tidy." Her eyes went back to the coat hanger and underpants. "Mind you—" "What?" Björn said. "Fuck," Katrina said. "Which means?" He threw some clothes in a bag in a hurry and grabbed his toiletries from the bathroom. "Valentine knew we were coming." Valentine opened the door and saw who had been shuffling about outside. The cleaner, who had been bent over holding the keycard to the door of his hotel room, straightened up. "Oh, sorry," she smiled. "I didn't know the room was occupied." "I'll take those," he said, and took the towels from her hand. "And could you please clean again?" "Sorry? I'm not happy with the cleaning. There are finger marks on the window. Please clean the room again. Let's say in an hour?" Her surprised face disappeared behind the door as he closed it. He put the towels on the coffee table, sat down in the armchair, and opened his bag. The silence had fallen silent. If it was them he had heard, perhaps they were inside his flat now. It wasn't more than a couple of kilometres up to Sinsen, as the crow flies. It had already been half an hour since the other man had called to say that the police knew where he was and what name he was using, that he had to get out. Valentine had packed only the most important things and left the car there, seeing as they had the name it was registered under. He took the folder out of the bag and leafed through it, looked at the pictures, addresses, and he realized that for the first time in a very long while he didn't know what to do. He heard the psychologist's voice inside his ear. Just a wretched pervert who's now so out of control that he's going to make a big mistake very soon. Valentine Yertsen stood up and undressed, picked up the towels and went into the bathroom, turned on the hot water in the shower, stood in front of the mirror waiting for the water to get scalding hot as he watched the condensation spread across the mirror. He looked at the tattoo, heard his phone start to ring, and knew it was him. Reason, salvation, with new instructions, new orders. Should he ignore it? Was it time to cut the umbilical cord, the lifeline? Time to break free entirely? He filled his lungs and screamed. Chapter 28. Wednesday afternoon. "Sex dolls are nothing new," Smith said, looking down at the plastic and silicone woman on the bed. "When the Dutch ruled the seven seas, the sailors used to take a sort of doll-like vagina with them, sewn out of leather. It was so common that the Chinese called it a Dutch wife." "Really?" Katrina asked, watching the white-clad angels of the forensics team as they examined the bedroom. "So they spoke English?" Smith laughed. "Got me. The articles in academic journals are in English. In Japan there are brothels containing nothing but sex dolls. The most expensive ones are heated, so they stay at body temperature. They have skeletons, which mean you can bend their arms and legs into natural and unnatural positions, and they have automatic lubrication of—" "Thank you, I think that's enough," Katrina said. "Of course, sorry." "Did Björn tell you why he was staying in the boiler room?" Smith shook his head. "He and Leon had things to do," Villa said. "Werner Leon. Things to do. He just said that as long as this wasn't assumed to be a murder scene, he'd leave it to the others." "Things to do," Katrina muttered as she walked out of the bedroom with the other two hot on her heels. Out of the flat, out to the car park in front of the apartment blocks. They stopped behind the blue Honda where two forensics experts were examining the boot. They had found the keys in the flat, and it had been confirmed that the car was registered to Alexander Dreyer. The sky above them was teal grey, and on the far side of Torsovdalen's billowing grass-covered slopes, Katrina could see the wind grabbing the treetops. The latest forecast said that Emilia was only a matter of hours away. "Smart of him not to take the car," Villa said. "Yep," Katrina said. "What do you mean?" Smith asked. "The toll stations, car parks and traffic cameras," Villa said. "You can run number plate recognition software on video recordings. It only takes seconds." "Brave new world," Katrina said. "Oh, brave new world that has such people in it," Smith said. Katrina turned to the psychologist. "Can you imagine where someone like Valentine might go if he ran? No. No as in no idea? Smith pushed his glasses further up his nose. No as in I can't imagine him running. Why not? Because he's angry. Katrina shivered. You didn't exactly make him less angry if he heard your podcast with Doll. No, Smith sighed. Maybe I went too far. Again. Fortunately, we've got decent locks and security cameras after the break-in in the barn. But maybe... Maybe what? Maybe we'd feel safer if I had a weapon, a pistol or something. Regulations don't permit us to give you a police weapon without a license and weapons training. Emergency armament, Villa said. Katrina looked at him. Perhaps the criteria for emergency armament had been met, perhaps not. But she could see the headlines after Smith had been shot, and it emerged that he had requested emergency armament and had been turned down. Can you help Halstein get issued with a pistol? Yes. Okay. I've told Skara to check trains, boats, flights, hotels, and boarding houses. We'll have to hope that Valentine doesn't have the paperwork to support other identities apart from Alexander Dreyer. Katrina looked up at the sky. She'd once had a boyfriend who was keen on paragliding, and he had told her that, even if there was no wind on the ground, the air just a couple of 100 meters up could break the speed limit on a motorway. Dreyer, Dutch wife, things to do, pistol, angry. And Harry wasn't at home, she said. Villa shook his head. I rang the doorbell and walked round the house, looked in all the windows. Time to talk to Oleg, she said. He must have keys. I'll get on to it. She sighed. If you don't find Harry there, it might be an idea to get Telenor to try and locate his phone. One of the white-clad forensics guys came over to her. There's blood in the boot, he said. Much? Yes. And this. He held up a large, transparent plastic evidence bag. Inside was a white blouse, torn, bloody, with lace on it, the way customers had described the blouse Martha Rudd had been wearing the night she went missing. Chapter 29, Wednesday evening. Harry opened his eyes and stared into the darkness. Where was he? What had happened? How long had he been unconscious? His head felt like someone had hit it with an iron bar. His pulse was throbbing against his eardrums in a monotonous rhythm. All he could remember was that he was locked in, and as far as he could work out, he was lying on a floor covered in cold tiles. Cold like the inside of a fridge. He was lying in something wet, sticky. He raised his hand and stared at it. Was that blood? Then slowly it dawned on Harry that it wasn't his pulse throbbing against his eardrums. It was a bass guitar. Kaiser Chiefs? Probably. It was definitely one of those hip English bands that he'd actually forgotten. Not that Kaiser Chiefs were bad, but they weren't exceptional, and had therefore ended up in the grey soup of things he had heard more than a year ago, but less than 20. They just hadn't stuck. While he could remember every note and lyric from the very worst songs from the 1980s, the period between then and now was a blank. Just like the period between yesterday and now. Nothing. Just that insistent bass. Or his heartbeat. Or someone banging on the door. Harry opened his eyes again. He smelt his hand, hoping it wasn't blood, piss, or vomit. The bass started to play out of time with the song. It was the door. "Closed!" Harry shouted, and regretted it when it felt like his head was going to explode. The track ended, and the Smiths took over. And Harry realized he must have plugged his own phone into the stereo when he got sick of bad company. There is a light that never goes out. If only it would. But the hammering on the door merely continued. Harry put his hands over his ears. But when the track reached the last part with nothing but strings, he heard a voice shouting his name. and because it could hardly be someone who had found out that the new owner of the Jealousy Bar was called Harry, and because he recognized the voice, he grabbed hold of the edge of the counter and heaved himself up, first to his knees, then a forward-leaning posture which, in spite of everything, had to qualify as standing, seeing as the soles of his shoes were planted on the sticky floor. He saw the 2 empty Jim Beam bottles lying on their sides with their mouths over the edge of the counter, and realized that he had lain there marinating in his own bourbon whiskey. He saw her face outside the window. It looked like she was alone. He ran one stiff index finger across his throat to indicate that the bar was closed, and she gave him a long, stiff finger in return and started banging on the window instead. And because the noise sounded like a hammer on the already battered parts of his brain, Harry decided that he may as well open the door. He let go of the counter, took a step, and fell over. Both his feet had fallen asleep. How was that possible? He got up again, and with the help of the tables and chairs, he staggered to the door. "Bloody hell," Katrina groaned when he opened the door. "You're drunk." "Possibly," Harry said, "but I wish I was drunker." "We've been looking for you, you bloody idiot. Have you been here all this time?" "I don't know what all this time is, but there are 2 empty bottles on the bar. Let's hope I took my time and enjoyed it." "We've been calling and calling." Must have put my phone on flight mode. Do you like the playlist? Listen. This angry lady is Martha Wainwright. Bloody motherfucking arsehole. Remind you of anyone?
Fucking hell, Harry, what are you thinking?
I don't know about thinking. I am, as you can see, in flight mode. She grabbed hold of the collar of his jacket.
People are being murdered out there, Harry, and you're standing here trying to be funny?
I try to be funny every fucking day, Katrina. And you know what? It doesn't make people any better or any worse. And it doesn't seem to have any effect on the number of murders either.
Harry, he swayed, and it dawned on him that she had grabbed his collar primarily to stop him falling over. We missed him, Harry. We need you.
Okay. Let me just have a drink first. Harry, your voice is very loud.
We're going now. I've got a car waiting outside.
My bar is having a happy hour, and I'm not ready for work, Katrina.
You're not going to work. You're going home to sober up. Oleg's waiting for you.
Oleg?
We got him to unlock the house up in Holmenkollen. He was so scared of what he was going to find that he made Björn go in first.
Harry closed his eyes. Shit. I can't, Katrina.
You can't what?
Call Oleg and say I'm okay. Tell him to go back to his mother instead.
He seemed pretty determined to wait there until you arrived, Harry.
I can't let him see me like this. And I'm no use to you. Sorry, this isn't up for discussion. He took hold of the door. Now, go.
Go? And leave you here?
I'll be okay. Only soft drinks from now on. Maybe a bit of Coldplay.
Katrina shook her head. You are coming home.
I'm not going home.
Not your home. Chapter 30. Wednesday night. There was 1 hour left until midnight. Olsen's was packed with fully grown adults, and from the speakers Jerry Rafferty and his saxophone were blowing the ponytails of the people standing closest to them. "The sounds of the 80s!" Liz cried. "I think this is from the 70s, Ulla said. "Yeah, but it didn't reach Manglaroo until the 80s. They laughed. Ulla saw Liz shake her head towards a man who looked questioningly at her as he passed their table. "This is actually the second time I've been here in a week," Ulla said. "Oh? Was it this much fun last time?" Ulla shook her head. "Nothing's as much fun as going out with you. Time passes, but you haven't changed." "No," Liz said, tilting her head and studying her friend. "But you have. Really? Have I lost myself?" "No, and that's actually quite annoying. But you don't smile anymore." "Don't I? You smile, but you don't smile. Not like Ulla from Manglarud." Ulla tilted her head. "We moved. Yes, you got a husband and children and villa, but that's a poor exchange for the smile, Ulla. What happened?" "Yes, what happened?" She smiled at Liz and drank, then looked around. The average age was roughly the same as them, but she couldn't see any familiar faces. Manglarud had grown. People had moved in, moved on. Some had died, some had just disappeared, and some were sitting at home, dead and disappeared. "Would it be mean of me to guess?" Liz wondered. "Guess away." Rafferty had finished his verse, and Liz had to shout to drown out the saxophone blasting out again. "Mikhail Bellman from Manglarud. He took your smile." "That is actually pretty mean, Liz." "Yes, but it's true, isn't it?" Ulla raised her glass of wine again. "Yes, I suppose it is." "Is he being unfaithful?" "Liz, it's hardly a secret." "What isn't a secret?" "That Mikhail likes the ladies. Come on, Ulla, you're not that naive." Ulla sighed. "Maybe not. But what am I supposed to do?" "The same as me," Liz said, taking the bottle of white wine from the ice bucket and topping up both their glasses. "Give them a taste of their own medicine. Cheers." Ulla could feel that she ought to switch to water. "I tried, but I just couldn't do it." "Try again." "What good would it do?" "You only work that out after you've done it. Nothing fixes a shaky sex life at home like a really bad one-night stand." Ulla laughed. "It's not the sex, Liz." "What is it, then?" I'm jealous." "Ulla Svart, jealous? It's not possible to be that beautiful and jealous." "Well, I am," Ulla protested, "and it hurts. A lot. I want payback." "Of course you want payback, sister. Shaft him where it hurts. Oh, I mean—" Wine sprayed as they burst out laughing. "Liz, you're drunk." "I'm drunk and happy, Mrs. Police Chief's wife, whereas you're drunk and unhappy. Call him." "Call Mikhail? Now?" "Not Mikhail, you idiot. Ring the lucky guy who's going to get some pussy tonight." "What? No, Liz." "Yes, do it. Call him now." Liz pointed at the phone booth by the wall. "Call him from in there, then he'll be able to hear. Actually, calling from in there would be very appropriate." "Appropriate?" Ulla laughed and looked at her watch. She was going to have to go home soon. "Why?" "Why? Bloody hell, Ulla. Because that was where Mikhail fucked Stina Mikhailson that time, wasn't it?"
"What is it?" Harry asked. The room was spinning around him.
"Chamomile tea," Katrina said.
"The music," Harry said, feeling the woolen sweater he had been lent scratch his skin. His own clothes were hanging up to dry in the bathroom, and despite the door being closed, he could still smell the cloying stench of strong spirits. So his senses were working, even if the room was spinning.
"Beach House. Haven't you heard them before?"
"I don't know," Harry said. "That's the problem. Things are starting to slip away from me." He could feel the coarse weave of the bedspread beneath him, which covered the whole of the low, almost 2-metre-wide bed that was the only item of furniture in the room apart from a desk and chair and a good old-fashioned stereo cabinet with a single candle on top of it. Harry presumed both the sweater and stereo belonged to Björn Holm. The music sounded like it was floating round the room. Harry had felt this way a few times before, when he had been on the brink of alcohol poisoning and was on the way back to the surface again, passing through all the same stages on the way up that he had been through on the way down.
"I suppose that's just the way it is," Katrina said. "We start off having everything, and then lose it, piece by piece. Strength, youth, future, people we like."
Harry tried to remember what it was Björn had wanted him to say to Katrina, but it slipped away. Rakel. Oleg. And just as he felt tears welling up, they were suppressed by rage. Of course we lose them, everyone we try to hold on to. The fates disdain us, make us small, pathetic. When we cry for people we've lost, it's not out of sympathy, because of course we know that they're free from pain at last, but still we cry. We cry because we're alone again. We cry out of self-pity. "Where are you, Harry?" He felt her hand on his forehead. A sudden gust of wind made the window rattle. Outside in the street came the sound of something hitting the ground. The storm. It was on its way now. "I'm here," he said. The room was spinning. He could sense the warmth not only from her hand, but from the whole of her as they lay there just half a metre apart. "I want to die first," he said. "What?" "I don't want to lose them. They can lose me instead. Let them see how it feels for once." Her laughter was so gentle. "Now you're stealing my lines, Harry." "Am I? When I was in hospital?" "Yes." Harry closed his eyes when her hand slipped to the back of his neck, squeezed gently, and sent little jolts up into his brain. They kept changing the diagnosis. Manic depressive, borderline, bipolar. But there was one word that was in all the reports. Suicidal. But it passes." "Yes," Harry said. "And then it comes back. Doesn't it?" She laughed again. "Nothing's forever. Life is by definition temporary and always changing. It's horrible, but that's also what makes it bearable. This too shall pass. Let's hope so. You know what, Harry? We're the same, you and I. We're made for loneliness. We're drawn to loneliness." "By getting rid of the people we love, you mean? Is that what we do?" "I don't know. I just know that when I'm walking on the wafer thin ice of happiness, I'm terrified. So terrified that I wish it was over, that I was already in the water." "And that's why we run from those we love," Katrina said. "Alcohol, work, casual sex. Something we can be useful for," Harry thought, "while they bleed to death." "We can't save them," she said in answer to his thoughts. "And they can't save us. Only we can save ourselves." Harry felt the mattress move and knew she had turned towards him. He could feel her warm breath on his face. "You had it in your life, Harry. You had the only person you loved. At least the two of you had that. And I don't know which of you I've been most jealous of." What was it that was making him so sensitive? Had he taken E or acid? And if so, where had he got hold of it? He had no idea. The last 24 hours were a big blank. "They say you shouldn't meet trouble halfway," she said. "But when you know that trouble is all that lies ahead of you, meeting it halfway is the only airbag you've got. And the best way to fend it off is to live each day like it was your last. Don't you think?" Beach House. He remembered this track. Wishes. It really was something special. And he remembered Raquel's pale face on the white pillow, in the light yet simultaneously in the dark, out of focus, close yet distant. A face in the dark water, pressed against the underside of the ice. And he remembered Valentine's words. "You're like me, Harry. You can't bear it." What would you do, Harry, if you knew you were about to die? "I don't know. Would you have said, I don't know." "What don't you know?" she whispered. "If I would have fucked you." In the silence that followed, he heard the scraping sound of metal being blown across the tarmac by the wind. "Just feel," she whispered. "We are dying." Harry stopped breathing. Yes, he thought, I'm dying. And then he felt that she had stopped breathing too. Halstein Smith heard the wind whistling in the gutters outside and felt the draught right through the wall. Even though they had insulated the walls as well as they could, it was and would remain a barn. Emilia. He had heard of a novel that was published during the war about a storm called Maria, and that was the reason why hurricanes were given girls' names. But that changed after the idea of gender equality became widespread in the 70s, and people insisted that these catastrophic disasters should have boys' names as well. He looked at the smiling face above the Skype icon on the big computer screen. The voice was running slightly ahead of the lips. I think I have what I need. Thank you so much for being with us, Mr. Smith. At what for you must be very late, no? Here in L.A. it's nearly 3 p.m. What time is it in Sweden? Norway. Almost midnight. Halstein Smith smiled. No problem. I'm just glad the press finally realized that vampirism is real and are interested in it. They ended the conversation, and Smith opened his inbox again. 13 unopened emails, but he could see from the senders and subject lines that they were requests for interviews and invitations to give lectures. He hadn't opened the one from Psychology Today either, because he knew it wasn't urgent, because he wanted to save it, savor it. He looked at the time. He had put the kids to bed at 8:30, then had a cup of tea at the kitchen table with May, as usual, going through their day, sharing its small joys and venting its small frustrations. In the past few days he had naturally had more to tell her than vice versa, but he had made sure that the smaller but no less important aspects of the home got as much attention as his own activities, because what he said was true. I talk too much, and you can read all about this wretched vampirist in the papers, darling. He looked out of the window, could just make out the corner of the farmhouse where they were all lying asleep now, all his loved ones. The wall creaked. The moon was slipping in and out of the clouds, scudding faster and faster across the sky, and the bare branches of the dead oak out in the field were waving, as if it wanted to warn them that something was coming, that destruction and more death were on the way. He opened an email inviting him to give a keynote speech at a psychology conference in Lyon, the same conference that had rejected his abstract last year. In his head, he composed a reply in which he thanked them, said it was an honor to be asked, but that he had to prioritize more important conferences, and therefore had to say no on this occasion, but that they were welcome to try again another time. Then he chuckled and shook his head. There was no reason to get too full of himself. This sudden interest in vampirism would vanish again when the attacks stopped. He accepted the invitation, aware that he could have asked for more in terms of travel, accommodation, and fee, but couldn't be bothered. He was getting what he needed. He just wanted them to listen to him, to join him on this journey into the labyrinths of the human psyche, recognize his work, so that together they could understand and contribute to making people's lives better. That was all. He looked at the time. 3 minutes to 12. He heard a sound. It could have been the wind, obviously. He clicked the icon to bring up the security cameras on his screen. The first image he saw was from the camera by the gate. The gate was open. Truls cleared his throat. She had called. Ulla had called. He put the washing up in the dishwasher, rinsed the 2 wineglasses. He still had the bottle he had bought just in case, before that evening when they had met at Olsen's. He folded the empty pizza boxes and tried to push them down into the bin bag, but it split. Damn. He tucked them out of sight behind the bucket and mop in the cupboard. Music. What did she like? He tried to think back. He could hear something in his head, but he wasn't sure what it was. Something about barricades? Duran Duran? It was something a bit like Aha, anyway. And he had Aha's first album. Candles. Damn, he'd had women here before, but on those occasions the mood hadn't been so important. Olsen's was located right in the middle of things, so even if there was a storm on the way, it wouldn't be hard to get a taxi on a Wednesday evening, so she could be here any moment, which meant he couldn't have a shower. He'd have to make do with washing his cock and armpits, or armpits and cock, in that order. Fuck, he was stressed. He had been planning a quiet evening with Megan Fox in her prime, and then Ulla had called and asked if it was okay for her to pay a little visit. What did she mean by little visit? That she was going to bail on him like last time? T-shirt. The one from Thailand with same, but different. And maybe she wouldn't find it funny. And maybe Thailand would make her think of venereal disease. How about the Armani shirt from MBK in Bangkok? No, the synthetic fabric would make him sweat, as well as letting on that it was a cheap copy. Truls pulled on a white T-shirt of unknown origin and hurried into the bathroom. He saw that the toilet needed another go with the brush, but first things first. Truls was standing at the basin with his cock in his hand when the doorbell rang. Katrina stared at her buzzing phone. It was almost midnight. The wind had gained in strength in just the past few minutes, and the gusts were now making howling, groaning, slamming noises outside, but Harry was fast asleep. She answered. "This is Alstein Smith." His whispering voice sounded upset. "So I see. What is it?" "He's here." "What?" "I think it's Valentine." "What are you saying?" "Someone's opened the gate, and oh God, I can hear the door of the barn. What should I do?" "Don't do anything. Try... Can you hide?" "No. I can see him on the camera outside. Dear God, it's him." Smith sounded like he was crying. "What should I do?" "Fuck, let me think," Katrina groaned. The phone was snatched from her hand. "Smith, this is Harry. I'm with you. Have you locked the office door? Okay, do that now and switch the light off. Nice and calmly." Alstein Smith stared at the computer screen. "Okay, I've locked the door and turned the light out," he whispered. "Can you see him?" "No. Yes, now I see him." Alstein saw a figure enter the end of the passageway. He stumbled on the scales, regained his balance, and carried on past the stalls towards the camera. As the man passed beneath one of the lights, his face was illuminated. "Oh God, it's him, Harry. It's Valentine." "Stay calm." "But he's unlocked the door. He's got keys, Harry. Maybe he's got the office key as well." "Is there a window in there?" "Yes, but it's too small and too high up the wall." "Anything heavy you can hit him with?" "No, I've got the pistol, though." "You've got a pistol?" "Yes, it's in the drawer, but I haven't had time to test it." "Breathe, Smith. What does it look like?" It's black. At Police HQ they said it was a Glock something or other." "Glock 17. Is the magazine inserted?" "Yes, and it's loaded, they said. But I can't see a safety catch." "That's okay, it's in the trigger, so you just have to squeeze the trigger to fire." Smith pressed the phone to his mouth and whispered as quietly as he could. "I can hear keys in the lock." "How far away is the door?" 2 meters. "Stand up and hold the pistol with both hands. Remember, you're in darkness, and he's got the light behind him. He won't be able to see you clearly. If he's unarmed, you shout, 'Police,' down on your knees. If you see a weapon, you shoot 3 times. 3 times. Understood?" "Yes." The door in front of Smith opened, and there he stood, silhouetted against the light of the barn behind him. Alstein Smith gasped for the air that felt like it was being sucked out of the room as the man raised his hand. Valentine Yertsen. Katrina jumped. She had heard the bang from the phone, even though Harry was holding it tightly to his ear. "Smith!" Harry cried. "Smith, are you there?" No reply. "Smith!" "Valentine shot him," Katrina groaned. "No," Harry said. "No? You told him to fire 3 times and he's not answering." "That was a Glock, not a Ruger." "But why—" Katrina stopped when she heard a voice on the phone. She stared at the look of intense concentration on Harry's face. tried in vain to work out who he was listening to, if it was Smith or the voice she had only heard in recordings of old interviews, the high voice that had given her nightmares, who right now was telling Harry what he was thinking of doing to... "Okay," Harry said. "You've picked up his revolver. Good. Put it in the drawer and stay sitting where you can see him properly. If he's lying in the doorway, just leave him there. Is he moving? Okay, no. No first aid. If he's only wounded, he'll be waiting for you to move closer. If he's dead, it's too late. And if he's somewhere in between, then that's his bad luck, because you're just going to sit there and watch. Understood, Smith? Good. We'll be there in half an hour. I'll call you when we're in the car. Don't take your eyes off him, and call your wife and tell them to stay in the house, and say that we're on our way." Katrina took the phone as Harry slipped out of bed and vanished into the bathroom. She thought he was saying something to her before she realized he was throwing up. Truls' hands were sweating so much that he could feel it right through the legs of his trousers. Ulla was drunk. Even so, she was sitting at the very edge of the sofa and holding the beer bottle he had given her in front of her like a defensive weapon.
"Imagine, this is the first time I've been in your home," she said, slurring slightly. "And we've known each other... how many years?"
"Since we were 15, Truls said, who at that precise moment wasn't capable of any complicated mental arithmetic. She smiled to herself and nodded, or rather, her head just fell forward. Truls coughed. "It's getting really windy out there. Now, this Amelia..."
"Truls..."
"Yes?"
"Could you imagine fucking me?"
He swallowed. She giggled without looking up.
"Truls, I hope that pause doesn't mean..."
"Of course I can," Truls said.
"Good," she said. "Good."
She lifted her head and gazed at him with unfocused eyes.
"Good."
Her head was swaying on her slender neck, as if it were full of something heavy. A heavy mood, heavy thoughts. This was his chance. The opening he had been dreaming of but never imagined he would get. He had been granted permission to fuck Ulla Svart.
"Have you got a bedroom so we can get it done?"
He looked at her, nodded. She smiled, but she didn't look happy. To hell with that, fuck happy. Ulla Svart was horny, and that was what mattered now. Truls was about to reach out and stroke her cheek, but his hand wouldn't obey him.
"Is something wrong, Truls?"
"Wrong? No. How could there be?"
"You look so..."
He waited, but nothing more came. "So what?" he prompted.
"So lost."
Instead of his hand, it was hers. It was hers stroking his cheek.
Poor Truls."
He was about to knock her hand away, knock away the hand of Ulla Svart, who after all these years had reached out to touch him without contempt or disgust. What the hell was wrong with him? The woman wanted to get fucked, plain and simple, and that was a job he could manage. He'd never had any trouble getting it up. All he had to do now was get them up from this sofa, out into the bedroom, off with their clothes, and then slip the salmon in. She could scream and groan and whine. He wasn't going to stop before she...
"Are you crying, Truls?"
Crying? She was obviously so drunk she was seeing things. He saw her pull her hand back and press it to her lips.
"Real salt tears," she said. "Are you upset about something?"
And now Truls felt it, felt the hot tears running down his cheeks, felt his nose start to run as well, felt the pressure in his throat, as if he was trying to swallow something that was too big, something that would smother him or make him burst.
"Is it me?"
she asked. Truls shook his head, unable to speak.
"Is it Mikhail?"
It was such an idiotic question that he almost got angry. Of course it wasn't Mikhail. Why the hell would it be Mikhail? the man who was supposed to be his best friend, but who, ever since they were boys, had taken every opportunity to tease him in front of the others, only to shove him out in front when they were threatened with a beating, and who later, when they were both in the police, got beavies to do all the shitty jobs that had to be done so that Mikhail Bellman could get where he was today. Why would Truls sit there crying about something like that, over a friendship that had been nothing more than two outsiders who had been forced together, in which one of them had become a success and the other a pathetic loser? Like hell. So what was it then? Why was it that when the loser had the chance to make up lost ground and fuck his wife, he started crying like an old woman? Now Truls could see tears in Ulla's eyes too. Ulla Svart, Truls Bernsen, Mikhail Bellman. It had been the three of them, and the rest of Manglerud could go to hell, because they had no one, only each other. She took a handkerchief out of her bag and gently wiped beneath her eyes. "Do you want me to go?" she sniffed. Truls didn't recognize his own voice. "Damned if I know, Ulla." "Me too," she laughed, looked at the make-up stains on the handkerchief and put it back in her bag. "Forgive me, Truls. This was probably a bad idea. I'll go now." He nodded. "Another time," he said. "In another life." "Nail on the head," she said, and stood up. Truls was left standing in the hall after the door closed behind her, listening to the sound of her steps echoing in the stairwell, gradually getting fainter. He heard the door open far below. Close. She was gone. Completely gone. He felt... Yes, what did he feel? Relief. But also a despair that was almost unbearable, like a physical pain in his chest and stomach, which made him think for a moment of the gun in the cupboard in the bedroom, and the fact that he could actually be free right here, right now. Then he sank to his knees and rested his forehead on the doormat, and laughed. A grunting laugh that wouldn't stop, and just got louder and louder. Hell, it was a wonderful life. Harstein Smith's heart was still racing. He was doing what Harry had said, keeping his eyes and pistol trained on the motionless man lying in the doorway. He felt nausea rising as he saw the pool of blood spreading towards him across the floor. He mustn't throw up. He mustn't lose his concentration now. Harry had told him to fire 3 times. Should he put another 2 bullets in him? No, he was dead. He rang May's number with trembling fingers. She answered immediately. "Harstein? I thought you were asleep," he said. "I'm sitting in bed with the children. They can't sleep because of the storm." "Of course. Listen, the police are going to be arriving soon. Blue lights and maybe sirens, so don't be scared." "Scared of what?" she asked, and he heard the tremble in her voice. "What's going on, Harstein? We heard a bang. Was that the wind or something else?" "Mate, don't worry. Everything's fine." "I can hear from your voice that everything isn't fine, Harstein. The kids are sitting here crying. I'll come in and explain." Katrina steered the car down the narrow gravel road that wound between the fields and patches of woodland. Harry put his phone in his pocket. Smith went into the farmhouse to be with his family. "It must be okay then," Katrina said. Harry didn't respond. The wind was increasing in strength. In the patches of forest she had to watch out for broken branches and other debris in the road, and out in the open she had to hold the wheel tight as gusts of wind grabbed at the car. Harry's phone rang again as Katrina turned into the open gate to Smith's property. "We're here now," Harry said into his phone. "When you arrive, cordon off the area, but don't touch anything until forensics get here." Katrina stopped in front of the barn and jumped out. "Lead the way," Harry said, following her through the barn door. She heard Harry swear as she turned right towards the office. "Sorry, forgot to warn you about the scales," Katrina said. "It's not that," Harry said. I can see blood on the floor here." Katrina stopped in front of the open door to the office, stared at the pool of blood on the floor. Shit, there was no Valentine there. "Keep an eye on the Smiths," Harry said behind her. "What?" She turned round in time to see Harry disappear off to the left and out through the door. A gust of wind grabbed Harry as he switched on the torch on his phone and aimed it at the ground. He regained his balance. The blood stood out against the pale grey gravel. He followed the thin trail of drops that indicated which direction Valentine had fled in. The wind was on his back, towards the farmhouse. No. Harry drew his Glock. He hadn't taken the time to check if Valentine's revolver was in the drawer in the office, so he had to work from the assumption that Valentine was armed. The trail was gone. Harry swung his phone around and breathed out in relief when he saw that the blood led away from the track, away from the house, out across the dry yellow grass towards the field. Here, too, the trail of blood was easy to follow. The wind had to be up at full gale force now, and Harry felt the first drops of rain hit his cheek like projectiles. When it really started, it would wash away the trail of blood in a matter of seconds. Valentine closed his eyes and opened his mouth to the wind, as if it could blow new life into him. Life. Why did everything only reach its full value just as it was in the process of being lost? Her, freedom, and now life. Life draining out of him. He could feel the cooling blood filling his shoes. He hated blood. It was the other one who loved blood. The other, the man he had entered into a pact with. And when had he realized that it wasn't he who was the devil, but the other, the blood man, that it was he, Valentin Yertzen, who had sold and lost his soul? Valentin Yertzen lifted his face towards the sky and laughed. The storm was here. The demon was free. Harry ran with the Glock in one hand, his phone in the other. Across the open ground, downhill with the wind behind him. Valentine was injured and would have taken the easiest possible path to get as much distance between himself and those he knew would soon be coming after him. Harry felt the jolts from his feet transmit themselves to his head. Felt his stomach want to turn itself inside out again, and swallowed to keep the vomit down. Thought about a forest track, thought about a guy in new under-armour gear ahead of him on the path, and ran. He was getting close to the forest and slowed down. He knew he would have to face the wind when he changed direction. There was a small dilapidated shack in among the trees, rotten planks, corrugated iron roof. For tools, maybe, or somewhere the animals could shelter from the rain. Harry shone his phone towards the shack. He couldn't hear anything but the storm. It was dark, and he would hardly have been able to smell blood on a warm day with the wind in the right direction. All the same, he knew that Valentine was here, the way he just knew things at regular intervals and kept getting them wrong. He shone the light down at the ground again. There was less of a gap between the drops of blood. Valentine had slowed down here too, because he wanted to evaluate the situation, or because he was exhausted, because he had to stop, and the blood, which had led in a straight line so far, turned off here, towards the shack. He hadn't been mistaken. Harry set off towards the patch of woodland to the right of the shack. He ran in among the trees before he stopped, switched off the light on his phone, raised his Glock, and walked in an arc so he could approach the shack from the other side. He lay down and snaked across the ground. He had the wind in his face now, which lowered the chance of Valentine hearing him. It was carrying sounds towards him, and Harry could hear police sirens in the distance, rising and falling between the gusts. Harry crept over a fallen tree, a silent flash of lightning, and there a silhouette standing out against the shack. It was him. He was sitting between two trees with his back to Harry, only 5 or 6 meters ahead of him. Harry aimed his pistol at the figure. "Valentine!" His cry was partially drowned out by a delayed rumble of thunder, but he saw the figure before him stiffen. I've got you in my sights, Valentine. Put your gun down. It was as if the wind suddenly eased, and Harry heard another sound, high-pitched. Laughter.
Harry, you came out to play again.
You shouldn't give up until the game turns in your favour. Put the gun down.
You found me. How did you know I'd be sitting outside the shack and not inside?
Because I know you, Valentine. You thought I'd look in the most obvious place first, so you sat down outside, where you could dispatch one last soul.
Fellow travellers,
Valentine coughed wetly.
We're twin souls, so our souls ought to be in the same place, Harry.
Put the gun down now, or I'll shoot.
I often think about my mother, Harry. Do you?
Harry saw the back of Valentine's head rock back and forth in the darkness. It was suddenly lit up by another flash of light. More raindrops, big and heavy this time, not torn by the wind. They were in the eye of the storm.
I think of her, because she's the only person I've ever hated more than myself, Harry. I'm trying to lay waste to more than she did, but I don't know if that's possible. She destroyed me.
And more isn't possible? Where's Martha Rood?
No, more isn't possible. Because I'm unique, Harry. You and I, we aren't like them. We are unique.
Sorry to disappoint you, Valentine, but I'm not unique. Where is she?
2 bits of bad news, Harry. 1, you can forget the little red-haired girl. 2, yes, you are unique.
More laughter.
It's not a nice thought, is it? You take refuge in normality, in the averageness of the herd, and think you'll find a sense of belonging there, something that's your true self. But the real you is sitting here now, Harry, wondering whether or not you're going to kill me. And you use these girls, Aurora, Martha, to fuel your delicious hatred. Because now it's your turn to decide if someone should live or die, and you're enjoying it. You're enjoying being God. You've dreamt of being me. You've been waiting for your turn to be a vampire. You recognize the thirst. Just admit it, Harry. And one day you too will drink.
I'm not you, Harry said, and swallowed. He heard the roaring in his head, felt a fresh gust of wind, a new shattered wind-drop against the hand that was holding the pistol. That was that. They would soon be out of the calm eye.
You're like me, Valentine said, and that's why you're also being fooled. You and me, we think we're clever bastards, but we all get fooled in the end, Harry.
Not Valentine spun round, and Harry had time to see the long barrel point towards him before he squeezed the trigger of the Glock. Once, twice, another flash lit up the forest, and Harry saw Valentine's body. Just like the lightning, it was frozen in a jagged shape against the sky. His eyes were bulging, his mouth was open, and the front of his shirt dyed red with blood. In his right hand he was holding a broken branch, which was pointing at Harry. Then he fell. Harry got to his feet and went over to Valentine, who was on his knees, with his torso slumped against one of the trees, staring into space. He was dead. Harry aimed the pistol at Valentine's chest and fired again. A crack of thunder swallowed the sound of the shot. 3 shots. Not because it made any sense, but because that was what music was like. That was how the story went. There should be 3. Something was approaching. It sounded like thundering hooves against the ground, pushing the air ahead of it and making the trees bend. Then came the rain. Chapter 31. Wednesday night. Harry was sitting at Smith's kitchen table with a cup of tea in his hands and a towel around his neck. Rainwater was dripping onto the floor from his clothes. The wind was still howling, and the rain was hammering against the window panes, making the police cars outside in the yard look like distorted UFOs with their revolving blue lights. It was as if all the water had slowed down slightly in the air currents. Moon. It smelt of moon. Harry concluded that Halstein Smith, who was sitting opposite him, was still in shock. His pupils were dilated, his expression apathetic.
"You're quite sure?"
"Yes, he's completely dead now, Halstein," Harry said. "But it's by no means certain that I'd be alive now if you hadn't taken his revolver with you when you left him."
"I don't know why I did that. I thought he was dead,"
Smith whispered in a metallic, robotic voice and stared down at the table where he had laid the long-barreled revolver beside the pistol he had wounded Valentine with.
"I thought I hit him in the middle of the chest."
"You did," Harry said. Moon. That was what the astronauts had reported, that the moon smelt of burnt gunpowder. The smell was partly coming from the pistol Harry was carrying inside his jacket, but mostly from the Glock on the table. Harry picked up Valentine's red revolver, sniffed the barrel. That too smelt of powder, but not as much. Katrina came into the kitchen with rain dripping from her black hair. "The crime scene are down with Yertsin now." She looked at the revolver. "It's been fired," Harry said.
"No, no," Smith whispered, mechanically shaking his head. "He only pointed it at me."
"Not now," Harry said, looking at Katrina. "The smell of powder hangs around for days." "Martyrood?" Katrina said. "Do you think—"
"I shot first." Smith raised his glassy eyes. "I shot Valentine. And now he's dead."
Harry leaned forward and put a hand on his shoulder. "And that's why you're alive, Halstein?" Smith nodded slowly. Harry signalled to Katrina with his eyes that she should look after Halstein, and stood up. "I'm going down to the barn." "No further than that," Katrina said. "They're going to want to talk to you." Harry ran from the farmhouse down to the barn, but all the same he was soaked again by the time he reached the office. He sat down at the desk and let his eyes roam around the room. He stopped at the drawing of the man with bat's wings. It radiated more loneliness than any actual eeriness, possibly because it seemed so familiar. Harry closed his eyes. He needed a drink. He thrust the thought aside and opened his eyes again. The picture on the computer screen in front of him was split in two, one window for each security camera. Using the mouse, he moved the cursor over to the clock, wound back to the minutes before midnight, which was roughly the time Smith had called. After 20 seconds or so, a shape slid into shot in front of the gate. Valentine. He came from the left, from the main road. Bus? Taxi? He had a white key ready, unlocked the gate and sneaked in. The gate closed behind him, but the latch didn't click. 15 to 20 seconds later, Harry saw Valentine on the other image with the empty stalls and scales. Valentine came close to losing his balance on the metal weighing platform, and the dial behind him whirred and showed that this monster, who had killed so many people, some of them with his bare hands, weighed just 74 kilos, 22 kilos less than Harry. Then Valentine walked towards the camera. It was as if he was staring straight into the lens, yet still didn't see it. Before he disappeared from view, Harry saw him put his hand into his deep coat pocket. All Harry could see in the picture now were the empty stalls, the scales, and the top part of Valentine's shadow. Harry reconstructed those seconds. He remembered every word of his phone conversation with Halstein Smith. The rest of the day and the hours at Katrina's were completely gone, but those seconds had been riveted into place. It had always been like that. Whenever he drank, his private brain took on a Teflon coating, while his police brain retained its layer of adhesive, as if one part wanted to forget and the other had to remember. Internal investigations were going to have to transcribe a very long interview report if they wanted to include all the details he could remember. Harry saw the edge of the door come into shot as Valentine opened it. Then his shadow lifted one arm, then let it fall. Harry speeded up the replay. He saw Halstein from the back as he shuffled past the stalls and went out. And a minute later, Valentine dragged himself out the same way. Harry slowed the video down. Valentine was leaning against the stalls, looked like he might collapse at any moment. But he kept going, metre by metre. He stood on the scales, swaying. The dial showed he was 1.5 kilos lighter than when he had arrived. Harry glanced at the pool of blood on the floor behind the computer screen, before watching as Valentine struggled to get the door open. And that was where Harry could feel the will to survive, unless it was just fear of getting caught. And it occurred to Harry that this film clip was inevitably going to be leaked at some point, and would end up being a hit on YouTube. Björn Holm's pale face appeared in the doorway. "So this is where it started." He walked in, and Harry was once again fascinated that this otherwise not particularly elegant forensics expert became a ballet dancer the moment he entered a crime scene. Björn crouched down beside the pool of blood. "They're taking him away now." 4 entry wounds, Harry. How many of them are from?" "3, Harry said. "Halstein only shot once." Björn Holm grimaced. "He shot an armed man, Harry. Have you thought about what you're going to say to internal investigations about your shots?" Harry shrugged. "The truth, of course, that it was dark and Valentine was holding a branch in an attempt to fool me into thinking he was armed. He knew he was finished, and he wanted me to shoot him, Björn. All the same, 3 shots in the chest of an unarmed man." Harry nodded. Björn took a deep breath, looked over his shoulder, and lowered his voice. "But, of course, it's dark, raining hard, a full-blown storm down in those woods. And if I were to go down there now and have a look on my own, there's always a chance I might find a pistol hidden where Valentine was lying." The two of them looked at each other as the wind made the walls creak. Harry saw Björn Holm's cheek flush red, and knew what that had cost him. Knew that he was standing there offering Harry more than he actually owned. He was offering him everything he held dear, their shared values, their moral code, their soul. "Thank you," Harry said. "Thank you, my friend, but I have to say no." Björn Holm blinked twice, swallowed, breathed out in a long, shivering wheeze, and gave a brief, out-of-place chuckle of relief. "I'd better get back," he said, standing up. "Go on," Harry said. Björn Holm stood in front of him, hesitating, as if he wanted to say something or take a step forward and give him a hug. Harry leaned over towards the computer screen again. "We'll talk soon, Björn." On the screen he watched the forensics expert's hunched shoulders as he made his way outside. Harry slammed his fist down on the keyboard. "A drink! Fuck! Just one drink!" His eyes settled on the Batman. What was it Halstein had said? He knew. He knew where I was. Chapter 32. Wednesday night. Mikhail Bellman stood with his arms folded, wondering if Oslo Police District had ever held a press conference at 2 o'clock in the morning before. He was leaning against the wall to the left of the podium, looking out across the room, which contained a mixture of night editors and other newsroom staff, journalists who were probably supposed to be covering the ravages of Emilia, and sleepy reporters who had been dragged out of bed. Mona Dore had arrived wearing gym clothes under her raincoat and looked wide awake. Up on the podium, beside head of crime squad Gunnar Hagen, Katrina Bratt was talking through the details of the raid on Valentine Yertsen's flat in Sinsen and the subsequent drama out at Halstein Smith's farm. Flashlights kept going off, and Bellman knew that even if he wasn't sitting up there, the occasional camera was still being aimed at him, So he tried to settle his face into the expression Isabel had recommended when he called her on the way here. Serious, but with the inner satisfaction of the victor. "Remember that people are dead," Isabel had said, "so no grinning or obvious celebration. Think of yourself as General Eisenhower after D-Day. You bear the leader's responsibility for both the victory and the tragedy." Bellman stifled a yawn. Ulla had woken him when she got home from her girls' night out in the city. He couldn't recall having seen her drunk since they were young. Speaking of drunk, Harry Hurler was standing next to him, and if Bellman hadn't known better, he would have sworn that the former detective was inebriated. He looked more exhausted than any of the reporters, and that was booze he could smell on his wet clothes, wasn't it? A Rogaland dialect cut through the room. "I appreciate that you don't want to go public with the name of the officer who shot and killed Valentin Yertsin, but surely you can tell us if Valentin was armed or shot back." "Like I said, we want to wait until we're in full command of the facts before making the details public," Katrina said, then pointed at Mona Daw, who was waving her hand. "But you're willing and able to tell us the details surrounding Halstein Smith's involvement?" "Yes," Katrina said. "We have all the details on that point because we have a recording of the incident, and we're talking to Smith on the phone as it happened." "So you said, but who was he talking to?" "Me." She paused. "And Harry Hurler." Mona Daw tilted her head. "So you and Harry Hurler were in police HQ when it happened?" Mikael Bellman saw Katrina glance at Gunnar Hagen as if to ask for help, but the head of Crime Squad appeared not to notice what she wanted. Nor did Bellman. "We don't want to go into the working methods of the police in too much detail at present," Hagen said, "out of consideration for both loss of evidence and our tactics in future cases." Mona Daw and the rest of the room seemed content with this, but Bellman could see that Hagen didn't know what he was hiding. "It's late and all of us have work to do," Hagen said, looking at the time. "The next press conference will be at 12 noon. Hopefully we'll have more for you then. In the meantime, have a good night. We can all sleep a bit more soundly now." The blitz of flashlights intensified as Hagen and Bratt stood up. Some of the photographers turned their lenses on Bellman, and when some of the people standing up came between Bellman and the cameras, he took a step forward so the photographers could get an unimpeded view. "Hold on, Harry," Bellman said, without looking round or changing his Eisenhower expression. Once the cascade of flashes had stopped, he turned towards Harry Hurler, who was standing there with his arms folded. "I'm not going to throw you to the wolves," Bellman said. "You did your job. You shot a dangerous serial killer." He put one hand on Harry's shoulder. "And we look after our own. Okay?" The taller policeman looked pointedly at the hand on his shoulder, and Bellman removed it. Harry's voice was hoarser than usual. "Enjoy your victory, Bellman. I'm in question first thing in the morning, so good night." Bellman watched Harry Hurler as he made his way towards the exit, with his legs wide apart and his knees bent, like a sailor on deck in a rough sea. Bellman had already conferred with Isabel, and they agreed that if this success wasn't to leave a nasty aftertaste, it would be best if internal investigations concluded that there was little or nothing to criticize Hurler for. Exactly how they were going to help internal investigations to reach this conclusion was as yet unclear, seeing as they couldn't be bribed directly. But obviously any thinking person was receptive to a bit of common sense. And as far as the press and general public were concerned, Isabel believed that it had become almost a matter of routine in recent years that mass murders ended with the perpetrator being killed by the police, and that the press and general public had more or less tacitly accepted that this was how society dealt with this sort of case, quickly and efficiently, in a way that appealed to ordinary people's sense of justice, and without the spiralling costs associated with court proceedings in big murder cases. Bellman looked for Katrina Bratt, aware that the pair of them together would make a good subject for the photographers. But she was already gone. "Gunnar!" he called loudly enough for a couple of photographers to turn round. The head of Crime Squad stopped in the doorway and came over to him. "Look serious," Bellman whispered, and held out his hand. "Congratulations," he said loudly. Harry was standing beneath one of the street lamps in Borgata, trying to light a cigarette in Emilia's dying gasps. He was freezing, his teeth were chattering, and he could feel the cigarette bobbing up and down between his lips. He glanced up at the entrance of Police HQ, where the reporters and journalists were still coming out. Perhaps they were just as tired as him, and for that reason went talking noisily among themselves the way they usually did, but were heading down the road towards Grünlandslade as a silent, sluggish mass. Or perhaps they could feel it too. The emptiness that comes when a case is solved. When you reach the end of the road and realize that there's no road left, no more field to plough. But your wife is still in the house, with the doctor and midwife, and there's still nothing you can do. Nowhere you can be useful. "What are you waiting for?" Harry turned. It was Björn. "Katrina," Harry said. "She said she'd drive me home. She's getting the car from the garage, so if you need a lift as well." Björn shook his head. "Have you spoken to Katrina about what we talked about?" Harry nodded and made a fresh attempt to light his cigarette. "Is that a yes?" Björn wondered. "No," Harry said. "I haven't asked her where you stand." "You haven't?" Harry closed his eyes for a moment. Perhaps he had. Either way, he couldn't remember the answer. "I'm just asking because I was thinking that if the two of you were together around midnight, somewhere that wasn't Police HQ, then maybe you weren't just talking about work." Harry cupped his hand round the cigarette and lighter as he looked at Björn. His childlike, pale blue eyes were bulging out more than usual. "I can't remember anything but work stuff, Björn." Björn Holm looked at the ground and stamped his feet, as if to get his circulation going, as if he couldn't move from the spot. "I'll let you know, Björn." Björn Holm nodded without looking up, then turned and walked off. Harry watched him go, with a feeling that Björn had seen something he himself hadn't spotted. Out there, lit at last. A car pulled up beside him. Harry sighed, tossed the cigarette on the ground, opened the door, and got in. "What were you two talking about?" Katrina asked, looking at Björn as she drove towards the nocturnal calm of Grünlandslade. "Did we have sex?" Harry asked. "What?" "I don't remember a thing from earlier this evening. We didn't fuck." Katrina didn't answer, apparently concentrating on stopping exactly on the white line in front of a red traffic light. Harry waited. The light turned green. "No," Katrina said, putting her foot down and easing off the clutch. "We didn't have sex." "Good," Harry said, and let out a low whistle. "You were too drunk." "What?" "You were too drunk. You fell asleep." Harry closed his eyes. "Shit." "Yes, that's what I thought." "Not like that. Rockle's in a coma. While you're doing your best to join her there. Forget it, Harry. Worse things have happened." On the radio, a dry voice announced that Valentin Yertsen, the so-called vampirist, had been shot and killed at midnight, and that Oslo had experienced and survived its first tropical storm. Katrina and Harry drove in silence through Majerstua and Vinneren towards Holmenkollen. "What are your thoughts about Björn these days?" Harry asked. "Any possibility of you giving him another chance?" "Did he tell you to ask?" Harry didn't answer. "I thought he had something going on with, what's her name, Liam?" "I don't know anything about that." "Okay, fine. You can let me out here." "Don't you want me to drive you all the way to the house?" "You'd only wake Oleg. This is great. Thanks." Harry opened the door, but didn't move. "Yes?" Nothing." He got out. Harry watched the rear lights of the car vanish, then walked up the drive towards the house. It sat there, looming even darker than the darkness. No lights, no breathing. He unlocked and opened the door. Saw Oleg's shoes, but couldn't hear anything. He took his clothes off in the laundry room, put them in the basket, went up to the bedroom, got out some clean clothes. He knew he wasn't going to be able to sleep, so he went down to the kitchen, put some coffee on and looked out of the window, thinking. Then he pushed his thoughts aside and poured the coffee, knowing he wasn't going to drink it. He could go off to the jealousy bar, but he didn't feel like drinking alcohol either. But he would do, later. His thoughts returned. There were only two of them, and they were the simplest and the loudest. One said that if Raquel didn't survive, he would follow her, walk the same path. The other was that if she did survive, he would leave her, because she deserved better and because she shouldn't have to be the one to leave. A third thought appeared. Harry rested his head in his hands. The thought of whether he wanted her to survive or not. Damn, damn. And then a fourth thought. What Valentine had said out in the forest. We all get fooled in the end, Harry. He must have meant that it was Harry who had fooled him. Or did he mean other people? That someone else had fooled Valentine? That's why you're also being fooled. He had said that just before he fooled Harry into thinking he was pointing a gun at him. But perhaps that wasn't what he meant. Perhaps it was about more than that. He started when he felt a hand on the back of his neck, turned and looked up. Oleg was standing behind his chair. I didn't hear you come in, Harry tried to say, but his voice couldn't seem to settle. You were asleep. Asleep? Harry pushed himself up from the table. No, I was just sitting, and you were asleep, Dad? Oleg interrupted with a little smile. Harry blinked away the fog, looked around, put his hand out and felt the coffee cup. It was cold. Bloody hell. I've been doing some thinking, Oleg said, pulling out the chair next to Harry and sitting down. Harry smacked his lips, loosened the saliva in his mouth. And you're right. Am I? Harry took a sip of the cold coffee to take away the taste of stale bile. Yes, you have a responsibility that stretches beyond those closest to you. You have to be there for people who aren't so close. And I have no right to demand that you let them all down. The fact that murder cases are like a drug to you doesn't change that. And you came to this conclusion all on your own? Yes, with a bit of help from Helga. Oleg looked down at his hands. She's better than me at seeing things from other angles. And I didn't mean what I said about not wanting to be like you. Harry put his hand on Oleg's shoulder, saw that he was wearing Harry's old Elvis Costello t-shirt to sleep in. My boy? Yes? Promise me that you won't be like me. That's all I ask of you. Oleg nodded. One other thing, he said. Yes? Stefan's called. It's Mum. It felt like an iron claw was squeezing Harry's heart, and he stopped breathing. She's woken up. Chapter 33. Yes? Anna's Philo. Yes? Good morning. I'm calling from the Forensic Medical Institute. Good morning. It's about that strand of hair you sent for analysis. Oh? Did you get the printout I sent you? Yes. Well, that isn't the full analysis, but as you can see, there's a link between the DNA in the hair and one of the DNA profiles we registered in the vampirist case. To be more precise, DNA profile 201. Yes, I saw that. I don't know who 201 is, But we do at least know that it isn't Valentin Yertsin. But seeing as it's a partial match and I haven't heard anything from you, I just wanted to make sure you'd got the results, because I'm assuming you want us to complete the analysis."
"No, thanks."
"No?
"But the case is solved, and you've got a lot of other work to be getting on with. By the way, was that printout sent to anyone else but me?"
"No, I can't see that there was any request to that effect.
Do you want— "No, there's no need. You can close the case. Thanks for your help."
Part-3. Chapter 34. Saturday Daytime. Masa Kanagawa used the tongs to lift the red-hot iron from the oven. He put it on the anvil and started to beat it with one of the smaller hammers. The hammer was the traditional Japanese design, with a head that stuck out at the front in a sort of gallows shape. Masa had taken over the little smithy from his father and grandfather, but like plenty of the other smiths in Wakayama, he had found it a struggle to make ends meet. The steel industry, which had long been the backbone of the city's economy, had moved to China, and Masa had had to concentrate on niche products, such as the katana, a samurai sword that was particularly popular in the USA, and which he produced to order for private customers all over the world. Japanese law dictated that a swordsmith needed a license, must have served a 5-year apprenticeship, and was only permitted to produce 2 long swords per month, all of which had to be registered with the authorities. Masa was just a simple smith who made good swords for a fraction of the price charged by the licensed smiths, but he knew he could get caught, so kept a low profile. He neither knew nor wanted to know what his clients used the swords for, but he hoped it was for exercise, for decoration, or collecting. All he knew was that it helped feed him and his family and enabled him to keep the little smithy running. But he had told his son that he ought to find a different profession, that he ought to study, that being a smith was too hard and the rewards too meagre. His son had followed his father's advice, but it cost money to keep him at university, so Masa accepted whatever commissions he was offered, such as this one, to make a replica of a set of iron teeth from the Heian period. It was for a client in Norway, and this was the second time he had ordered the same thing. The first time was 6 months ago. Masa Kanagawa didn't know the client's name, he just had the address of a post office box. But that was fine. The goods had been paid for in advance, and the price Masa had asked for was high. Not just because it was complicated work, making the little teeth to match the design the customer had sent him, but because it felt wrong. Masa couldn't explain why it felt more wrong than forging a sword, but when he looked at the iron teeth, they made him shudder. And as he drove home along Highway 370, the singing road, where the carefully designed and constructed ridges in the surface created a tune as the tires rolled over them, he no longer heard it as beautiful, soothing choral music. He heard a warning, a deep rumble that grew and grew until it became a scream like a demon's. Harry woke up. He lit a cigarette and reflected. What sort of awakening was this? This wasn't waking up to work. It was Saturday. His first lecture after the winter break wasn't until Monday, and Erstein was looking after the bar today. It wasn't waking up alone. Rakel was lying by his side. During the first few weeks after she came home from hospital, whenever he lay and looked at her sleeping, he had been terrified that she wouldn't wake up, that the mysterious it that the doctors hadn't identified was going to come back. "People can't cope with doubt," Stephens had said. "People like to believe that you and I know, Harry. The accused is guilty, the diagnosis is definite. Admitting that we have doubts is taken as an admission of our own inadequacy, not an indication of the complexity of the mystery or the limitations of our profession. But the truth is that we will never know for certain what was wrong with Rakel. Her mast cell count was slightly elevated, so at first I thought it was a rare blood disease. But all the signs are gone, and there's a lot to suggest that it was some sort of poison, in which case you don't have to worry about it recurring. Just like these vampirist murders, wouldn't you say? But we know who killed those women." "You're right. Bad analogy." As the weeks passed, the gaps between him thinking about Raquel having a relapse grew longer, as did the gaps between him thinking there had been another vampirist killing every time the phone rang. So it wasn't waking up full of angst. He had had a few of those after Valentin Yersin died. Oddly enough, not while internal investigations were interviewing him, before eventually concluding that Harry couldn't be blamed for firing in an uncertain situation with a dangerous murderer who had himself provoked the response. It was only after, then, that Valentin and Martha Rude started to haunt him in his dreams. And it was her, not him, who whispered in his ear, "That's why you're also being fooled." He had told himself that it was other people's responsibility to find her now, and as the weeks turned to months, their visits had become less frequent. It helped that he had got back into his daily routine at police college and at home, and that he wasn't touching alcohol. And now, at last, he was where he ought to be, because this was the fifth sort. Waking up, content. He would copy and paste yet another day with his serotonin level exactly where it should be. Harry crept out of bed as quietly as he could, pulled on some trousers and went downstairs, inserted Raquel's favourite capsule into the espresso machine, switched it on and went out onto the steps. He felt the snow sting pleasantly under his bare feet as he breathed in the winter air. The white-clad city was still in darkness, but a new day was blushing off to the east. Aftenposten was saying that the future looked brighter than the news might make us think, that in spite of the increasingly detailed picture the media was painting of murders, wars and atrocities, recently published research showed that the number of people being murdered was at a historic low and sinking. Yes, one day murder might even become extinct. Mikhail Bellman, whose appointment as Justice Minister was going to be confirmed next week, according to Aftenposten, had commented that there was obviously nothing wrong with setting ambitious targets, but that his personal target wasn't a perfect society, but a better one. Harry couldn't help smiling. Isabel Skrein was a talented prompt. Harry looked again to the sentence about murder one day becoming extinct. Why was this long-term claim triggering the anxiety he had to admit he had, in spite of his own contentment, felt for the past month, possibly longer? Murder. He had made it his life's work to fight murderers. But if he succeeded, if they all disappeared, wouldn't he disappear with them? Had he not buried a part of himself with Valentin? Was that why Harry had found himself standing by Valentin Yersin's grave just a few days ago? Or was there some other reason? What Stephens had said about not being able to cope with doubt. Was it the lack of answers that was nagging at him? Damn it. Raquel was better. Valentin was gone. Time to let go now. The snow creaked. "Nice winter break, Harry?" "We survived, Fru Sivertsen. I see you haven't had enough skiing, though." "Skiing weather is skiing weather," she said, jutting her hip out. Her ski suit looked like it had been painted on her. She was holding her cross-country skis, no doubt as light as helium, in one hand, as if they were chopsticks. "You don't fancy coming for a quick circuit, Harry? We could sprint to Trivan while everyone's asleep." She smiled, the light from the lamp above them reflecting off her lips, some sort of cream to fend off the cold. "Nice and slippery?" "I haven't got any skis," Harry smiled back. She laughed. "You're kidding. You're Norwegian and you haven't got a pair of skis?" "Treason, I know." Harry glanced down at the paper, looked at the date, the 4th of March. "I seem to remember that you didn't have a Christmas tree, either." "Shocking, isn't it? Someone should report us." "You know what, Harry? Sometimes I envy you." Harry looked up. "You don't care. You just break all the rules. I sometimes wish I could be that frivolous." Harry laughed. "With that kind of smooth talk, I don't doubt that you get both a bit of friction and a nice slippery ride, Fru Sivertsen." "What?" "Have a good ski. Harry saluted her with the folded newspaper and walked back to the house. He looked at the picture of the one-eyed Mikhail Bellman. Maybe that was why his gaze looked so unflinching. It was the look of a man who appeared certain that he knew the truth, the look of a priest, a look that could convert people. The truth is that we will never know for certain. We all get fooled in the end, Harry. Did it show? Did his doubt show? Rakel was sitting at the kitchen table, pouring coffee for both of them. "Up already?" he said, kissing her on the head. Her hair smelled faintly of vanilla and sleep Rakel, his favourite smell. "Stefan's just called," she said, squeezing his hand. "What did he want so early?" "He was just wondering how things were going. He's called Oleg in for a follow-up after that blood sample he took before Christmas. He says there's nothing to worry about, but he wants to see if there could be a genetic link that might explain it." It. He and Oleg had hugged each other more after Rakel came home from hospital, talked more, planned less, had just been together. Then, as if someone had thrown a stone in the water, the surface went back to the way it had been before. Ice. But even so, it felt like something was moving down there in the abyss beneath him. "Nothing to worry about," Harry repeated, as much to himself as her. "But it worried you anyway?" She shrugged. "Have you thought any more about the bar?" Harry sat and took a sip of his instant coffee. "When I was there yesterday, I thought I'm obviously going to have to sell it. I don't know anything about running a bar, and it doesn't feel like much of a calling, serving youngsters with potentially unlucky genes. But—" Harry pulled on his fleece jacket. "Erstein loves working there, and he's staying off the stock, I know that. Easy, unlimited access seems to make some people pull themselves together. And it is actually paying its way. Hardly surprising, when it can boast 2 vampirist murders, 1 near shootout, and Harry Hurler behind the bar." No, I think it's just that Oleg's idea of musical themes is working. Tonight, for instance, it's nothing but the most stylish ladies over 50. Lucinda Williams, Emmylou Harris, Patti Smith, Chrissie Hynde. Before my time, darling. Tomorrow it's jazz from the 60s, and the funny thing is that the same people who come to the punk evenings will show up for that too. We do 1 Paul Rogers night a week, in Mehmet's honour. Erstein says we ought to have a music quiz. And, Harry." "Yes?" "It sounds like you're planning to hold on to jealousy." "Does it?" Harry scratched his head. "Damn, I haven't got time for that. A couple of daft sods like me and Erstein." Rakel laughed. "Unless," Harry said. "Unless?" Harry didn't answer, just smiled. No, forget it," Rakel said. "I've got enough on my hands, unless I just 1 day a week. You don't work on Fridays. A bit of accounting and some other paperwork. You could have some shares, be chairman of the board." "Chairwoman." "Deal." She batted his outstretched hand away. "No." "Think about it." "Okay, I'll think about it before I say no. Shall we go back up to bed?" "Tired?" "No." She looked at him over her coffee cup with half-closed eyes. "I could imagine helping myself to some of what I see Fru Sivertsen can't have." So you've been spying. Well, after you, chairwoman." Harry glanced at the front of the paper again. The 4th of March, the day of his release. He followed her to the stairs, past the mirror without looking in it. Svein Finne, the fiancé, walked into Vor Frelser's cemetery. It was daybreak, and there was no one about. Only an hour earlier he had walked out through the gate of Ila prison a free man, and this was his first errand. Against the white snow, the small, black, rounded headstones looked like dots on a sheet of paper. He walked along the icy path, taking cautious steps. He was an old man now, and he hadn't walked on ice for many years. He stopped in front of a particularly small headstone, just neutral initials, VG, beneath the cross. Valentin Yersin. No words of remembrance, of course. No one wanted to remember. And no flowers. Sveinfina took out the feather he had in his coat pocket, knelt down and stuck it in the snow in front of the headstone. In the Cherokee tribe, they used to place an eagle's feather in the coffins of their dead. He had avoided contact with Valentin when they had both been in Ila, not for the same reason as the other inmates, whom Valentin scared the life out of, but because Sveinfina didn't want the young man to recognize him, because he would, sooner or later. It had taken Svein one single glance on the day Valentin arrived in Ila. He had his mother's narrow shoulders and high-pitched voice, just as he remembered her from their engagement. She was one of the ones who had tried to get an abortion while Svein was busy elsewhere, so he had forced his way in and lived there to watch over his offspring. She had lain beside him, trembling and sobbing every night, until she gave birth to the boy in a magnificent bloodbath there in the room, and he had cut the umbilical cord with his own knife. His 13th child, his 7th son. But it wasn't when Svein learned the name of the new inmate that he was 100% certain. It was when he was told the details of what this Valentin had been convicted of. Sveinfina got to his feet again. The dead were dead, and the living would soon be dead. He took a deep breath. The man had contacted him, and had woken the thirst inside him, the thirst he'd thought the years had cured him of. Sveinfina looked at the sky. The sun would soon be up, and the city would wake, rub its eyes, shake off the nightmare of the murderer who had rampaged last autumn, smile and see that the sun was shining on them, blissfully unaware of what was coming, something that would make the autumn look like a tame prelude. Like father, like son, like son, like father. The policeman, Harry Höhler, he was out there somewhere. Sveinfina turned and began to walk. His steps were longer, faster, more sure. There was much to do. Truls Bernsen was sitting on the 6th floor, watching the red glow of the sun try to force its way over Eckerbergshausen. In December, Katrina Bratt had moved him from the doghouse to an office with a window, which was nice, but he was still archiving reports and incoming material about closed or cold cases. So the reason why he got there so early had to be that at -12 degrees it was warmer in the office than in his flat, or that he was having trouble sleeping these days. In recent weeks, most of the material that needed archiving had naturally enough been late tip-offs and unnecessary witness statements relating to the vampirist murders. Someone claiming to have seen Valentin Yersin, probably someone who also thought Elvis was still alive. It didn't matter that the DNA test of the corpse had provided incontrovertible evidence that it really had been Valentin Yersin that Harry Höhler had killed, because for some people facts were just minor irritants that got in the way of their obsessions. Got in the way of their obsessions. Truls Bernsen didn't know why the sentence stuck. It was just something he had thought, rather than said out loud. He picked up the next envelope from the pile. Like the others, it had been opened and its contents listed by another officer. This one featured the Facebook logo, a stamp that showed it had been sent by special delivery, and an archiving order attached with a paperclip on which it said Vampirist Case beside the case number, and Magnus Skara's name and signature next to the word Case Manager. Truls Bernsen took out the contents. On top was a letter in English. Truls didn't understand all of it, but enough to recognize that it referred to a court disclosure order, and that the enclosed material was printouts of the Facebook accounts of all the murder victims in the vampirist case, plus the still missing Martha Ruud. He leafed through the pages and noticed that some of them were stuck together, so he guessed that Skara hadn't looked through everything. Fine, the case had been solved, and the perpetrator would never find himself in the dock. But obviously Truls would dearly love to catch that bastard Skara with his trousers down. He checked the names of the people the victims had been in contact with, looked rather optimistically for Facebook messages to or from Valentin Yertsin or Alexander Dreyer, which he could accuse Skara of having missed. He scanned page after page, only stopping to check senders and recipients. He sighed when he got to the end. No mistakes there. The only names he had recognized, apart from the victims, had been a couple that he and Villa had dismissed because they had been in touch with the victims by phone. And it was surely only natural that some of the same people who had been in touch by phone, such as Eva Dolmen and that Lenny Hell, had also been in contact on Facebook. Truls put the documents back in the envelope, stood up and went over to the filing cabinet. He pulled out the top drawer, let go of it. He liked the way it glided out with a sigh, like a good strain, until he stopped the drawer with one hand. Looked at the envelope. Dolmen, not Hermansen. He hunted through the drawer until he found the file containing the interviews from the phone list, then took it and the envelope back to the desk. He leafed through the printouts until he found the name again. Lenny Hell. Truls remembered the name because it had made him think of Lemmy, even if the guy he had spoken to over the phone had sounded more like a terrified bastard with that tremble in his voice that so many people, regardless of how innocent they were, got when they found out it was the police calling them. So, Lenny Hell had been in touch with Eva Dolmen on Facebook. Victim number 2. Truls opened the file of interviews, found the report of his own brief conversation with Lenny Hell, and his conversation with the owner of Ornaby Pizza and Grill, and a note he didn't understand in which Villa reported that Nittedal police station had vouched for both Lenny and the owner of the pizzeria, confirming that Lenny had been in the restaurant at the time of Elisa Hermansen's murder. Elisa Hermansen, victim number 1. They had questioned Lenny because he had called Elisa Hermansen several times, and he had been in touch with Eva Dolmen on Facebook. There was the mistake. Magnus Skara's mistake, and, possibly, Lenny Hell's mistake. Unless it was just a coincidence. Single men and women of a similar age, seeking each other within the same geographic area of what was, after all, a fairly sparsely populated country. There were more improbable coincidences. And the case was closed. There was nothing to consider. Not really. But on the other hand, the papers were still writing about the vampirist. In the USA, Valentin Yertsin had acquired an obscure little fan club, and someone had bought the book and film rights to his life story from his estate. It may not have been on the front pages anymore, but it could be again. Truls Berntsen got his phone out, found Mona Dawes' number, looked at it. Then he stood up, grabbed his coat, and walked towards the lift. Mona Dawes screwed up her eyes and pushed with her arms as she curled the dumbbells up towards her chest. She imagined she was unfurling her wings and flying away from here with her arms outstretched, across Frognerparken, across Oslo, that she could see everything, absolutely everything, and she was showing them. She had seen a documentary about her favourite photographer, Don McCullin, who had become known as a humanitarian war reporter because he showed the worst aspects of humanity in order to encourage reflection and soul-searching, not for cheap thrills. She couldn't say the same of herself, and it had struck her that there was one word that hadn't been mentioned in the one-sided hagiography of the documentary: ambition. McCullin became the best, and he must have met thousands of admirers in between his battles, quite literally. Young colleagues who wanted to be like him, who had heard the myth about the photographer who stayed with the soldiers in Hue during the Tet Offensive, and the anecdotes from Beirut, Biafra, Congo, Cyprus. Here was a photographer who achieved what human beings thirsted for most: recognition and acclaim. Yet not a word about how it could make a man put himself through the very worst trials, take risks he would otherwise never have dreamt of, and potentially commit similar offences to the ones he was documenting, all to take the perfect picture, get the groundbreaking story. Mona had agreed to sit in a cage and wait for the vampirist, without telling the police and potentially saving people's lives. It would have been easy to sound the alarm, even if she did think she was being watched. A note slipped discreetly across the table to Nora. But she had, like Nora's sexual fantasy of allowing herself to be raped by Harry Hurler, made it feel like she was obliged to go through with it. Of course she had wanted it. The recognition, the acclaim, seeing the admiration in younger colleagues' eyes when she was giving her acceptance speech for the Journalism Award, humbly saying that she was just a lucky, hard-working girl from a small town in the north. Before going on, slightly less humbly, to talk about her childhood, the bullying and revenge and ambition. Yes, she would talk out loud about ambition. She wouldn't be afraid to tell it how it was. And she wanted to fly. Fly. You need a bit more resistance. It had got harder to lift the weights. She opened her eyes and saw two hands pushing down gently on the weights. The person was standing immediately behind her, so that in the big mirror in front of her she looked like some sort of four-armed Ganesh. "Come on, 2 more," the voice whispered in her ear. She recognized it. The police officer's. And now she looked up and saw his face above hers. He was smiling, blue eyes below a white fringe, white teeth. Anna's villa. "What are you doing here?" she said, forgetting to push with her arms, but feeling herself fly away. "What are you doing here?" Erstein Eikelen asked, putting a half-litre of beer on the counter in front of the customer. "Huh? Not you. Him there," Erstein said, gesturing over his shoulder with his thumb towards the tall man with the crew cart who just walked behind the bar and was filling the jezva with coffee and water. "Can't deal with any more instant coffee," Harry said. "Can't deal with any more time off," Erstein said. "Can't deal with being away from your beloved bar. Hear what this is?" Harry stopped to listen to the rapid, rhythmic music. "Not until she starts singing, no." "She doesn't. That's what's so great," Erstein said. "It's Taylor Swift, 1989. Harry nodded. He remembered that Swift, or her record company, hadn't wanted to put the album on Spotify, so instead they'd released a version with no singing. "Didn't we agree that today's singers were only going to be women over 50? Harry said. "Didn't you hear what I said?" Erstein said. "She's not singing." Harry gave up any idea of arguing against the logic of that. "People are here early today." "Alligator sausage," Erstein said, pointing at the long smoked sausages hanging above the bar. "The first week was because it was weird, but now the same people are back wanting more. Maybe we should change the name to Alligator Joe's, Everglades, or Jealousy's fine." Okay, just trying to be proactive here. Someone's going to nick that idea, though. We'll have another one by then." Harry put the jezva on the hot plate and turned round just as a familiar figure came in through the door. Harry folded his arms as the man stamped his boots and glared across the room. "Something wrong?" Erstein wondered. "Don't think so," Harry said. "Make sure the coffee doesn't boil." "You and that Turkish not-boiling thing." Harry walked round the bar and went over to the man, who had unbuttoned his coat. Heat was steaming off him. "Hula," he said. "Benson," Harry said. "I've got something for you." "Why?" Truls Benson grunt laughed. "Don't you want to know what it is?" "Only if I am happy with the answer to the first question." Harry saw Truls Benson attempt an indifferent smirk, but fail and swallow instead. And the blush on his scarred face could, of course, be the result of the transition from the cold outside. "You're a bastard, Hula, but you did save my life that time. Don't make me regret it. Out with it." Benson pulled the document file from the inside pocket of his coat. Lenny, hell. You'll see that he was in touch with both Elisa Hemminson and Ava Dolman. "Really?" Harry looked at the yellow folder, held together by a rubber band, Truls Benson was holding towards him. "Why haven't you gone to Brutt with this?" "Because she, unlike you, has to think about her career and would have had to take this to Mikhail." "And?" "Mikhail's taking over as Justice Minister next week. He doesn't want any blots on his copybook." Harry looked at Truls Benson. He had long since figured out that Benson wasn't as stupid as he might appear. "You mean he doesn't want this case dragged out again?" Benson shrugged. The vampirist case came close to sticking a serious spoke in Mikhail's wheel. Then it turned into one of his greatest successes instead. So no, he doesn't want to spoil that image. You're giving these documents to me because you're worried that otherwise they'll end up in a drawer in the police chief's office? I'm worried they'll end up in the paper shredder, Hula. Okay, but you still haven't answered my question. Why? Didn't you hear? The paper shredder? Why do you, Truls Benson, care about that? And no bullshit, I know who and what you are. Truls grunted something. Harry waited. Truls glanced at him, looked away, stamped his feet as if there was more snow on them. I don't know, he said eventually. It's true, I don't know. I thought maybe it would be good if Magnus Skara got a bloody nose for not noticing the link between the phones and Facebook. But it's not that either. I don't think. I think I just want... Nah, fuck it. I don't know. He coughed. But if you don't want it, I'll put it back in the filing cabinet and it can rot in there. Same difference to me. Harry wiped the condensation from the window and watched Truls Benson as he walked out of the door and crossed the street, head bowed in the sharp winter light. Was he mistaken? Or had Truls Benson just shown symptoms of the partially benign illness known as police? What's that you've got there? Erstein asked when Harry walked back behind the bar. Police porn, Harry said, putting the yellow folder on the counter. Printouts and transcripts. The vampirist case? Hasn't that been solved? Yes, there are just a few loose ends, formalities. Can't you hear that the coffee's boiling? Can't you hear that Taylor Swift isn't singing? Harry opened his mouth to say something, but instead heard himself laughing. He loved this guy. Loved this bar. He poured the spoiled coffee into 2 cups and tapped along on the folder to the beat of Welcome to Some Pork. As he glanced at the pages, he thought that Rakel was bound to say yes, if he just sat quiet as a mouse and gave her some time. His eyes stopped. It was as if the ice creaked beneath him. His heart began to beat faster. We all get fooled in the end, Harry. What is it? Erstein asked. What's what? You look like you've... Well, seen a ghost? Harry asked, and reread it to make sure. No, Erstein said. No. No, you look more like you've woken up. Harry looked up from the fires and looked at Erstein, and felt it. His anxiety. It was gone. It's 60, Harry warned, and icy. Oleg eased off the accelerator slightly. Why don't you drive, seeing as you've got a car and a driving license? Because you and Rakel are better drivers, Harry said, squinting against the sharp sunlight reflecting off the low snow and tree-covered hillsides. A sign announced that they were 4 kilometres from Ornaby. Mum could have driven then? I thought it might be useful for you to see a sheriff's office. You could end up being sent somewhere like this one day, you know. Oleg braked behind a tractor that was throwing up snow as its chains sang against the tarmac. I'm heading for Crime Squad, not the countryside. Oslo is almost the countryside. It's only half an hour away. I've applied to the FBI course in Chicago. Harry smiled. If you're that ambitious, a couple of years in a sheriff's office shouldn't scare you. Take a left here. Jimmy, said the burly, cheery-looking man standing in front of the door of Nittedal's sheriff's office, which was located next door to social services and the job centre, in the sort of plain modern building that provided public services all over Norway. His fresh suntan made Harry assume he'd spent his winter break in the Canary Islands, even if his thoughts of Lanzarote were based on a prejudiced assumption about where people from Nittedal with first names ending in Y went on holiday. Harry shook his hand. "Thanks for taking the time to talk to us on a Saturday, Jimmy. This is Oleg. He's a student at police college." "Oh, looks like a future sheriff," Jimmy said, looking the tall young man up and down. "I consider it an honour that Harry Hurler himself would want to visit us. So I'm afraid you're the ones wasting your time here, not me." "Oh? You said on the phone that you couldn't get an answer from Lenny Hill, so I did a quick check while you were on your way. Turns out he went off to Thailand just after that interview with you." "Turns out?" "Yes. Before he left, he told his neighbours and regular clients that he might be gone a while. So presumably he's got a Thai number now, even if none of the people I spoke to know what it is. They don't know where he's staying out there, either." "A loner, maybe?" "You can safely say that." "Family?" "Single. Only child. He never left home, and since his parents died, he's lived up in the pig house on his own." "Pig house?" "That's just what we call it here in town. The Hell family worked with pigs for generations, did quite well out of it, and 100 years ago they built a rather striking 3-story house up there. The pig house." The sheriff chuckled. "Doesn't do to get ideas about your station, eh?" "So what do you think Lenny Hell is doing in Thailand for so long?" "Well, what do people like Lenny do in Thailand?" "I don't know Lenny," Harry said. "Nice guy," the sheriff said. "Smart, too, an IT engineer. Works from home, freelance. We sometimes call him in when we get computer trouble. No drugs, nothing stupid. No money problems either, as far as I know. But he's never quite got to grips with the whole women thing." "What does that mean?" Jimmy looked at the smoke from their breath as it hung in the air. "Bit cold out here, guys. Shall we go inside and get some coffee?" "I reckon Lenny's on the lookout for a Thai bride," Jimmy said as he poured filter coffee into 2 white social services mugs and his own Lillestrøm Sports Club mug. "He couldn't cope with the competition here at home." "No?" "No. Like I said, Lenny's something of a lone wolf. He keeps to himself and doesn't say much, and he's not much of a babe magnet to start with. And he has trouble controlling his jealousy. As far as I know, he's never hurt a fly, or a woman. But there was one incident when a woman called us, saying that Lenny had become a bit intense after their first date." "Stalking?" "That's what it's called these days, yes. Lenny had evidently sent her a load of text messages and flowers, even though she'd said she wasn't interested in taking it any further. He'd be standing there waiting when she finished work. She made it very clear that she never wanted to see him again, and so she didn't. But instead she told us she started to feel that things in her flat had been moved while she was at work. So she called us. She thought he'd been in her flat. I talked to Lenny, but he denied it, and we never heard any more about it after that." "Does Lenny Hell have a 3D printer?" "A what?" "A machine that can be used to copy keys." "No idea, but like I said, he's an IT engineer." "How jealous is he?" Oleg asked, and the other 2 turned towards him. "On a scale of 1 to 10, Jimmy asked. Harry couldn't tell if he was being sarcastic. "I was wondering if it could be morbid jealousy?" Oleg asked, glancing uncertainly at Harry. "What's the lad talking about, Hurler?" Jimmy took an audible slurp from his canary-yellow mug. "Is he asking if Lenny's killed anyone?" "Okay. Like I said on the phone, we're just tidying up a few loose ends from the vampirist case, and Lenny did talk to 2 of the victims." "And this Valentine guy killed them," Jimmy said. "Oh, is there some doubt about that now?" "No doubt," Harry said. "As I said, I just wanted to talk to Lenny Hill about those conversations. See if I could find out anything we didn't already know. I saw on the map that his address is only a few kilometres from here, so I was thinking we could head up there and knock on the door. Get it out of the way." The sheriff stroked the emblem on his mug with a large hand. "It said in the paper that you're a lecturer these days, not a detective." "I suppose I'm like Lenny, a freelancer." Jimmy folded his arms, and his left sleeve slid up to reveal a faded tattoo of a naked woman. "Okay, Hula. As you'll appreciate, not much happens in Nitterdale Sheriff's District, and thank God for that. So when you called, I didn't just make a few phone calls. I also took a drive up to Lenny's house. Or rather, I drove as far as I could. The big house is at the end of a forest road, and once you've passed the last neighbour, there's still 1.5 kilometres to go. And the snow is 1/2 metre deep, just as high as it is at the side of the road, with no sign of tracks made by either wheels or shoes. Only elk and foxes, and maybe the odd wolf. You get my meaning? There hasn't been anyone there for weeks, Hurler. If you want to get hold of Lenny, you'll have to buy a plane ticket to Thailand. Pattaya's popular with men who are after Thai ladies, or so I've heard." "Snowmobile," Harry said. "What? If I come back tomorrow with a warrant, can you organise a snowmobile?" Harry realised that the sheriff's good humour had run out. Presumably he had imagined sharing a nice cup of coffee, while he proved to the cops from the big city that they knew what effective police work was out in the countryside too. Instead they were making fun of his judgment and asking him to put a vehicle at their disposal, like he was some sort of supplies manager. "You don't need a snowmobile for 1.5 kilometres, Jimmy said, rubbing the tip of his sun-tanned nose, which had begun to peel. "Use skis, Hula." "I haven't got any skis. A snowmobile and someone to drive it." The silence that followed seemed to last an eternity. "I saw that the youngster was driving." Jimmy tilted his head. "No driving licence, Hula?" "Yes, but I killed a police officer once when I was driving." Harry picked up his mug and emptied it. "I'd prefer to avoid that happening again. Thanks for the coffee, and see you tomorrow." "So what was that?" Oleg said, as they were waiting at the junction, indicating to pull out onto the main road. "A local sheriff volunteers to help on a Saturday, and you start giving him the runaround?" "Did I do that?" "Yes." Indicate left instead." "Oslo's right. According to the sat-nav, Ornaby Pizza and Grill is 2 minutes away if we turn left." The owner of Ornaby Pizza and Grill, who had introduced himself as Tommy, wiped his fingers on his apron as he looked carefully at the picture Harry was holding in front of him. "Maybe, but I don't remember what Lenny's friend looked like. I just remember that he was here and that he had company on the night that woman got killed in Oslo. Lenny's a lone wolf, always on his own, doesn't come here much. That's why I remember that evening when you called back in the autumn." "The man in the picture's name is Alexander, or Valentine. Did you hear Lenny call him either of those names when they were talking?" "I don't remember hearing them talk at all. And I was out front alone that night. My wife was in the kitchen." "When did they leave?" "Couldn't say. They shared a Knut special extra large with pepperoni and ham." "You remember that?" Tommy grinned and tapped a finger to his temple. "Order a pizza and come back in 3 months' time and ask me what it was. I'll give you the same discount that the police station gets. All the pizza bases are low-carb, with nuts." "Tempting, but I've got my boy waiting in the car. Thanks for your help. Don't mention it." Oleg set off into the early dusk. They were both silent, immersed in their own thoughts. Harry was doing calculations. Valentine could easily have eaten a pizza with Lenny and then got back to Oslo in time to kill Elisa Hermansen. A lorry passed them going so fast that the car shook. Oleg cleared his throat. "How are you going to get hold of a warrant?" To start with, you don't work at Crime Squad, and you don't have any legal basis for the warrant." "No? Not if I've understood the course correctly?" "Let's hear it." Harry smiled. Oleg slowed down slightly. "There's incontrovertible proof that Valentine killed a number of women. Lenny Hell met these women by coincidence. That on its own isn't enough to give the police the right to break into Lenny Hell's house while he's on holiday in Thailand." "Agreed. It would be difficult to get a search warrant on those grounds. So let's drive to Greenie." "Greenie?" "I was thinking of having a chat with Halstein Smith." "Helga and I are making dinner together tonight." "To be more precise, a chat about morbid jealousy." "Dinner, you say?" "I understand. I'll find my own way out to Greenie. Greeny's almost on the way, so okay. Go and make dinner. It might take a while with Smith. Too late? You've already said I can come along? Oleg sped up, pulled out and overtook a tractor and put the lights on full beam. They drove for a while in silence. 60, Harry said, typing on his phone. And I see, Oleg said, easing off the accelerator slightly. Villa, Harry said. Harry Hurler. I hope you're sitting at home and feeling bored on a Saturday afternoon. Oh? Then you'll have to explain to the lovely lady, whoever she is, that you need to help a washed-up but legendary detective check a few things. Morbid jealousy, Halstein Smith said, looking keenly at the guests who had just arrived. It's an interesting subject, but have you really come all this way to talk about that? Isn't this more stall owner's speciality? Oleg nodded and looked like he agreed. I wanted to talk to you, seeing as you've got doubts, Harry said. Doubts? You said something that night Valentine was here. You said he knew. Knew what? You didn't say. I was in shock. I probably said all sorts of things. No, for once you said relatively little, Smith. Did you hear that, May? Halstein Smith laughed at the slight figure who was pouring tea for them. She smiled and nodded, then went off into the living room with the teapot and one cup. I said he knew, and you interpreted that to mean I doubted something? Smith asked. It sounded like something inexplicable, Harry said. Something you couldn't quite understand how Valentine could know. Am I wrong? I don't know, Harry. When it comes to my own subconscious, you can probably answer as well as me, maybe better. Why do you ask? Because a man has popped up. Well, he's actually gone off to Thailand in something of a hurry. But I asked Villa to check, and the person in question isn't on any passenger list during the period when he's supposed to have gone. And during the past 3 months, there hasn't been any activity on this individual's bank or credit cards, either in Thailand or anywhere else. And, almost as interestingly, Villa found his name on our list of people who have bought 3D printers in the past year. Smith looked at Harry. Then he turned and looked out through the kitchen window. The snow lay like a soft, sparkling blanket over the field in the darkness outside. Valentine knew where my office was? That's what I meant by he knew. Your address, you mean? No, I mean the fact that he walked straight from the gate to the barn. He didn't just know that my office was there, he also knew that I was usually there in the middle of the night. Maybe he saw light from the window. You can't see any light in that window from the gate. Come with me, I want to show you something. They headed down to the barn, unlocked the door and went into the office, where Smith turned on his computer. I've got all the security footage here. I just need to find it, Smith said, and started tapping. Cool drawing, Oleg said, nodding at the Batman on the wall. Grim. Alfred Kubin, Smith said. Der Vampire. My father had a book of Kubin's drawings. I used to sit at home and look at it while other kids went to the cinema to watch bad horror films. But sadly, May won't let me have any of Kubin's pictures in the house. She says they give her nightmares. And speaking of nightmares, here's the footage of Valentine. Smith pointed, and Harry and Oleg leaned over his shoulders. Here he is coming into the barn. You see, he's not hesitating. He knows exactly where he's going. How? The therapy sessions I had with Valentine weren't here, but in a rented office in the city centre. You're saying someone must have given him instructions in advance? I'm saying someone could have given Valentine Yertsin instructions. That's been the problem with this case right from the start. Vampirists don't have the capacity for planning that these murders demonstrate. We didn't find a 3D printer in Valentine's flat. Someone else could have made copies of the keys for him. Someone who had previously made copies of keys for himself, to let himself into the homes of women who had dumped him, who had rejected him, who had gone on to meet other men. Bigger men, Smith said. Jealousy, Harry said. Morbid jealousy. But in a man who's never hurt a fly. And when a man isn't capable of hurting anyone, he needs someone to act for him. Someone who can do the things he can't.
A murderer,
Smith said, nodding slowly. Someone who's prepared to kill for the sake of killing. Valentin Yertsin. So we have one man who plans and another who acts. The agent and the artist.
Bloody hell,
Smith said, rubbing his cheeks with his hands.
Now my dissertation is actually starting to make sense.
In what way?
I was in Lyon recently, giving a lecture about the vampirist murders, and even if my colleagues have been enthusiastic as far as my pioneering work goes, I keep having to point out that there's something missing that stops it from qualifying as truly groundbreaking, and that is that these murders don't fit the general profile of a vampirist that I've come up with.
Which is?
An individual with schizophrenia and aspects of paranoia, who, as a result of their overwhelming thirst for blood, kills whoever happens to be closest to them, an individual who can't commit murders that require a lot of planning and patience. But this vampirist's murders point more towards an engineering personality.
A brain, Harry said, who approaches Valentin, who's had to put a stop to his activities because he can't move freely without being caught by the police. The brain offers Valentin the keys to the flats of single women. Pictures, information about their routines, when they come and go, everything Valentin needs to get them without having to expose himself. How could he turn down an offer like that?
A perfect symbiosis, Smith said.
Oleg cleared his throat. Yes, Harry said.
The police spent years trying to find Valentin. How did Lenny find him?
Good question, Harry said. They didn't get to know each other in prison anyway. Lenny's past is as clean as a priest's dog collar.
What did you say? Smith asked.
A dog collar?
No, the name.
Lenny Hell, Harry repeated. What about it?
Halstein Smith didn't answer, just stared at Harry with his mouth open.
Bloody hell, Harry said calmly.
Bloody hell what?
Oleg said. Patience, Harry said, with the same psychologist. Valentin Yertsin and Lenny Hell met each other in the waiting room. Is that it, Halstein? Come on, the risk of further murders outranks the oath of confidentiality.
Yes, it's true that Lenny Hell was a patient of mine a while ago, and he used to come here, and he knew about my habit of working in the barn at night. But he and Valentin couldn't have met here because Valentin's sessions with me took place in the city.
Harry pushed himself forward on his chair. But is it possible that Lenny Hell is a morbidly jealous individual who worked with Valentin Yertsin to kill women who had dumped him? Halstein Smith rubbed his chin thoughtfully with 2 fingers. Nodded. Harry leaned back in his chair, looked at the computer screen and the frozen image of the injured Valentin making his way out of the barn. The arrow on the scale, which had read 74.7 kilos when he arrived, now read 73.2 kilos, which meant that he had left 1.5 kilos of blood on the office floor. It was all just basic maths, and the calculation worked now. Valentin Yertsin plus Lenny Hell, and the answer was 2.
So the case has to be reopened,
Oleg said. That's not going to happen, Gunnar Hagen said, looking at his watch. Why not? Harry said, signalling to Rita for the bill. The head of Crime Squad sighed.
Because the case has been solved, Harry, and because what you're presenting me with feels too much like a conspiracy theory. Random coincidences, such as this Lenny Hell being in touch with 2 of the victims, and psychological guesswork based on the fact that it looks like Valentin knows that he ought to turn right. That's the sort of thing journalists and authors use to conclude that Kennedy was shot by the CIA and the real Paul McCartney is dead. The vampirist case is still high-profile, and we'd be making high-profile clowns of ourselves if we reopened the case on that sort of evidence.
Is that what's worrying you, boss? Looking like a clown? Gunnar Hagen smiled.
You always used to call me boss in a way that made me feel like a clown, Harry, because everyone knew that you were really the boss. But that was fine. I could accept that.
You were given free rein to make fun of us because you got results. But the lid's already on this case, and it's been screwed down very tightly." "Mikhail Bellman," Harry said. "He doesn't want anyone to spoil his image before he becomes Minister of Justice." Hagen shrugged. "Thanks for inviting me for coffee late on a Saturday evening, Harry. How's everything at home?" "Fine," Harry said. "Rocco's fit and strong. Oleg's making dinner with his girlfriend. How about you?" "Oh, fine, too. Katrina and Björn have just bought themselves a house, but you probably know that." "No, I didn't know. They had that little break, of course, but now they've decided to go for it." "Katrina's pregnant." "Really?" "Yes, due in June. The world moves on." "For some," Harry said, handing a 200-kroner note to Rita, who started counting out his change. "Not for others. Here at Schroeder's, things are standing still." "So I see," Gunnar Hagen said. "I didn't think cash was legal tender anymore." "That's not what I meant. Thanks, Rita." Hagen waited until the waitress had gone. "So that's why you wanted to meet here? To remind me? Did you think I'd forgotten?" "No, I didn't," Harry said. "But until we know what happened to Marta Ruud, this case isn't solved. Not for her family, not for the people who work here, not for me. And not for you either, I can tell. And you know that if Mikhail Bellman has screwed the lid on so tightly that it can't be opened, then I'm going to smash the glass. Harry, look, all I need is a search warrant and authorization from you to investigate this single loose end. I promise to stop after that. Just this one favor, Gunnar. Then I'll stop." Hagen raised one bushy eyebrow. "Gunnar?" Harry shrugged. "You said it yourself. You're not my boss anymore. Come on. You've always been on the side of good, thorough police work, Gunnar." "You know that sounds like flattery, Harry." "So?" Hagen let out a deep sigh. "I'm not making any promises, but I'll think about it. Okay?" The head of Crime Squad stood up and buttoned his coat. "I remember some advice I was given when I first started working on cases, Harry. That if you want to survive, you have to learn when to let go." "I'm sure that's good advice," Harry said, lifting his coffee cup to his lips and looking up at Hagen. "If you think survival's so bloody important." Chapter 35, Sunday morning. "There they are," Harry said to Haustein Smith, who braked and stopped the car in front of the two men who were standing in the middle of the forest track, arms folded. "Phew," Smith said, sticking his hands in the pockets of his multicoloured blazer. "You're right, I should have worn more clothes." "Take this," Harry said, pulling off his black woolly hat with its embroidered skull and crossbones and the name St. Pauli underneath. "Thanks," Smith said, pulling it down over his ears. "Good morning, Hurler," the sheriff said. Behind him, where the track was no longer drivable, stood two snowmobiles. "Good morning," Harry said, taking off his sunglasses. The sunlight reflecting off the snow stung his eyes. "And thanks for agreeing to help at such short notice. This is Haustein Smith." "You don't have to thank us for doing our job," the sheriff said, and nodded towards a man who was dressed the same way as him, in blue and white overalls that made them look like overgrown toddlers. "Arter, can you take the guy in the blazer?" Harry looked on as the snowmobile carrying Smith and the police officer disappeared along the track. The noise cut through the cold, clear air like a chainsaw. Jimmy straddled the oblong seat of the snowmobile and coughed before turning the ignition key. "If you'll permit the local sheriff to drive a snowmobile?" Harry put his sunglasses back on and got on behind him. Their conversation the previous evening had been short. "Jimmy?" "Harry Hurler here. I've got what I need. Can you arrange snowmobiles and show us the way to the house tomorrow morning?" "Oh, there'll be two of us." "How the hell did you get 11:30? Pause. "Okay." The snowmobile followed the trail left by the first one. In the scattered community below them in the valley, the sunlight glinted off windows and the church spire. The temperature fell rapidly when they entered dense pine forest that shut out the sun, and plummeted when they headed into a depression in the landscape where the ice-covered river ran. The journey only took 3 or 4 minutes, but Harry's teeth were still chattering when they stopped next to Smith and the officer beside an overgrown, ice-covered fence. In front of them was a wrought-iron gate cemented in snow. "And there you have the pig-house," the sheriff said. 30 metres from the gate, a large, ramshackle, elaborate 3-story house loomed up, guarded by tall pines on all sides. If the planks lining the walls had ever been painted, the paint was now all gone, and the house was varying shades of grey and silver. The curtains behind the windows looked like they were made of rough sheets and canvas. "Dark place to build a house," Harry said.
3 floors of old-school Gothic," Smith said. "That must break building regulations here, doesn't it?"
"The Hell family broke all sorts of regulations," the sheriff said, "but never the law." Could I ask you to bring some tools, Sheriff?" "Arthur, have you got the crowbar? Come on, let's get this over with." Harry got off the snowmobile and sank into the snow halfway up to his thighs, but he managed to reach the gate and climb over. The other 3 followed. There was a covered veranda along the front of the house. It faced south, so perhaps the house got a bit of sunlight in the middle of the day in the summer. Why else would you have a veranda? As a place where the midges could drain you of blood? Harry went over to the door and tried to see something behind the frosted glass before pressing the rust-red button of an old-fashioned doorbell. It worked, at least, because a bell rang deep inside the house. The other 3 came and stood beside him as Harry rang the bell again. "If he was home, he'd have been standing in the doorway waiting for us," the sheriff said. "You can hear those snowmobiles from 2 kilometres away, and the road only leads here." Harry tried again. "Lenny Hell can't hear that in Thailand," the sheriff said. "My family are waiting to go skiing, so let's get this glass smashed, Arthur." The policeman swung the crowbar, and the window beside the door shattered crisply. He pulled one of his gloves off, stuck his hand through and fumbled for a while with a look of concentration before Harry heard the sound of a lock turning. "After you," Jimmy said, opening the door and holding his hand out. Harry stepped inside. It seemed uninhabited. That was the first thing that struck him. Maybe it was the lack of modern comforts that made him think of the houses of famous people that had been turned into museums. Like the time when he was 14 and his parents took him and Sis to Moscow, where they visited the house where Fyodor Dostoevsky once lived. It had been the most soulless house Harry had ever seen, which may go some way to explaining why Crime and Punishment came as such a shock when he read it 3 years later. Harry walked through the hall and into the large living room. He pressed the light switch on the wall, but nothing happened. The daylight filtering in through the greyish-white curtains, though, was enough for him to see the steam from his own breath, and the few pieces of old-fashioned furniture scattered randomly around the room, as if matching tables and chairs had been split up after an acrimonious inheritance dispute. He could see heavy paintings hanging crookedly on the walls, probably as a result of changes in temperature. And he could see that Lenny Hell wasn't in Thailand. Soulless. Lenny Hell, or at least someone who resembled the picture Harry had seen of Lenny Hell, was sitting in a wing-backed chair in the same majestic posture in which Harry's grandfather used to fall asleep when he was sufficiently drunk, with the difference that his right foot was slightly raised from the floor and his lower right arm was hovering a few centimetres above the arm of the chair. In other words, the body had tipped slightly to its left after rigor mortis had set in. And that was a long time ago. 5 months, perhaps. The head made Harry think of an Easter egg, brittle, dry, empty of content. It looked as if the head had shrunk, forcing the mouth open and revealing the dry grey gums holding the teeth. There was a black hole in his forehead, bloodless, seeing as Lenny Hell was sitting with his head tilted backwards, gawping and staring stiffly at the ceiling. When Harry went round the chair, he saw that the bolt had gone right through the tall chair back. A black metal object, the shape of a pocket torch, was lying on the floor beside the chair. He recognized it. When Harry was about 10 years old, His grandfather decided it would do the boy good to see where the pork ribs for Christmas dinner came from, and took him with him behind the barn, where he placed a contraption he called the slaughtering mask, even though it wasn't a mask, over the head of Hydrun, the big sow. Then he pressed something, there was a sharp bang, and Hydrun jerked as if taken by surprise and fell to the ground. Then he had drained her of blood, but what Harry remembered most was the smell of powder and the way Hydrun's legs started to twitch after a while. His grandfather had explained that that was how the body worked, that Hydrun was long since dead, but Harry had nightmares about twitching pigs' legs for ages afterwards. The floorboards behind Harry creaked, and he heard breathing that quickly became very heavy. "Lenny Hill?" Harry asked, without turning round. The sheriff had to clear his throat twice before he managed to say, "Yes." "Don't come any closer," Harry said, crouching down and looking round the room. It wasn't speaking to him. This crime scene was silent, possibly because it was too old, possibly because it wasn't a crime scene, but a room in which the man who lived there had decided he didn't want to live any more. Harry took his phone out and called Björnholm. "I've got a dead body in Ornaby, in Nittedal. A man called Artur is going to call and tell you where to meet him." Harry hung up and went out into the kitchen. He tried the light switch, but this one didn't work either. It was tidy, though there was a plate with stiff, mould-covered sauce on it in the sink. There was a dam of ice in front of the fridge. Harry went out into the hall. "See if you can find the fuse box," he said to Artur. "The electricity may have been cut off," the sheriff said. "The doorbell worked," Harry said, then went up the stairs that curved away from the hall. On the first floor he looked in 3 bedrooms. They had all been carefully cleaned, but in one the covers were folded back and there were clothes hanging over the chair. On the second floor he went into a room that had evidently functioned as an office. There were books and files on the shelves, and, in front of the window, on one of the rectangular tables, stood a computer with 3 large screens. Harry turned round. On the table by the door was a box, maybe 75 centimetres square, with a black metal frame and glass sides, with a small white plastic key on a frame inside. A 3D printer. There was the sound of bells ringing in the distance. Harry went over to the window. From there he could see the church. Presumably they were ringing the bells for the Sunday service. The Hell House was taller than it was wide, like a tower in the middle of the forest, as if they had wanted a place where they could see, but without being seen. His eyes landed on a folder on the table in front of him, the name on the front of it. He opened it and read the first page. Then he looked up at the identical folders on the bookcase. He went over to the top of the stairs. "Smith?"
"Yes?"
"Come up here." When the psychologist stepped into the room 30 seconds later, he didn't immediately go over to the desk where Harry was leafing through the folder, but stopped in the doorway with a surprised expression on his face. "Recognize them?" Harry asked. "Yes." Smith went over to the bookcase and pulled out one of the folders. "They're mine. These are my records, the ones that were stolen." "This too, I presume," Harry said, holding up the folder so that Halstein Smith could read the label. "Alexander Dreyer. That's my handwriting, yes." "I don't understand all the terminology here, but I can see that Dreyer was obsessed with Dark Side of the Moon, and women, and blood. You wrote that he might go on to develop vampirism, and noted that if this happened, you would have to consider breaking your oath of confidentiality and telling the police about your concerns." "Like I said, Dreyer stopped coming to see me." Harry heard the sound of a door being opened and looked out of the window just in time to see the policeman stick his head over the railing of the veranda and throw up in the snow. "Where did they go to look for the fuse box?" "The cellar," Smith said. "Wait here," Harry said. He went downstairs. There was a light on in the hall now, and the door to the cellar was open. He crouched down as he descended the narrow, dark cellar steps, but still managed to hit his head on something and felt the skin break. The edge of a water pipe. Then he felt the solid floor beneath his feet and saw a single light bulb outside a storeroom where Jimmy was standing with his hands hanging limply by his sides, staring in. Harry walked towards him. The cold in the living room had hidden the smell, even though the corpse showed signs of decomposition. But it was damp down here, and even if it did get cold, it was never as far below zero as above ground. And as Harry approached, he realized that what he had thought was the smell of rotten potatoes was actually another body. "Jimmy," he said quietly, and the sheriff started and turned round. His eyes were wide open, and he had a little cut on his forehead that made Harry jump before he realized it was the result of another encounter with the water pipe above the stairs. The sheriff stepped aside, and Harry looked in the storeroom. It was a cage, 3 meters by 2, iron mesh and a door with an open padlock on it. But it wasn't holding anyone captive now, because whatever had been in that empty shell had long since departed, soulless again. But Harry could see why the young policeman had reacted so strongly. Even if the level of decay indicated that she had been dead a long time, the mice and rats hadn't been able to reach the naked woman who was hanging from the mesh roof of the cage. And the fact that the body was intact meant that Harry could see in detail what had been done to her. Knives, mostly knives. Harry had seen so many, mutilated in so many different ways. You might think that would harden you. And it did. You got used to seeing the results of random violence, of vicious fights, fatal and efficient stabbings, of ritual madness. But it didn't prepare you for this, for a type of mutilation where you could see what it was trying to achieve. The physical pain and desperate terror of the victim when she realized what was in the process of happening. The sexual pleasure and creative satisfaction of the murderer. The shock, the helpless desolation of those who found the body. Had the murderer got what he wanted here? The sheriff began to cough behind him. "Not here," Harry said. "Go outside." He heard the sheriff's stumbling steps behind him as he opened the door to the cage and went inside. The girl hanging there was thin, and her skin as white as the snow outside, with red marks on it. Not blood. Freckles, and a black hole at the top of her stomach, from a bullet. Harry doubted she had escaped her suffering by hanging herself. The cause of death could, of course, have been the bullet hole in her stomach, but the shot could also have been fired in frustration after she was dead, when she no longer worked, the way children go on destroying a broken toy. Harry brushed aside the red hair hanging in front of her face. No doubt at all. The girl's face expressed nothing, fortunately. When, before too long, her ghost came to him at night, Harry would rather it did so with a blank expression on its face. Who's that?" Harry turned round. Halstein Smith still had the St. Pauli hat pulled down to his eyes as if he was freezing, but Harry doubted that his trembling was caused by the cold. "It's Martha Rood." Chapter 36. Harry sat with his head in his hands, listening to the voices and heavy steps from the floor above. They were in the living room, the kitchen, the hall, setting up cordons, placing little white flags, taking photographs. And then he forced himself to raise his head and look again. He had explained to the sheriff that they mustn't cut Martha Rood down until the crime scene investigators had been. Of course, you could tell yourself that she had bled to death in the boot of Valentine's car. There had been enough of her blood there for that. But there was a mattress on the floor on the left-hand side of the cage that told a different story. It was black, had over time become saturated with the sort of thing the human body rids itself of. And immediately above the mattress, attached to the mesh, hung a pair of handcuffs. There was the sound of footsteps on the stairs. A familiar voice cursed loudly, then Björn Holm appeared, with a bleeding cut on his forehead. He stopped next to Harry and looked at the cage before turning towards him. "Now I understand why our two colleagues have identical wounds on their heads. You too, I see. But none of you felt like telling me, eh?" He turned quickly and called towards the stairs. "Look out for the water pipe!" "Oh!" a muffled voice exclaimed. "Why would anyone build a set of stairs that you have to hit your head on? You don't want to look at her," Harry said quietly. "What?" "I don't want to either, Björn. I've been here almost an hour, and it doesn't get any damn easier." "So, why are you sitting here?" Harry stood up. "She's been alone for so long. I thought—" Harry heard the telltale vibrato in his voice. He walked quickly towards the stairs and nodded to the forensics officer, who was standing there rubbing his forehead. The sheriff was in the hall, talking on his phone. "Smith?" Harry asked. The sheriff pointed upstairs. Halstein Smith was sitting in front of the computer, reading the folder with Alexander Dreyer's name on it when Harry walked in. He looked up. "Down there, Harry. That's Alexander Dreyer's work." "Let's call him Valentine. Are you sure?" "It's all in my own notes. The cuts. He described it to me, told me his fantasies about torturing and then killing a woman. He described it as if he were planning a work of art." "And you still didn't tell the police?" "I thought about it, of course. But if we were to report all the grotesque crimes our clients commit in their imaginations, then neither we nor the police would do much else, Harry." Smith put his head in his hands. "Just think of all the lives that could have been saved. If I'd only—" "Don't be too hard on yourself, Halstein. It isn't even clear that the police would have done anything. Anyway, it's possible that Lenny Hell used your stolen notes to copy Valentine's fantasy." "That's not impossible. Not very likely, but not impossible." Smith scratched his head. "But I still don't understand how Hell knew that by stealing my notes he would find a murderer he could work with." "You do talk quite a lot." "What?" "Think about it, Smith. How likely is it that in your conversations with Lenny Hell about morbid jealousy, you mentioned that you had other patients who fantasized about murder?" "I'm sure I did that. I always try to explain to my patients that they aren't alone in their thoughts, in order to calm and normalize." Smith fell silent and put his hands to his mouth. "Dear God, you mean that that my big mouth is responsible?" Harry shook his head. "We can find 100 ways to blame ourselves, Halstein. During my years as a detective, at least a dozen people have been killed because I haven't managed to catch the serial killer as quickly as I should have. But if you're going to survive, you have to learn to let go." "You're right." Smith laughed hollowly. "But I'm pretty sure the psychologist is supposed to say that, not the cop." "Go home to your family, eat Sunday dinner, and forget this for a while. Todd will be here soon to go through the computer, so we'll see what he can find."
"Okay."
Smith stood up, pulled off the woolly hat and gave it to Harry. "Keep it," Harry said, "and if anyone asks, you'll remember why we came out here today, won't you?"
"Of course," Smith said, pulling the hat back on. And it struck Harry that there was something unintentionally comic, but also ominous about the St. Pauli's skull above the psychologist's jovial features.
"Without a search warrant, Harry?" Gunnar Hagen was shouting so loud that Harry had to hold the phone away from his ear, and Tord, who was sitting in front of Hell's computer, looked up. "You went to the address and broke in without permission. I said no, loudly and clearly." "I didn't break in, boss." Harry looked out through the window at the valley. Darkness had started to fall and lights were going on. "The local sheriff did that. I just rang the doorbell."
I've spoken to him, and he says he had a very clear impression that you had a warrant to search the house.
I just said I had what I needed, and I did.
Which was?
Halstein Smith is Lenny Hell's psychologist. He was perfectly entitled to visit a patient he was concerned about, and in the light of what has emerged regarding Hell's connection to 2 murder victims, Smith believed there were grounds for concern. He asked me to accompany him because of my police background in case Lenny Hell turned violent.
And Smith will back this up, I suppose?
Of course, boss. We can't mess about with this sort of psychologist-patient thing. Harry heard Gunnar Hagen manage the tricky feat of laughing while spitting with rage.
You deceived the sheriff, Harry, and you know that any evidence could be disregarded by a court if they find out.
Stop going on about it and shut up, Gunnar. There was a brief pause.
What did you just say?
I asked you, in a very friendly way, to shut up, Harry said, because there's nothing to find out. The way we got in is perfectly correct, and there's no one to stand trial. They're all dead, Gunnar. The only thing that's happened today is that we found out what happened to Marta Ruud, and that Valentin Yertsin wasn't alone. I can't see how either you or Bellman could come out of this badly.
I don't care about yes, you do.
So here's the text for the police chief's next press release. The police have worked tirelessly to locate Marta Ruud, and that persistence has now paid off. And we damn well believe that Marta's family and the whole of fucking Norway deserve that. Have you written that down? Lenny Hell in no way detracts from the police chief's success with Valentin, boss. This is a business, so relax and enjoy your steak. Harry put his phone in his trouser pocket, rubbed his face. What have you got, Todd? The IT expert looked up.
Email correspondence. It confirms what you're saying. When Lenny Hell first contacts Alexander Dreyer, he tells Dreyer that he's got hold of his address from Smith's patient archive, which he's stolen. Then Hell gets straight to the point and suggests a collaboration.
Does he use the word murder?
Yes.
Good. Go on.
A couple of days pass before Dreyer, or rather Valentin, replies. He writes that he had to check that the patient archive really had been stolen, and that this wasn't just the police setting a trap for him. Then he goes on to say that he's open to suggestions.
Harry looked over Tort's shoulder, shivered when he saw the words on the screen. My friend, I'm open to attractive suggestions. Tort scrolled down and continued.
Lenny Hell writes that they should only ever contact each other by email, and that under no circumstances should Valentin try to find out who he is. He asks Valentin to suggest a place where Hell can supply him with keys to the women's flats, as well as any additional instructions, but without the two of them meeting. Valentine suggests the changing room of the Jaolu Hammam,
the Turkish bathhouse.
4 days before Elisa Hermanson is murdered, Hell writes that the key to her flat and some extra instructions are inside one of the lockers in the changing room, that there's one padlock with a fleck of blue paint on it, and that the code to the lock is 0999.
Hell wasn't just directing Valentin, he was steering him by remote control. What else does it say?
It's similar for Ava Dolman and Penelope Rusk, but there are no instructions about killing Marta Ruud. Quite the contrary. Let's see. Here it is. The day after Marta Ruud went missing, Hell writes, I know it was you who took that girl from Harry Huller's favourite haunt, Alexander. That's not part of our plan. I'm guessing you still have her in your flat. The girl will lead the police to you, Alexander. We need to act quickly. Bring the girl and I'll make sure she disappears. Drive to map reference 60.148083, 10.777245. It's a desolate stretch of road with very little traffic at night. Be there at 0100 tonight. Stop at the sign saying
Hardalan 1 kilometre. Walk exactly 100 metres straight into the forest to your right, lay her down by the big burnt tree and leave. Harry looked at the screen and tapped the coordinates into Google Maps on his phone. That's only a few kilometres from here. Anything else? No, that was the last email. Really? Well, I haven't found anything else on this computer yet. Maybe they were in touch by phone. Let me know if you find anything else. Will do. Harry went back downstairs. Björn Holm was standing in the hall, talking to one of the forensics officers. One little detail, Harry said. Take DNA samples from that water pipe. What? The first time anyone comes down there, they hit the water pipe, skin and blood. It's basically a big guest book. Okay. Harry walked towards the front door, then stopped and turned back. Congratulations, by the way. Hagen told me yesterday. Björn looked at him blankly. Harry made a round gesture over his stomach. Oh, that. Björn Holmes smiled. Thanks. Harry went outside and breathed in deeply as the winter darkness and cold embraced him. It felt cleansing. He headed for the black wall of pine trees. They were using the two snowmobiles as shuttles between the house and the ploughed part of the road, and Harry was pretty sure he could get transport from there. But right now there was no one here. He found the compacted trail made by the snowmobiles, made sure he wasn't going to fall through, and started to walk. The house had disappeared into the darkness behind him when a noise made him stop. He listened. Church bells. Now? He didn't know if they were ringing for a funeral or christening, only that the sound made him shudder. And at that moment he saw something in the dense darkness ahead of him. A pair of yellow, glowing eyes. Animal's eyes. Hyena's eyes. And a low growl that grew in strength. It was getting closer, fast. Harry raised his hand in front of him, but was still blinded by the headlights of the snowmobile as it stopped ahead of him. "Where are you heading?" a voice asked from behind the light. Harry took his phone out, opened the app, and gave it to the snowmobile driver. There. 60.148083, 10.777245. There was forest on either side of the main road. No cars. A blue sign. Harry found the tree precisely 100 metres into the forest from the sign. He waded over to the charred, splintered black trunk, where the snow wasn't as deep as elsewhere. He crouched down and saw a paler scar in the wood, lit up by the lights of the snowmobile. Rope. A chain, perhaps, which meant that Marta Ruud had been alive at that point. "They were here," he said, looking round. "Valentine and Lenny, they were both here. Perhaps they met." The trees stared back at him in silence, like reluctant witnesses. Harry went back to the snowmobile and sat behind the police officer. "You'll need to bring forensics back here so they can get hold of anything that's left." The officer half turned round. "Where are you going?" "Back to the city with the bad news. You know Marta Ruud's family have already been informed." But not her family at Schroeder's." From inside the forest, a bird shrieked a lone warning. Far too late. Chapter 37. Wednesday afternoon. Harry moved the half-metre-high pile of written answers so that he could see the two boys who had sat down in front of his desk better. "Well, I've read your answers regarding the case of the Devil's Star," he said, "and obviously you deserve praise for spending your free time on a task I set the final year students." "But?" Oleg said. "No but." "No, because our answers were better than any of theirs, weren't they?" Jesus had folded his hands behind his head over his long black plait. "No," Harry said. "No? Which of theirs was better?" "Anne Grimsed's group, if I remember rightly." "What?" Oleg said. "They didn't even get the prime suspect right." "That's correct. They actually declared that they didn't have a prime suspect at all. And, based on the information that was made available, that was the correct conclusion. You identified the right person, but that's because you couldn't help yourselves and Googled to find out who the real culprit was 12 years ago. As a result, you got hung up working to a template and drew several mistaken conclusions so that you could end up with the right result.
So you set a task that has no solution?
Oleg said. Not using the information provided, Harry said. A taste of the future if you really want to become detectives.
So what should we do then?
Look for fresh information, Harry said. Or put what you already know together in a different way. Often the solution is hidden in the information you already have.
What about the vampirist case?
Jesus asked. Some fresh information, and some that was already there.
Did you see what VG said today? Oleg asked. That Lenny Hell instructed Valentin Yertsin to kill women Hell was jealous about, just like in Othello.
I seem to remember you saying that the motive for murder in Othello wasn't primarily jealousy, but ambition.
Othello syndrome, then. By the way, it wasn't Mona Dore who wrote it. It's funny, but I haven't seen anything written by her in ages. Who's Mona Dore? Jesus asked.
The only crime reporter who got the whole picture, Oleg said. A strange girl from up north. Goes to the gym in the middle of the night and wears Old Spice.
So, tell us, Harry.
Harry looked at the two eager faces in front of him. Tried to remember if he'd been that keen on the course when he was at police college. Hardly. He was usually hungover and couldn't wait to get drunk again. These two were better. He cleared his throat. Okay, in that case this is a lecture, and I must remind you that as police students you are under an oath of confidentiality. Understood? The pair of them nodded and leaned forward. Harry leaned back. He wanted a smoke and knew that cigarette outside on the steps was going to taste good. We've been through Hell's computer, and it's all there, he said. Plans of action, notes, information about the victims, information about Valentin Yertsin, alias Alexander Dreyer, about Haustein Smith, about me.
About you, Jesus said. Let him go on, Oleg said.
Hell wrote a manual about how to take impressions of the house keys of these women. He had discovered that on a Tinder date, 8 out of 10 women leave their bag on the table when they go to the toilet, and that most of them keep their keys in the little zipped compartment inside the bag, and that it takes on average 15 seconds to make a wax impression of 3 keys, both sides, and that it's easier to photograph the keys, but that for some types of keys a photograph isn't enough to make a sufficiently accurate 3D file from which to produce copies using the 3D printer.
Does that mean he knew he was going to feel jealous about them as early as the first date?
Jesus asked. In some cases, maybe, Harry said. All he wrote was that when it was so simple, there was no reason not to make sure he had access to their homes.
Creepy, Jesus whispered. What made him pick Valentin, and how did he find him? Oleg asked.
Everything he needed was in the patient records he'd stolen from Smith. It said there that Alexander Dreyer was a man with such intense and detailed vampiristic fantasies of killing that Smith was considering trying to get him sectioned. The argument against was that Dreyer demonstrated a high degree of self-control and lived such a well-ordered life. I assumed that it was this combination of a desire to kill and self-control that made him the perfect candidate for Hell.
But what did Hell have to offer Valentin Yertsin? Jesus asked. Money?
Blood, Harry said. Young, warm blood from female victims who couldn't be linked to Alexander Dreyer.
Murders in which there's no obvious motive, and where the murderer hasn't previously been in contact with the victims are the worst ones to solve, Oleg said, as Jesus nodded.
Harry recognized the quote from one of his own lectures. The most important thing for Valentin was to keep his alias, Alexander Dreyer, away from the case. Together with his new face, it was that name which meant he was able to move about in public without being caught. He was less concerned about it coming out that Valentin Yertsin was behind the murders. And, of course, in the end he was unable to resist the temptation to signal to us that he was the man behind the murders.
To us, Oleg said. Or to you?
Harry shrugged. Either way, it didn't actually get us any closer to the man we'd been searching for all these years. He was able to just carry on, following Hell's directions. Carry on, killing. And it could be done safely, because Hell's replica keys meant that Valentine could let himself into his victims' homes.
A perfect symbiosis, Oleg said. Like the hyena and the vulture, Jesus whispered. The vulture shows the hyena where to go by hovering over the wounded prey, and the hyena kills it. Food for both of them. So Valentine kills Elisa Hermanson, Eva Dolman, and Penelope Rusk, Oleg said. But Marta Ruud? Did Lenny Hell know her?
No, that was Valentine's own work. And that was directed at me. He'd read in the papers that I had called him a wretched pervert, so he took someone who was close to me.
Just because you called him a pervert? Jesus wrinkled his nose.
Narcissists love being loved, Harry said, or hated. Other people's fear confirms and inflates their self-image. What they find insulting is to be ignored or belittled.
The same thing happened when Smith insulted Valentine in the podcast, Oleg said. Valentine saw red and set off at once to his farm to kill him. Do you think Valentine became psychotic? I mean, he'd managed to control himself for so long, and the first murders were cold, calculated acts, whereas Smith and Marta Ruud were spontaneous reactions.
Maybe, Harry said. Or maybe he was just full of the self-confidence serial killers often get when their first murders are successful, making them think they can walk on water.
But why did Lenny Hell commit suicide? Jesus asked.
Well, Harry said, suggestions?
Isn't it obvious? Oleg said. Lenny had planned the murder of women who had let him down, and therefore deserved it, but now he was standing there with Marta Ruud's and Mehmet Kalak's blood on his hands, two innocent people who had nothing to do with this. His conscience woke up. He couldn't live with what he had caused to happen.
No, Jesus said.
Lenny planned to kill himself right from the start, once the whole thing was over. These were the three women he wanted to kill, Elisa, Eva, and Penelope.
I doubt that, Harry said. There were more women mentioned in Hell's notes and other replica keys.
Okay, what if he didn't kill himself? Oleg said. What if Valentine murdered him? They could have fallen out about the murders of Mehmet and Marta, seeing as Lenny saw them as innocent victims. So maybe Lenny wanted to turn himself in to the police, and Valentine found out about that. Unless Valentine just got fed up with Lenny, Jesus said. It's not that unusual for hyenas to eat a vulture if it gets too close.
The only fingerprints on the bolt gun are Lenny Hell's, Harry said. Obviously it's possible that Valentine killed Lenny and tried to make it look like suicide. But why go to the trouble? The police have enough evidence against Valentine to put him away for life. And if Valentine was concerned about covering his tracks, he wouldn't have left Marta Ruud in the cellar, or the computer and files that proved that he and Hell were working together upstairs.
Okay, Jesus said. I agree with Oleg about the first part. Lenny Hell realized what he had allowed to happen and decided he couldn't live with himself.
You should never underestimate the first thing you think, Harry said. That's usually based on more information than you're actually aware of. And the simplest solution is often the right one.
But there's one thing I don't understand, Oleg said. Lenny and Valentine didn't want to be seen together, fine. But why such a complicated system of handing things over? Couldn't they have just met in one of their homes?
Harry shook his head. It was important to Lenny to keep his identity hidden from Valentine, seeing as the risk of Valentine being arrested was still pretty high.
Jesus nodded. And he was worried that Valentine would lead the police to him in order to get a reduced sentence.
And Valentine definitely didn't want to let Lenny know where he lived, Harry said. One of the reasons Valentine was able to stay hidden for so long was that he was very careful about that.
So the case is solved? No loose ends, Oleg said. Hell committed suicide and Valentine kidnapped Marta Ruud. But have you got evidence to show that he was the one who killed her?
Crime Squad thinks so.
Because?
Because they found Valentine's DNA at Schroeder's, and Marta's blood in the boot of his car, and because they found the bullet she was shot in the stomach with. It had drilled its way into the brick wall in Hell's cellar, and the angle in comparison to the position of the body showed that she was shot before she was hanged, The bullet came from the same Ruger Red Hawk revolver Valentine had with him when he was planning to shoot Smith.
But you don't agree,
Oleg said. Harry raised an eyebrow. Don't I?
When you say Crime Squad thinks so, that means you think otherwise.
So what do you think? Oleg asked. Harry ran one hand over his face. I'm not sure it's all that important who put her out of her misery, because in this instance, that's exactly what it was. An act of deliverance. The mattress in the cage was teeming with DNA. Blood, sweat, semen, vomit. Some hers, some Lenny Hell's.
Oh, God, Jesus said. You mean Hell abused her too?
There could even have been more of them.
More than Valentine and Hell?
There's a water pipe above the stairs to the cellar. It's impossible not to hit it if you don't know it's there. So I asked Björn Holm, our senior criminal forensics officer, to send me a list of everyone whose DNA was found on that pipe. Anything too old degrades, but he found 7 unique profiles. As usual, we'd taken DNA samples from everyone working at the scene and found matches for the local sheriff, his colleague, Björn, Smith, and me, plus another member of crime scene unit we didn't manage to warn in time. But we couldn't identify the 7th profile.
So it wasn't Valentine Yertzen or Lenny Hell?
No. All we know is that it's a man, and he isn't related to Lenny Hell.
Could have been someone working there, Oleg said. An electrician, a plumber, someone like that.
True, Harry said,
and his gaze fell on the copy of Dagbladet that lay open in front of him, and a portrait of Bellman, who was about to take over as Justice Minister. He read the caption again. I'm particularly pleased that the persistence and tireless work of the police enabled us to find Martha Rude. The family and the police both deserved that, and that makes it easier for me to leave my post as police chief.
I have to go now, guys.
They left police college together, and just as they were about to go their separate ways in front of Chateauneuf, Harry remembered the invitation.
Haustein's finished his vampirist dissertation, and the disputation is on Friday. We've been invited.
Disputation? Oral exam with all your family and friends dressed up to the nines in the room, Jesus said. Hard not to screw up.
Your mum and I are going, Harry said. I don't know if you feel like it or have time. Stoller's one of his opponents.
Wow, Oleg said. Hope it's not too early. I'm going to Ullevål on Friday.
Harry frowned. What for?
It's just Dr. Steffens. He wants another blood sample. He says he's researching a rare blood disorder called systemic mastocytosis, and that if that's what Mum had, then her blood repaired itself.
Mastocytosis?
It's caused by a genetic defect called c-KIT mutation. It's not hereditary, but Steffens is hoping that the substance in the blood that may help to repair it might be. So he wants some of my blood to compare it to Mum's.
So that's the genetic link your mother was talking about?
Steffens says he still thinks it was a case of poisoning, and that this is a shot in the dark, but that most big discoveries are just that, shots in the dark.
He's right about that. The disputation is at 2 o'clock. There's a reception afterwards you can go to if you like, but I'll probably skip that.
I'm sure you will, Oleg smiled and turned to Jesus. Harry doesn't like people, you see.
I do like people, Harry said. I just don't like being with them, particularly not when there's a lot of them at the same time. He looked at his watch. Speaking of which... Sorry I'm late. Private tutorial, Harry said, slipping behind the bar. Erstein groaned as he put 2 glasses of beer down on the counter, spilling them as he did so.
Harry, we've got to get more people in here.
Harry peered at the crowd filling the bar. I think there are too many already.
I mean on this side of the counter, you idiot.
The idiot was joking. Do you know anyone with good taste in music?
Tresco?
Who isn't autistic?
No.
Erstein poured the next beer and gestured to Harry to take payment. Okay, so let's think about it. So Haustein looked in? Harry pointed at the St. Pauli hat that had been pulled down over a glass next to the Galatasaray banner.
Yes, he said thanks for the loan. He had a few foreign journalists with him to show them the place where it all began.
He's having one of those doctor's things the day after tomorrow. Disputation. Harry handed the customer his card back and thanked him. Yeah, there was another guy who came over to them. Smith introduced him to the others as a colleague from Crime Squad. Oh, Harry said, taking the next order from a man with a hipster beard and a Cage the Elephant T-shirt. What did he look like? Teeth, Erstein said, pointing to his own row of brown pegs. Not Truls Berntsen, surely. Don't know his name, but I've seen him here several times. Usually sits in that booth over there. Usually comes on his own. Bound to be Truls Berntsen. The women are all over him. Can't be Truls Berntsen, but he still goes home alone. Weird bloke. Because he doesn't take a woman home. Would you trust someone who turns down free cunt? The bearded hipster raised an eyebrow. Harry shrugged, put the beers in front of him, went over to the mirror and pulled on the St. Pauli hat. He was about to turn round again when he froze. He stood and looked at himself in the mirror, at the skull on his forehead. Harry? Can you give me a hand here? 2 mojitos with Sprite Light. Harry nodded slowly. Then he took the hat off, went round the bar and hurried for the door. Harry! Call Tresco! Yes? Sorry to call so late. I thought maybe the Forensic Medical Institute was closed for the night. We're supposed to be closed, but this is just how it is when you work in a place with a systemic lack of capacity. And you're calling on the internal number that only the police are supposed to use. Yes, this is Harry Höhler. I'm an inspector. I know it's you, Harry. This is Paula, and you're not an inspector anywhere. Oh, it's you. Okay, I'm working on the vampirist case. That's why I'm calling. I want you to check those matches you got for the samples from the water pipe. I wasn't the person who did them, but let me look. But I should tell you that apart from Valentin Yertzen, I don't have the names of the DNA profiles in the vampirist case, just numbers. That's okay, I've got a list of names and numbers from all the crime scenes in front of me, so go ahead. Harry ticked them off as Paula read off the DNA profiles that matched. The sheriff, the local officer, Höhler, Smith, Holm, and his colleague from forensics. And finally, the 7th person. Still no match there, then, Harry said. No. What about the rest of Hell's House? Was any other DNA found that matched Valentin's profile? Let's see. No, it doesn't look like it. Nothing on the mattress, the body, nothing to connect. Nope. Okay, Paula, thanks. Speaking of connections, did you ever find out what was going on with that strand of hair? Strand of hair? Yes, last autumn. Villa brought me a strand of hair and said it was something you wanted to have analysed. He probably thought it would get rushed through if he dropped your name. And was it? Of course, Harry. You know all the girls here have a soft spot for you. Isn't that the sort of thing you say to very old men? Paula laughed. That's what happens when you get married, Harry. Voluntary castration. I found that strand of hair on the floor of the room my wife was in at Ullevål Hospital. It was probably just paranoia. I see. I assumed it couldn't have been important, seeing as Villa told me to forget it. Were you worried your wife had a lover? Not really. Not until you just planted the idea, anyway. You men are so naive. That's how we survive. But you're not, are you? We're taking over the planet, if you hadn't noticed. Well, you're working in the middle of the night, and that's bloody weird. Good night, Paula. Good night. Hang on, Paula. Forget what? What? What did Villa tell you to forget? The connection. Between what? Between the strand of hair and one of the DNA profiles from the vampirist case. Really? Which one? I don't know. Like I said, we only have the numbers. We don't even know if they're suspects or police officers working at the scene. Harry said nothing for a few moments. Have you got the number? He eventually asked. Good evening, the older paramedic said as he came into the staff room in A&E. Good evening, Hansen, said the only other person in the room as he pumped black coffee from the flask into his cup. Your police friend just called? Senior consultant John Doyle Stephens turned round and raised an eyebrow. Have I got friends in the police? He mentioned you, anyway. A Harry Höhler. What did he want? He sent us a picture of a pool of blood and asked us to estimate how much it was. He said you'd done that based on a picture of a crime scene and assumed that those of us who attend accidents are trained to do the same. I had to disappoint him." "Interesting," Stefan said, and picked a hair off his shoulder. He didn't regard his increasing hair loss as a sign that he was fading, but rather the reverse, that he was blossoming, mobilizing, getting rid of things he had no use for. "Why didn't he get in touch with me directly?" "Probably didn't think a senior consultant would be working in the middle of the night. And it sounded urgent." "I see. Did he say what it was about?" "Just something he was working on," he said. "Have you got the picture?" "Yeah." The paramedic pulled out his phone and showed the doctor the message. Stefan glanced at the picture of a pool of blood on a wooden floor. There was a ruler beside the pool. 1.5 litres, Stefan said. "Fairly precisely. You can call and tell him." He took a sip of his coffee. "A lecturer working in the middle of the night? What is the world coming to?" The paramedic chuckled. "The same could be said of you, Stephens." "What?" the senior consultant said, making way for the other man in front of the flask. "Every other night, Stephens. What are you really doing here?" "Taking care of patients who are badly injured." "I know that, but why? You've got a full-time job as senior consultant of haematology, but you still take extra shifts here in A&E. That's not exactly common." "Who wants common? It's mostly a desire to be where you can be most useful, isn't it?" "So you've got no family who'd rather you stayed at home?" "No, but I've got colleagues whose families would rather they didn't stay at home." "Ah, but you're wearing a wedding ring. And you've got blood on your sleeve, Hansen. Have you just brought in someone who was bleeding?" "Yes." "Divorced?" "Widowed." Stephens drank some more coffee. "Who's the patient? Woman, man, young, old?" "Woman in her 30s. Why?" "Just wondered. Where is she now?" "Yes," Björnholm whispered. "Harry, had you gone to bed?" "It's 2 o'clock in the morning. What do you think?" "There was around 1.5 litres of Valentine's blood on the office floor." "What?" "It's basic mathematics. He weighed too much." Harry heard the bed creak, then bedclothes brushing the foam, before he heard Björn's whispered voice again. "What are you talking about?" "You can see it on the scales in the security camera footage when Valentine is leaving. He only weighs 1.5 kilos less than when he arrived." 1.5 litres of blood weighs 1.5 kilos, Harry. I know that. Even so, we're still short of evidence. Once we've got it, I'll explain. And you're not to tell a soul about this, okay? Not even the person lying next to you." "Well, she's asleep." "So I can hear." Björn laughed. "She's snoring for 2. "Can we meet at 8 o'clock in the boiler room?" "I guess. Smith and Villa coming too." "We'll be seeing Smith at his disputation on Friday." "And Villa?" "Just you and me, Björn. And I want you to bring Hell's computer and Valentine's revolver." Chapter 38. Thursday morning. "Up and about early, Björn?" said the older officer behind the counter of the evidence store. "Morning, Jens. I'd like to sign out something from the vampirist case." "Yes, that's back under the spotlight, isn't it? Crime Squad was here getting stuff yesterday. I'm pretty sure it's on shelf G, but let's see what the bastard machine thinks." He tapped at the keyboard as if it were red hot and looked across the screen. "Let's see. Bloody thing's frozen again." He looked up at Björn with a resigned and rather helpless expression. "What do you say, Björn? Wasn't it better when we could just look in a folder and find out exactly who was here from Crime Squad?" Björnholm asked, trying to hide his impatience. "What's his name again? The one with the teeth?" "Truls Berntsen?" No, the one with the nice teeth. The new guy." "Hannes Villa," Björn said. Harry said, leaning back in his chair in the boiler room. "And he signed out Valentine's Red Hawk, plus the iron teeth and handcuffs. And Jens didn't say what Villa wanted them for." "No, he didn't know. I've tried calling Villa in the office, but they say he's taken some time owing, so I called his mobile. And? No answer. Probably asleep, but I can try again now. No, Harry said. No? Harry closed his eyes. We all get fooled in the end, he whispered. What? Nothing. Let's go and wake Villa. Can you call the unit and find out where he lives? 30 seconds later, Björn put the phone back on the desk and repeated the name of the street in a clear voice. You're kidding, Harry said. Björn Holm turned the Volvo Amazon into the quiet street and drove down between the banks of snow where the cars seemed to have gone into hibernation for the winter. Here it is, Harry said, leaning forward and looking up at the 4-story building. There was some graffiti on the pale blue wall between the 2nd and 3rd floors. Sophia's Gata 5, Björn said. Not exactly Holmenkollen. Another life, Harry said. Wait here. Harry got out, went up the 2 steps to the door, and looked at the names beside the doorbells. Some of the old names had changed. Villa's name was further down than where his had once stood. He pressed the buzzer, waited, pressed again. Nothing. He was about to press it a 3rd time when the door opened and a young woman hurried out. Harry caught the door before it closed and slipped inside. The stairwell smelt the same as it used to, a mixture of Norwegian and Pakistani food and the cloying smell of old Fru Senheim on the 1st floor. Harry listened. Silence. Then he crept up the stairs, instinctively avoiding the 6th step, which he knew creaked. He stopped outside the door on the 1st landing. There was no light behind the frosted glass. Harry knocked, looked at the lock, knew it wouldn't take much to break in, a plastic cart and a hard shove. He thought about it, being the person who broke in, and felt his heart beat faster and his breath misted the glass in front of him. That tantalizing excitement. Was that what Valentine had felt when he opened the doors of his victims' flats? Harry knocked again. He waited, then gave up and turned to leave. At that moment he heard footsteps behind the door. He turned round, saw a shadow through the frosted glass. The door opened. Anna's Villa was wearing jeans, but his chest was bare and he hadn't shaved. But he didn't look like he'd just woken up. On the contrary, his pupils were big and dark, his forehead wet with sweat. Harry noticed something red on his shoulder. A cut? There was some blood, anyway. "Harry," Villa said, "what are you doing here?" His voice sounded different from the usual high, boyish pitch. "And how did you get in?" Harry cleared his throat. "We need the serial number of Valentine's revolver. I rang the bell." "And?" "And you didn't answer. I thought maybe you were asleep, so I came in anyway. I actually used to live in this building, on the 4th floor, so I know the doorbells aren't very loud." "Yes," Villa said, stretching as he let out a yawn. "So," Harry said, "have you got it?" "Got what?" "The Red Hawk, the revolver." "Oh, that. Yes, the serial number. Hang on, I'll go and get it." Villa pulled the door to, and Harry saw him disappear across the hall, through the glass. The flats all had the same layout, so he knew that was where the bedroom was. The figure headed back towards the front door, then turned left into the living room. Harry pulled the door open. There was a smell. Perfume? He saw that the bedroom door was closed. That was what Villa had done. He had closed the door. Harry looked automatically for clothes or shoes in the hall that could tell him something, but there was nothing there. He looked at the bedroom door and listened. Then he took 3 long, silent strides and was inside the living room. Anna's Villa hadn't heard him as he knelt in front of the coffee table with his back to Harry, writing on a notepad. Next to the pad was a plate with a slice of pizza on it, pepperoni, and the big revolver with the red butt. But Harry couldn't see the handcuffs or iron teeth. There was an empty cage in one corner of the living room, the sort people keep rabbits in. Hang on, though. Harry remembered the meeting where Scarra had pressurized Villa about the leak to VG, when Villa said he told VG that he had a cat. So where was the cat? And did you keep cats in cages? Harry's gaze moved on to the end wall, where there was a narrow bookcase containing a few textbooks from Police College, including Bjerknes and Hoff Johansson's investigative methods. But there were some that weren't on the syllabus, like Ressler, Burgess and Douglas's Sexual Homicide, Patterns and Motives, a book about serial killings that he had referred to in recent lectures because it contained information about the FBI's newly established VICAP unit. Harry looked at the other shelves. There were what looked like family photographs, 2 adults and Anna's villa as a young boy. There were more books on the shelf below. Hematology at a Glance, Atul B. Mehta et Victor Hofbrand, and Basic Hematology by John D. Steffens, a young man who was interested in blood disorders. Why not? Harry moved closer and looked more carefully at the family photograph. The boy looked happy, the parents less so. "Why did you sign out Valentine's things?" Harry said, and saw Villa's back stiffen. "Katrina Bratt didn't ask you to. Physical evidence isn't the sort of thing you normally take home with you, even if the case has been solved." Villa turned round, and Harry saw his eyes dart automatically to the right, towards the bedroom. "I'm a detective with Crime Squad, and you're a lecturer at Police College, Harry. So, strictly speaking, I should be asking you what you want the serial number for." Harry looked at Villa, realized he wasn't going to get an answer. The serial number was never checked in order to trace its original owner, and that could hardly have been Valentine Yertsin, seeing as he didn't exactly have a firearms license, to put it mildly. "Is that important? Don't you think it is?" Villa shrugged his bare shoulders. "As far as we know, the revolver was never used to kill anyone, not even Matarud, because the post-mortem showed she was dead before she was shot. We've got the ballistic data for the revolver, and it doesn't match any of the other cases in our database. So, no, I don't think it's important to check the serial number, not while there are other things crying out for our attention." "I see," Harry said. "Well, maybe this lecturer can make himself useful by seeing where the serial number leads." "Of course," Villa said, tearing the sheet from the notepad and giving it to Harry. "Thanks," Harry said, looking at the blood on his shoulder. Villa followed him to the door, and when Harry turned round on the landing, he saw that Villa had spread himself out in the doorway, the way bouncers do. "Just out of curiosity," Harry said, "that cage in the living room, what do you keep in it?" Villa blinked a couple of times. "Nothing," he said. Then he quietly closed the door. "Did you find him?" Björn asked as he pulled out into the road. "Yes," Harry said, tearing a page out of his own notebook. "And here's the serial number. Ruger's an American company. Can you check with the ATF? You don't seriously think they'll be able to trace that revolver?" "Why not?" "Because the Americans are pretty half-hearted when it comes to registering the owners of firearms. And there are more than 300 million weapons in the USA. More guns than people, in other words." "Frightening." "What is frightening?" Björn Holm said, putting his foot down harder on the accelerator to get a controlled slide as they turned to go down the hill towards Pilestrede, "is that even the ones who aren't criminals and say they've got guns for self-defense use their guns to shoot the wrong people. There was an article in the Los Angeles Times saying that in 2012 more than twice as many people were killed in accidental shootings as in self-defense, and almost 40 times as many shot themselves. And that's before you even start to look at the statistics for murder." "You read the Los Angeles Times?" "Well, mostly because Robert Hilburn used to write about music in it. Have you read his biography of Johnny Cash?" "Nope." "Hilburn, is he the one who wrote about the Sex Pistols tour of the USA?" "Yep." They stopped at a red light in front of Blitz, once the bridgehead of punk in Norway, where you could still see the occasional Mohawk. Björn Holm grinned at Harry. He was happy now. Happy about becoming a father. Happy the vampirist case was over. Happy to be able to slide a car that smelt of the 1970s and talk about music that was almost as old. "It would be great if you could let me have an answer before 12 o'clock, Björn. If I'm not mistaken, the ATF is based in Washington, D.C., where it's the middle of the night. They've got an office with Interpol in The Hague. Try there." "Okay. Did you find out why Villa had signed out those things?" Harry stared at the traffic light. "No. Have you got Lenny Hell's computer?" "Todd's got it. He should be waiting for us in the boiler room." "Good." Harry tried impatiently to stare the red light green. "Harry?" "Yes?" "Did it ever occur to you that it looked as if Valentine had left his flat very quickly, just before Katrina and Delta got there? As if someone warned him?" "No," Harry lied. The light turned green. Dort was waiting and explaining things to Harry as the coffee machine spluttered and groaned behind them. "Here are Lenny Hell's emails to Valentine before the murders of Elisa, Ava, and Penelope." The emails were short, just the victim's name, address, and a date, the date of the murder, and they all ended with the same line: "Instructions and keys in agreed location, instructions to be burned after reading." "They don't say much," Todd said, "but enough." What? Why do the instructions have to be burned?" "Isn't it obvious? There were things in them that could lead people to Lenny." "But he didn't delete the emails from his computer. Is that because he knew that IT experts like you could reconstruct the correspondence anyway?" Todd shook his head. "Nowadays it isn't that simple. Not if both sender and recipient delete the emails thoroughly." "Lenny would have known how to delete emails thoroughly, so why didn't he?" George shrugged his broad shoulders. "Because he knew that by the time we had his computer, the game would already be up." Harry nodded slowly. Maybe Lenny knew that from the start, that one day the war he was waging from his bunker would be lost, and that it would then be time for a bullet to the head. Maybe. Todd looked at his watch. "Was there anything else?" "Do you know what stylometry is?" "Yes, the analysis of variations in writing style. There was a lot of research into stylometry after the Enron scandal. Several 100,000 emails were made public so that researchers could see if they could identify their senders. They got a hit rate of between 80 and 90%. After Todd had left, Harry rang the number of VG's crime desk. "Harry Huller, can I speak to Mona Dore?" "Long time, Harry." Harry recognized the voice of one of the older crime reporters. "You could have done, but Mona vanished a few days ago." "Vanished?" "We got a text saying she was taking a few days off and that her phone would be switched off. Probably a good move. That girl's worked bloody hard over the past year, but the editor was pissed off she didn't ask, just sent that short message and pretty much disappeared. Kids these days, eh, Harry? Anything I can help you with?" "No, thanks," Harry said, and hung up. He looked at his phone for a moment before slipping it into his pocket. By 11:15, Björn Holm had got hold of the name of the man who had imported the Ruger Red Hawk into Norway, a sailor from Farsund. And at 11:30, Harry spoke to his daughter on the phone. She remembered the Red Hawk because she had dropped the heavy revolver, which weighed more than a kilo, on his father's big toe when she was little. But she couldn't say where it had gone. "Dad moved to Oslo when he retired to be closer to us children. But he was ill towards the end and did a lot of peculiar things. He started giving away lots of his possessions, as we discovered afterwards when we were trying to sort out his will. I never saw the revolver again, so he could have given it away." "But you don't know who to?" "No." "You said he was ill. I presume that was what led to his death?" "No, he died of pneumonia. It was fast and relatively painless, thank goodness." "I see. So what was the other illness, and who was his doctor?" Well, that was just it. We realised he wasn't very well, but Dad always thought of himself as a big, strong sailor. I suppose he thought it was embarrassing, so he kept it secret, both what was wrong with him and who he saw about it. It wasn't until his funeral that I heard about it from an old friend he'd confided in. Would that friend know who your father's doctor was, do you think? Hardly. Dad just mentioned the illness, no details. And what was the illness? Harry wrote it down, looked at the word, a rather lonely Greek term among all the Latin names in the world of medicine. "Thanks," he said. Chapter 39. Thursday night. "I'm sure," Harry said into the darkness of the bedroom.
"Motive?"
Raoul said, curling up beside him.
"Othello. Oleg was right. First and foremost, it's not about jealousy. It's about ambition."
"Are you still talking about Othello? Are you sure you don't want to close the window? It's supposed to be -15 tonight."
"No."
"You're not sure if the window should be closed, but you're quite sure who the architect behind the vampirist murders is?"
"Yes."
"You're just missing that silly little thing called evidence."
"Yes."
Harry pulled her closer to him.
"That's why I need a confession."
"So ask Katrina Bratt to call him in for questioning."
"Like I said, Bellman won't let anyone touch the case."
"So what are you going to do?"
Harry stared at the ceiling, felt the heat of her body. Would that be enough? Should they close the window?
"I'm going to question him myself, without him knowing that that's what's going on."
"Just let me remind you, as a lawyer, that an informal confession to you, one-to-one, has zero value."
"So we'll have to make sure I'm not the only one who hears it, then."
Stola Erna rolled over in bed and picked up the phone, saw who was calling and pressed the button to answer.
"Yes?"
"I thought you'd be asleep," Harry's gruff voice.
"And you still called?"
"You've got to help me with something."
"Still you, rather than us?"
"Still humanity. Do you remember we talked about Zen and the art of motorcycle maintenance?"
"Yes."
"I need you to set a monkey trap during Hallstein's disputation."
"Really? You, me, Hallstein, and who else?"
Stola Erna heard Harry take a deep breath.
"A doctor."
"And this is a person you've managed to link to the case?"
"More or less."
Stola felt the hairs on his arm stand up.
"Meaning?"
"Meaning that I found a hair in Rakel's room, and in a fit of paranoia I sent it for analysis. It turned out that there was nothing suspicious about the fact that it was there, because it came from this doctor. But then it turned out that the DNA profile of the hair ties him to the scenes of the vampirist murders."
"What?"
"And that there's a link between this doctor and a young detective who's been among us the whole time."
"What are you saying? You've got proof that this doctor and the detective are involved in the vampirist murders?"
"No," Harry sighed.
"No? Explain."
When Stola Erna hung up 20 minutes later, he listened to the silence in the house. The calm. Everyone was asleep, but he knew he wasn't going to get any more sleep. Chapter 40. Friday morning. Wenche Sivertsen looked out across Fronja-Parken as she used the step machine. One of her friends had advised her against it, saying it made your backside bigger. She evidently hadn't understood the point. Wenche wanted a bigger backside. Wenche had read online that exercise only gave you a more muscular backside, rather than one that was bigger and more perfectly formed, and that the solution was estrogen supplements, eating more, or, simplest of all, implants. But Wenche had ruled out the last, because one of her principles was keeping her body natural, and she had never submitted to the knife. Apart from getting her bust fixed, of course, but that didn't count. And she was a woman of principle. That was why she had never been unfaithful to Herr Sivertsen, in spite of all the offers she got,
particularly in gyms like this. It was often young men who took her for a cougar on the prowl, but Venka had always preferred men who were more mature. Not as old as the wrinkled, battered old man on the bicycle beside her, but like her neighbour, Harry Huller. Men who were inferior to her intellectually and in terms of maturity were actually a turn-off. She needed men who could stimulate her, entertain her, spiritually as well as in material terms. It really was that simple. There was no point pretending otherwise. And Herr Sievertson had done a good job of the last of these. But Harry was unavailable, apparently. And then there was that business of her principles, too. Besides, Herr Sievertson had become unreasonably jealous and had threatened to interfere with her privileges and lifestyle on the few occasions he had found out that she had been unfaithful, which of course was before she had established the principle of not being unfaithful.
"Why isn't a beautiful woman like you married?"
The words sounded like they were being ground out, and Venka turned to face the old man on the bicycle. He smiled at her. His face was thin, with wrinkles like deep valleys, big lips, and long, thick, greasy hair. He was thin, but broad-shouldered, a bit like Mick Jagger, apart from his red bandana and truck driver's moustache. Venka smiled and raised her ringless right hand. "Married. I take it off when I exercise."
"Shame,"
the old man smiled.
"because I'm not married, and I could have offered a betrothal on the spot."
He raised his own right hand. Venka started. She thought for a moment that she was seeing things. Was that really a big hole right through his hand? "Oleg Farka is here," the voice said over the intercom. "Send him in," John D. Stephen said, pushing his chair away from his desk and looking out of the window at the laboratory building, the Department of Transfusion Medicine. He had already seen young Farka get out of the little Japanese car that was still in the car park with its engine running. Another young man was sitting behind the wheel, presumably with the heater at full blast. It was a sparklingly cold, sunny day. For many people it was a paradox that a cloudless sky in July promised heat, but cold in January, because many people couldn't be bothered to understand the basics of physics, meteorology, and the nature of the world. It no longer irritated Stephens that people thought that cold was a thing, and didn't understand that it was merely the absence of heat. Cold was the natural, dominant state, heat the exception. The way murder and cruelty were natural, logical, and mercy an anomaly, a result of the human herd's intricate way of promoting the survival of the species. Because mercy stopped there, within the species, and it was humanity's boundless cruelty towards other species that allowed it to survive. For instance, the growth of human beings as a species meant that meat wasn't just hunted, but produced. The very words, meat production, the very idea. People kept animals in cages, stripping them of all their happiness and pleasure in life, inseminating them so that they involuntarily produced milk and tender young flesh, took their offspring away as soon as they were born, while the mothers bellowed with pain, and then made them pregnant again as soon as possible. People got furious if certain species were eaten, dogs, whales, dolphins, cats. But mercy, for unfathomable reasons, stopped there. The far more intelligent pigs could and would be humiliated and eaten, and we had been doing it for so long human beings no longer even thought about the calculated cruelty that was part and parcel of modern food production. Brainwashing. Stephen stared at the closed door that would soon be opening. Wondered if they would ever understand that morality, which some people imagine is God-given and eternal, is as malleable and learned as our ideas of beauty, our enemies, our fashion trends. It seemed unlikely, and as a result it was hardly surprising that humanity was unable to understand and accept radical research projects which went against their own ingrained thoughts, unable to understand that it was as logical and necessary as it was cruel. The door opened. "Good morning, Oleg. Come in, have a seat." "Thanks.
The young man sat down. "Before you take the sample, can I ask you for a favour?" "A favour?" Stephens pulled on a pair of white rubber gloves. "You know that my research could benefit you, your mother, and the whole of your future family. And I know that research is more important to you than a slightly longer life is to me." Stephens smiled. Wise words for such a young man. "I'm asking on my father's behalf if you could spare 2 hours to attend and give a professional opinion during a friend's disputation. Harry would very much appreciate it." "A disputation?" "By all means, it would be an honour. The only problem is," Oleg said, then cleared his throat, "that it starts now, or soon, and we'd need to go as soon as you got your blood sample." "Now?" Stephens looked down at the diary that lay open in front of him. "I'm afraid I have a meeting which he'd really appreciated," Oleg said. Stephens looked at the young man as he rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "You mean your blood in exchange for my time?" "Something like that," Oleg said. Stephens leaned back in his office chair and clasped his hands together in front of his mouth. "Just tell me one thing, Oleg. What is it that leads you to have such a close relationship to Harry Höhler? After all, he isn't your biological father." "You tell me," Oleg said. "Answer that, and give me your blood, and I'll go with you to this disputation." Oleg thought. "I almost said that it's because he's honest, that in spite of the fact that he isn't the best father in the world or anything like that, I can trust what he says. But I don't think that's the most important thing." "So what is the most important thing?" "That we hate the same groups." "That you what?" "Music. We don't like the same music, but we hate the same stuff." Oleg pulled his padded jacket off and rolled up his sleeve. "Ready?" Chapter 41. Friday afternoon. Rakel looked up at Harry as they walked arm in arm across Universitätsplassen towards the Domus Academica, one of 3 buildings belonging to the University of Oslo in the centre of the city. She had persuaded him to wear the smart shoes she had bought him in London, even though he had said they were too slippery for this sort of weather. "You ought to wear a suit more often," she said. "And the council should grit more often," Harry said, pretending to slip again. She laughed and held him tight, felt the hard yellow file he had folded and stuffed into his inside pocket. "Isn't that Björn Holm's car? And a very illegal piece of parking." They passed the black Volvo Amazon, which was parked right in front of the steps. "Police authorization behind the windscreen," Harry said. "Clear case of misuse." "It's because of Katrina," Rakel smiled. "He's just worried that she'll fall." There was a buzz of voices in the vestibule outside the Gamla Festsaal auditorium. Rakel looked for familiar faces. It was mostly professional colleagues and family. But there was someone she recognized at the other end of the room. Truls Berntsen. He evidently hadn't understood that a suit was the correct attire for a disputation. Rakel forged a path for herself and Harry over to Katrina and Björn. "Congratulations, you two," Rakel said, and hugged them both. "Thanks," Katrina beamed, stroking her bulging stomach. "When?" "In June." "June," Rakel repeated, and saw Katrina's smile twitch. Rakel leaned forward, put a hand on Katrina's arm, and whispered, "Don't think about it. It'll be fine." Rakel saw Katrina look at her as if in shock. "Epidural," Rakel said. "They're brilliant things. They get rid of any pain, just like that." Katrina blinked twice. Then she laughed. "Do you know, I've never been to a disputation before. I had no idea it was so formal until I saw Björn putting on his finest bootlace tie. What actually happens?" "Oh, it's fairly straightforward, really," Rakel said. "We go into the auditorium first, stand as the chair of the defence, the candidate and the 2 opponents come in. Smith is probably pretty tense, even if he's already had to give an examination lecture to them, either yesterday or this morning. He's probably most worried that Ståle Auna's going to be awkward, but there can't be much chance of that." "No," Björn Holm said, "but Auna said he doesn't believe in vampirism." "Ståle believes in serious scholarship," Rakel said.
The opponents are supposed to be critical and get to the heart of the subject of the dissertation, but they have to stay within the bounds of the subject and the premise of the occasion, not ride their own hobby horses. "Wow, you've done your homework," Katrina said, as Rakel took a deep breath. Rakel nodded and went on. "The opponents have 3/4 of an hour each, and between them brief questions from the hall are permitted, known as ex auditorio, but that doesn't usually happen. After that, there's the disputation dinner, paid for by the candidate, but we're not invited to that, which Harry thinks is a great shame." Katrina turned towards Harry. "Is that true?" Harry shrugged. "Who doesn't like a bit of meat and gravy and dozing off to half-hour speeches made by the relatives of someone you really don't know that well?" People started to move around them, and a few cameras flashed. "The next Justice Minister?" Katrina said. It was as if the waters parted before Mikhail and Ulla Bellman as they walked arm in arm. They were smiling, but Rakel didn't think that Ulla was really smiling. Perhaps she wasn't the smiling type, or perhaps Ulla Bellman had been that beautiful, bashful girl who had learned that an exaggerated smile only led to more unwanted attention and that a chilly exterior made life easier. If that was the case, Rakel couldn't help wondering what she was going to make of life as the wife of a cabinet minister. Mikhail Bellman stopped next to them when a question was yelled out and a microphone stuck in front of his face. "Oh, I'm just here to celebrate one of the men who contributed to us solving the vampirist case," he said in English. "Dr. Smith is the one you should be talking to today, not me." But Bellman did as he was asked, and posed happily as the photographers called out their requests. "International press," Björn said. "Vampirism is hot," Katrina said, looking at the crowd. "All the crime reporters are here." "Except Mona Daw," Harry said, as he looked around. "And everyone from the boiler room," Katrina said, "except Anders Viller. Do you know where he is?" The others shook their heads. "He called me this morning," Katrina said, "asked if he could have a chat with me on his own." "What about?" Björn wondered. "God knows. Ah, there he is!" Anders Viller had appeared at the far side of the crowd. He looked breathless and red-faced as he took his scarf off. At that moment the doors to the auditorium opened. "Right, we need to get seats," Katrina said, and hurried towards the door. "Make way, pregnant woman coming through." "She's so pretty," Rakel whispered, sticking her hand under Harry's arm and leaning against his shoulder. "I've always wondered if you and she ever had a thing." "A thing?" "Just a little one. When we weren't together, for instance." "Afraid not," Harry said gloomily. "Afraid not? Meaning?" "Meaning sometimes I regret not making more use of our little gaps." "I'm not joking, Harry." "Nor am I." Hallstein Smith opened the door to the imposing room a crack and peered in. Looked at the chandelier hanging above the crowd, filling all the seats in the auditorium. There were even people standing in the gallery. Once this room had housed Norway's National Assembly, and now he, little Hallstein, was going to stand at the podium and defend his research, and be awarded the title of doctor. He looked at May, who was sitting in the front row, nervous but as proud as a mother hen. He looked at his foreign colleagues, who had come even though he had warned them that the disputation would be in Norwegian. He looked at the journalists, at Bellman, who was sitting with his wife in the front row, right in the middle, at Harry, Björn and Katrina, his new friends in the police, who had played such a part in his dissertation about vampirism, in which the case of Valentin Yertsen had obviously become one of the central planks. And even if the image of Valentin had changed dramatically in light of the events of recent day, they had only strengthened his conclusions about the vampiristic personality. Because, of course, Hallstein had pointed out that vampirists primarily act on instinct and are driven by their desires and impulses. So the revelation that Lenny Hell had been the mastermind behind the well-planned murders had come in the nick of time. "Let's get started," the chairman said, picking a speck of dust from his academic gown. Hallstein took a deep breath and walked in. The audience rose to its feet.
Smith and the two opponents sat down, while the chairman explained how the disputation was going to proceed. Then he gave the floor to Hallstein. The first opponent, Ståle Aune, leaned forward and whispered good luck. Hallstein walked up to the podium and looked out across the auditorium, felt silence descend. The examination lecture that morning had gone well. Well? It had been fantastic. He couldn't help noting that the adjudication committee had seemed happy, and even Ståle Aune had nodded appreciatively at his best points. Now he was going to give a shorter version of the lecture, 20 minutes maximum. He began to speak, and soon got the same feeling he had had that morning, and departed from the script he had in front of him. His thoughts became words instantly, and it was as if he could see himself from outside, could see the audience, could see the expressions on their faces hanging on his every word, their senses entirely focused on him. Hallstein Smith, Professor of Vampirism. Obviously there was no such thing yet, but he was going to change that, and today marked the start. He was approaching his conclusion. During my brief time in the independent investigative group led by Harry Huller, I managed to learn many things. One of them was that the central question in any murder case is why, but that doesn't help if you can't also answer how. Hallstein went over to the table next to the podium, on which lay 3 objects covered by a felt cloth. He took hold of one end of the cloth and waited. A bit of theatre was forgivable. "This is how," he declared, and pulled the cloth away. A gasp ran through the audience as they saw the large revolver, the grotesque handcuffs, and the black iron teeth. He pointed at the revolver. "One tool to threaten and compel." At the handcuffs. "One to control, incapacitate, imprison." The iron teeth. "And one to get to the source, to gain access to the blood, to conduct the ritual." He looked up. "Thank you to Detective Anna's Villa for letting me borrow these objects so that I could illustrate my point. Because this is more than 3 hows, it is also a why." "But how is it a why?" Scattered, knowing laughter. "Because all the tools are old. Unnecessarily old, one might say. The vampirist has gone to the trouble of obtaining copies of artifacts from specific time periods, and that underlines what I say in my dissertation about the importance of ritual and the fact that drinking blood can be traced back to a time when there were gods who needed to be worshipped and placated, and the currency for that was blood." He pointed at the revolver. "This marks a link to America, 200 years ago, when there were Native American tribes that drank their enemies' blood in the belief that they would absorb their power." He pointed at the handcuffs. "This is a link to the Middle Ages, when witches and sorcerers had to be caught, exorcised, and ritually burned." He pointed at the teeth. "And these are a link to the ancient world, when sacrifices and human bloodletting were a common way of appeasing the gods. Just as I, with my answers today," he gestured towards the chair and 2 opponents, "hope to appease these gods." The laughter was more relaxed this time. "Thank you." The applause was, as far as Hallstein Smith could judge, thunderous. Ståle Aune stood up, adjusted his spotted bow tie, stuck his stomach out, and marched up to the podium. "Dear candidate, you have based your doctoral dissertation on case studies, and what I am wondering is how you were able to draw the conclusion you did, given that your main example, Valentin Yersin, didn't support your conclusions. That is, until Lenny Hale's role was uncovered." Hallstein Smith cleared his throat. "Within psychology, there is more scope for interpretation than in most other sciences, and naturally it was tempting to interpret Valentin Yersin's behaviour within the frame of the typical vampirist I had already described. But as a researcher, I have to be honest. Until a few days ago, Valentin Yersin didn't entirely fit my theory. And even if it is the case that the map and the terrain are never identical in psychology, I have to admit that that was frustrating.
It is hard to take any pleasure from the tragedy of Lenny Hell, but if nothing else, his case reinforces the theory of this dissertation, and therefore provides an even clearer illustration and more precise understanding of the vampirist. Hopefully this can help prevent future tragedies by enabling the vampirist to be caught earlier." Halstein cleared his throat. "I must thank the adjudication committee, who had already devoted so much time to studying my original dissertation, for permitting me to incorporate the changes made possible by the discovery of Hell's role in the case, and which therefore made everything fall into place." When the chair discreetly signalled to the first opponent that his time was up, Halstein felt that only 5 minutes had passed, not 45. It had gone like a dream. And when the chair went up to the podium to say that there would now be an interval in which questions could be submitted ex auditorio, Halstein could hardly wait to show them this fantastic piece of work which, in all its grimness, was still about the greatest and most beautiful thing of all, the human mind. Halstein used the break to mingle in the vestibule, to talk to people who weren't invited to the dinner. He saw Harry Huller standing with a dark-haired woman, and made his way over to them. "Harry," he said, shaking the policeman's hand, which was as hard and cold as marble. "This must be Raquel."
"It is," Harry said.
Halstein shook her hand as he saw Harry look at his watch, then over at the door. "Are we expecting someone?"
"Yes," Harry said, "and here he is at last."
Halstein saw 2 people coming through the door at the other end of the room, a tall, dark young man and a man in his 50s with fair hair and thin, rectangular, frameless glasses. It struck him that the young man looked like Raquel, but there was also something familiar about the other man. "Where have I seen that man in the glasses?" Halstein wondered.
"I don't know. He's a hematologist, John D. Steffens."
"And what's he doing here?" Halstein saw Harry took a deep breath.
"He's here to put an end to this story. He just doesn't know it yet."
At that moment the chair rang a bell and announced in a booming voice that it was time to go back into the auditorium. John D. Steffens was making his way between 2 rows of seats, with Oleg Farker behind him. Steffens glanced around the room, trying to locate Harry Huller, and felt his heart stop when he caught sight of the fair-haired young man in the back row. At the same moment Annas caught sight of him, and Steffens saw the fear in the young man's face. Steffens turned to Oleg to say he had forgotten a meeting and had to leave. "I know," Oleg said, and showed no sign of moving out of the way. Steffens noted that the boy was almost as tall as his pseudo-father, Huller. "But we're going to let this run its course now, Steffens." The boy gently put his hand on Steffens's shoulder, but it still felt to the senior consultant that he was being pushed onto the chair behind him. Steffens sat and felt his pulse slow down. Dignity. Yes, dignity. Oleg Farker knew, which meant that Harry knew, and hadn't given him any chance to escape. And it was obvious from Anna's reaction that he hadn't known about this either. They had been fooled into being here together. What now? Katrina Bratt sat down between Harry and Björn, just as the chair began to speak up at the podium. "The candidate has received a question ex auditorio. Harry Huller, please go ahead." Katrina looked at Harry in surprise as he stood up.
"Thank you."
She could see the looks of surprise on other people's faces too, some of them with a smile on their lips, as if they were expecting a joke. Even Halstein Smith seemed amused as he took over at the podium.
"Congratulations," Harry said. "You're very close to achieving your goal, and I must also thank you for your contribution to solving the vampirist case."
"I should be thanking you," Smith said with a small bow.
"Yes, maybe," Harry said, "because, of course, we found the person who was pulling the strings and directing Valentine, and as Arnaud pointed out, your entire dissertation is based upon that. So you were lucky there."
"I was.
But there are a couple of other things I think we'd all like answers to."
"I'll do my best, Harry."
"I remember when I saw the recording of Valentine entering your barn. He knew exactly where he was going, but he didn't know about the scales inside the door. He marched in, unconcerned, convinced he had firm ground under his feet, and he almost lost his balance. Why does that happen?
"We take some things for granted," Smith said. "In psychology we call it rationalizing, which basically means that we simplify things. Without rationalization, the world would be unmanageable. Our brains would become overloaded by all the uncertainties we have to deal with."
That would also explain why we go down a flight of cellar steps without concern, without thinking that we might hit our heads on a water pipe.
Exactly.
But after we've done it once, we remember, or at least most of us do, the next time. That's why Katrina Bratt takes care when she walks across those scales in your barn on only her second visit. So it's no mystery that we found blood and skin on that water pipe in Hell's cellar belonging to you and me, but not from Lenny Hell. He must have learned to duck as long ago as, well, when he was a child. Otherwise we would have found Hell's DNA, because DNA can often be traced years after it ends up on something like that water pipe.
I'm sure that's correct, Harry.
I'll come back to that. But let me first deal with something that is a mystery.
Katrina sat up in her chair. She didn't yet know what was going on, but she knew Harry could feel the vibration of the inaudible low-frequency growl that lay beneath his voice.
When Valentin Yertsin goes into your barn at midnight, he weighs 74.7 kilos, Harry said. But when he leaves, he weighs 73.2 kilos, according to the security camera footage. Exactly 1.5 kilos lighter.
Harry gestured with his hand.
The obvious explanation is, of course, that the weight difference is the result of the blood he lost in your office.
Katrina heard the chairman's discreet but impatient cough.
But then I realized something, Harry said. We'd forgotten the revolver. The one Valentin had brought with him, and which was still in the office when he left. A Ruger Red Hawk weighs around 1.2 kilos. So, for the sums to add up, Valentin had only lost 0.3 kilos of blood.
"Hola," the chairman said. "If there is a question to the candidate here—"
"First a question to an expert in blood," Harry said, and turned to face the audience. "Senior Consultant John Steffens, you're a hematologist, and you happened to be on duty when Penelope Rask was taken to hospital."
John Steffens felt sweat break out on his forehead when all eyes turned to look at him, just as they had looked at him when he had been on the witness stand explaining how his wife had died, how she had been stabbed, how she had literally bled to death in his arms. All eyes, then as now. Anna's eyes, then as now. He swallowed. "Yes, I was."
"You demonstrated, then, that you have a good eye for estimating blood quantities. Based on a photograph from the crime scene, you estimated the amount of blood she had lost at 1.5 liters.
"Yes." Harry took a photograph out of his jacket pocket and held it up.
"And based on this picture from Halstein Smith's office, which was shown to you by one of the paramedics, you estimated the amount of blood here also to be 1.5 liters. In other words, 1.5 kilos. Is that correct?"
Stefan swallowed, knew that Anna's was staring at him from behind. "That's correct. Give or take a deciliter or two."
"Just to be clear, is it possible for someone to get to their feet and escape, even if they've lost 1.5 liters of blood?"
"It differs from individual to individual, but yes, if the person has the physique and determination."
"Which brings me to my very simple question," Harry said.
Steffens felt a bead of sweat trickle down his forehead. Harry turned back to the podium.
"How come, Smith?"
Katrina gasped. The silence that followed felt like a physical weight in the room. "I'll have to pass on that, Harry. I don't know," Smith said. I hope that doesn't mean that my doctorate is at risk, but in my defence I would like to point out that this question is outside the frame of my dissertation." He smiled, but garnered no laughter this time. "But it's within the parameters of the police investigation, so perhaps you ought to answer that yourself, Harry."
"Very well," Harry said, and took a deep breath.
"No," Katrina thought,
and held her breath. "Valentine Yertsin didn't have a revolver on him when he arrived. It was already in your office."
"What?"
Smith's laughter sounded like the cry of a lone bird in the auditorium.
"How on earth could it have got there?"
"You took it there," Harry said.
"Me? I've got nothing to do with that revolver."
"It was your revolver, Smith."
"Mine? I've never owned a revolver in my life. You only have to check the firearms register."
"In which this revolver is registered to a sailor from Farsun, whom you treated for schizophrenia."
"A sailor? What are you talking about, Harry? You said yourself that Valentine threatened you with the revolver in the bar when he killed Mehmet Kalak."
"You got it back after that."
A wave of anxiety spread around the auditorium, and there was a sound of low muttering and chairs being moved. The chairman stood up and looked like a cockerel spreading his feathers as he raised his gowned arms to appeal for calm. "Sorry, Hula, but this is a disputation. If you have information for the police, might I suggest that you address it to the correct authorities and not bring it into the world of academe?"
"Our chairman, opponents," Harry said. "Is it not of fundamental importance to the examination of this doctoral thesis if it is based upon a misinterpreted case study? Isn't that the sort of thing that's supposed to be illuminated in a disputation?"
Hula," the chairman began, with thunder in his voice. "Is right," Stola Arna said from the front row. "My dear chairman, as a member of the adjudication committee, I am very interested to hear what Hula wishes to say to the candidate."
The chairman looked at Arna, then at Harry, and finally at Smith, before sitting down again. "Well then," Harry said, "I would like to ask the candidate if he held Lenny Hell hostage in his own house, and if it was him rather than Hell who was directing Valentine Yertsin."
An almost inaudible gasp ran round the auditorium, followed by a silence so complete that it seemed to suck all the air out of the room. Smith shook his head in disbelief. "This is a joke, isn't it, Harry? This is something you've cooked up in the boiler room to liven up the disputation, and now
I suggest you answer, Halstein."
Perhaps it was the use of his first name that made Smith realize that Harry was serious. Katrina at least thought she saw something sink in as he stood there at the podium. "Harry," he said quietly, "I had never been in Hell's house before Sunday, when you took me there."
"Yes, you had," Harry said. "You were very careful to get rid of the evidence from anywhere you might have left fingerprints and DNA. But there was one place you forgot. The water pipe."
"The water pipe? We all left our DNA on that damn water pipe on Sunday, Harry."
"Not you."
"Yes, me too. Ask Björn Holm. He's sitting right there."
"What Björn Holm can confirm is that your DNA was found on the water pipe, not that it got there on Sunday. Because on Sunday you came down to the cellar when I was already there. Silently. I didn't hear you come, if you remember. Silently, because you didn't hit your head on the water pipe. You ducked, because your brain remembered."
"This is laughable, Harry. I hit that water pipe on Sunday. You just didn't hear it."
"Perhaps you were wearing this, which cushioned the blow."
Harry pulled a black woolen hat from his pocket and put it on his head. On the front of the hat was a skull, and Katrina read the name St. Pauli.
"But how can someone leave DNA in the form of skin or blood or hair when they're wearing this pulled down over their forehead?"
Halstein blinked hard.
"The candidate isn't answering," Harry said. so let me answer for him. Halstein Smith walked into that water pipe the first time he was there, which was a long time ago, before the vampirist set to work. In the silence that followed, Halstein Smith's low chuckle was the only sound.
"Before I say anything," Smith said, "I think we should give former Detective Harry Huller a generous round of applause for this fantastic story."
Smith started to clap his hands, and a few others joined in before the applause died out.
"But for this to be more than just a story, it requires the same thing as a doctoral thesis," Smith said. "Evidence. And you have none, Harry. Your entire deduction is based upon two highly dubious assumptions. That some very old scales in a barn shows exactly the right weight of a person who stands on it for barely a second, scales that I can tell you have a tendency to stick, and that because I was wearing a woolen hat, I couldn't have left DNA on the water pipe on Sunday, a hat that I can tell you I took off when I was going down those steps before I hit my head on the water pipe and put on again, seeing as it was colder down in the cellar. The fact that I have no scar on my forehead now is because I heal quickly. My wife can also confirm that I had a mark on my forehead when I returned home."
Katrina saw the woman in the homemade, drab-coloured dress look at her husband, with dark eyes in a blank face, as if she were suffering from shock after a grenade explosion.
"Isn't that so, May?"
The woman's mouth opened and closed. Then she nodded slowly.
"You see, Harry,"
Smith tilted his head and looked at Harry with an expression of sad sympathy.
"You see how easy it is to blow holes in your theory."
"Well," Harry said, "I respect your wife's loyalty, but I'm afraid the DNA evidence is indisputable. The analysis from the Forensic Medical Institute not only proves that the organic matter matches your DNA profile, but also that it's more than 2 months old, so couldn't possibly have ended up there on Sunday."
Katrina started in her chair and looked at Björn. He shook his head almost imperceptibly.
"As a result, Smith, it isn't a theory that you were in Hell's cellar sometime last autumn. It is a fact, just as it's a fact that you had the Ruger revolver in your possession and that it was in your office when you shot the unarmed Valentin Yertzen. Besides, we also have stylometrical analysis."
Katrina looked at the battered yellow folder Harry had pulled out of the inside pocket of his jacket.
"A computer program that compares word choices, sentence structure, textual style and punctuation to identify the author. It was stylometry that gave fresh life to the debate about which of his plays Shakespeare actually wrote. The success rate for identifying the correct author is between 80 and 90%. In other words, not high enough for it to count as evidence, but the success rate for ruling out a particular author, such as Shakespeare, is 99.9%. Our IT expert, Dort Grain, used the program to compare the emails that were sent to Valentin with thousands of Lenny Hell's earlier emails to other people. The conclusion is," Harry passed the file to Katrina, "that Lenny Hell didn't write the instructions which Valentin Yertzen received by email."
Smith looked at Harry. His fringe had fallen forward over his sweating brow.
"We'll discuss this further in a police interview," Harry said. "But this is a disputation, and you still have the chance to give the adjudication committee an explanation that will stop them refusing to award your doctorate. Isn't that right, Auna?"
Staller Auna cleared his throat. "That's right. Ideally, science is blind to the morality of the age, and this wouldn't be the first doctorate to have been achieved by morally questionable or even directly illegal methods. What we on the adjudication committee need to know, before we can approve the dissertation, is whether or not there was anyone actually steering Valentin. If that isn't the case, I can't see how this thesis can be accepted by the adjudication committee."
"Thank you," Harry said. "So what do you say, Smith? Would you like to explain this to the adjudication committee here and now, before we arrest you?"
Halstein Smith looked at Harry. His panting was the only sound that could be heard, as if he were the only person in the auditorium who was still breathing. A lone flashbulb went off. A livid disputation chairman leaned towards Stoller and whispered in a hiss, "Holy Jeremiah, Owner, what's going on here?" "Do you know what a monkey trap is?" Stoller Owner asked, then settled back in his chair and folded his arms. Halstein Smith's head jerked, as if he'd been given an electric shock. He laughed as he raised his arm and pointed to the ceiling. "What have I got to lose, Harry?" Harry didn't answer. "Yes, Valentine was steered. By me. Of course I wrote those emails. But the most important thing isn't who was behind them. The scientific point is that Valentine was a genuine vampirist, as my research demonstrates, and nothing you've said invalidates my results. And if I had to adjust the circumstances to recreate laboratory conditions, that's no more than researchers have always done. Is it?" He looked around the audience. "But when it comes down to it, I'm not choosing what he does. He is. And 6 human lives isn't an unreasonable price to pay for what this," Smith tapped his printed and bound thesis with his forefinger, "can save humanity from in future, in terms of murder and suffering. The signs and profiles are all laid out here. Valentine Yertzen was the one who drank their blood, who killed them, not me. I just made it easier for him. When you, just for once, have the good fortune to encounter a real vampirist, you have a duty to make the most of it. You can't let short-sighted moralistic attitudes stop you. You have to look at the bigger picture, consider what's best for humanity. Just ask Oppenheimer, ask Mao, ask the thousands of lab rats with cancer."
"So you killed Lenny Hell and shot Martha Rude for our sakes," Harry said.
Yes, yes. Sacrifices on the altar of research."
"The way you're sacrificing yourself and your own humanity to benefit humanity?"
"Exactly, yes."
"So they didn't die in order that you, Halstein Smith, could be vindicated, so that the monkey could sit on the throne, get his name in the history books. Because that's what's been driving you all along, isn't it?"
"I have shown you what a vampirist is and what one is capable of. Don't I deserve to be thanked for that?"
"Well," Harry said, "first and foremost, you've demonstrated what a humiliated man is capable of."
Halstein Smith's head jerked again. His mouth opened and closed, but nothing more came out. "We've heard enough." The chair stood up. "This disputation is at an end. And can I ask any police officers present to arrest—" Halstein Smith moved surprisingly quickly. With 2 rapid steps he reached the table and snatched up the revolver, then took a long stride towards the audience and aimed the revolver at the forehead of the nearest person. "Get up!" he snarled, "and the rest of you remain seated." Katrina saw a blonde woman stand up. Smith turned her round so that she was standing in front of him like a shield. It was Ulla Bellman. Her mouth was open, and she was looking in mute despair at a man in the front row. Katrina could only see the back of Mikhail Bellman's head, and had no idea what his face was expressing, only that he was sitting there as if frozen to the spot. There was a whimpering sound. It came from May Smith. She was leaning sideways slightly in her chair.
"Let go of her!"
Katrina turned towards the gruff voice. It was Truls Benson. He had stood up from his chair in the back row and was walking down the steps. "Stop, Benson!" Smith screamed, "or I'll shoot her, and then you!" But Truls Benson didn't stop. In profile his jaw looked even heavier than usual, but his new muscles were also visible under his thick sweater. He reached the front, turned and walked along the front row straight towards Smith and Ulla Bellman. "One step closer!"
"Shoot me first, Smith, otherwise you won't have time."
"As you wish."
Benson snorted. "You fucking civilian. You wouldn't—"
Katrina felt sudden pressure against her ears, as if she were sitting in a plane that was rapidly losing altitude. It took a moment for her to realize that it was the blast from the heavy revolver. Truls Benson had stopped and was standing there, swaying. His mouth was open, his eyes bulging. Katrina saw the hole in his sweater, waited for the blood.
And then it came. It was as if Truls was making one last effort to stay upright as he looked directly at Ulla Bellman. Then he fell backwards. Somewhere in the room a woman screamed. "No one move!" Smith shouted, backing towards the exit with Ulla Bellman in front of him. "If I see a single one of you stand up, I'll shoot her!" Of course it was a bluff, and of course no one was going to take the risk that it wasn't. "The keys to the Amazon," Harry whispered. He was still standing. He held his hand out towards Björn, who took a moment to react before putting the car keys in his hand. "Haustein!" Harry called, and started to move along the row. "Your car is parked in the university's visitors' car park, and right now is being examined by forensics. I've got the keys to a car that's parked right in front of this building, and I'm a better hostage for you." "Because?" Smith replied, still backing away. "Because I'll stay calm, and because you have a conscience." Smith stopped, looked thoughtfully at Harry for a few seconds. "Go over there and put the handcuffs on," he said, nodding towards the table. Harry emerged from the row of seats, went past Truls, who was lying motionless on the floor, and stopped at the table with his bag to Smith and the rest of the room. "So that I can see!" Smith yelled. Harry turned towards him and held his hands up, so that he could see that they were held by the replica handcuffs with the chain between them. "Come here!" Harry walked towards him. "1 minute." Katrina saw Smith use his free hand to grab Harry, who was taller, by his shoulder, then turn him round and steer him out through the door, which he left ajar. Ulla Bellman looked at the half-open door before she turned to her husband. Katrina saw Bellman beckon her to him, and Ulla started to walk towards him, with short, unsteady steps, as if she was walking on thin ice. But when she reached Truls Björnsson, she sank to her knees. She rested her head against his bloody sweater, and in the silence of the auditorium, the single painful sob that Ulla emitted sounded louder than the blast of the revolver. Harry felt the barrel of the revolver against his back as he walked ahead of Smith. Damn! Damn! He had been planning this in detail since yesterday, thinking through different scenarios, but he hadn't seen this coming. Harry shoved the door open, and the cold March air hit him in the face. Universitetsplassen was deserted, bathing in winter sunshine in front of them. The black paint of Björn's Volvo Amazon glinted in the light. "Walk!" Harry went down the steps, out onto the open ground. With his second step, his feet vanished from under him and he fell sideways without being able to brace his fall. Pain shot down his arm and back as his shoulder struck the icy ground. "Up!" Smith hissed, grabbing the chain of the handcuffs and dragging him to his feet. Harry used the momentum Smith had given him, aware that he was unlikely to get a better chance. He thrust his head forward as soon as he was standing and head-butted Smith, who stumbled, took 2 steps back and fell down. Harry took a step closer to follow through, but Smith was lying on his back with both hands touching the revolver, which was pointing straight at Harry. "Come on, Harry. I'm used to this. I ended up lying on the ground during every other break time at school. So come on." Harry stared down the barrel of the revolver. He had hit Smith's nose, and a flash of white bone was visible through the broken skin. A trickle of blood ran down the side of one nostril. "I know what you're thinking, Harry," Smith laughed. "He didn't manage to kill Valentine from 2.5 meters away. So come on, then. Or unlock the car." Harry's brain did the necessary calculations. Then he turned round, slowly opened the driver's door, and heard Smith get to his feet. Harry got in and took his time inserting the key in the ignition. "I'll drive," Smith said. "Move." Harry did as he said, moving slowly and clumsily across the gear stick to the passenger seat. "Then slip your feet over the handcuffs." Harry looked at him. "I don't want the chain round my neck while I'm driving," Smith said, and raised the revolver. "It's your bad luck if you've been skipping yoga classes, and I can see that you're trying to delay us. You have 5 seconds starting now." 4. Harry leaned back as far as the rigid seat would let him.
held his chained hands out in front of him and bent his knees. 3, 2... With difficulty, Harry managed to tuck his smartly polished shoes through the chain of the handcuffs. Smith got in, leaned across Harry, pulled the old-fashioned seatbelt across his chest and waist, fastened it, then tightened it with a hard tug so that Harry was literally strapped to the back of the seat. He fished Harry's mobile from his jacket pocket. He fastened his own seatbelt and turned the key. He revved the engine and wrestled with the gear stick. He figured the clutch out and reversed in a semicircle, rolled down the window and threw Harry's phone out, followed by his own. They pulled out onto Karl Johann's Gata, turning right so that the palace filled their field of vision. Green at the lights. They turned left, roundabout, another green, past the concert house, Arkabrigge. The traffic was flowing smoothly. Far too smoothly, Harry thought. The further he and Smith managed to get before Katrina alerted the patrol cars and police helicopter, the larger the area they would have to cover and the more roadblocks they would need to set up. Smith looked out across the ford. "Oslo rarely looks more beautiful than it does on days like this, does it?" His voice sounded nasal and was accompanied by a faint whistle. His nose was probably broken. "A silent travelling companion," Smith said. "Well, you've done enough talking for today." Harry looked at the motorway ahead of them. Katrina couldn't use their mobile phones to track them, but as long as Smith kept to the main roads, there was still hope that they might be found quickly. From a helicopter, a car with a rally check across the roof and boot would be easy to distinguish from the others. "He came to see me, calling himself Alexander Dreyer, and wanting to talk about Pink Floyd and the voices he was hearing," Smith said, shaking his head. "But as you noticed, I'm good at reading people, and I soon realized that this was no ordinary person, but an extremely rare type of psychopath. So I used what he told me about his sexual preferences to check with colleagues who are experts in questions of morality, and eventually figured out who I was dealing with, and what his dilemma was. That he was desperate to follow his hunting instinct, but that one single mistake, one faint suspicion, one silly little detail might give him away and put the police onto Alexander Dreyer. Are you following this, Harry?" Smith cast a quick glance at him. "That if he was going to hunt again, it had to be in the knowledge that he was absolutely safe. He was perfect, a man with no options. It was just a matter of putting a leash on him and opening the cage, and he'd eat and drink everything he was offered. But I couldn't present myself as the person offering this. I needed a fictional puppet master, a lightning conductor, to whom the trail would lead if Valentine was caught and confessed. Someone who would end up being uncovered at some point, regardless, to show that the terrain matched the map, who confirmed the theory in my dissertation of the impulsive, childishly chaotic vampirist. And Lenny Hell was the hermit who lived in an isolated house and never had any visitors. But one day he received a surprise visit from his psychologist, a psychologist with something on his head that made him look like a chicken hawk and a big red revolver in his hand. Caw, caw, caw." Smith laughed loudly. "You should have seen Lenny's face when he realized he was my slave. First I got him to take my patient records up to his office. Then we found a cage that the family had used to transport pigs, and we carried it down to the cellar. That must have been when I hit my head on that damn water pipe. We put a mattress inside for Lenny before I chained him up using handcuffs. And there he sat. I didn't actually have any use for Lenny once I'd pumped him for details of all the women he'd stalked, got copies of the keys to their flats and the password so I could email Valentine from Lenny's computer. But I still had to wait before staging his suicide. If Valentine got caught or ended up dead and the police were led to hell too soon, I had to make sure he had a watertight alibi for the first murder. Because, of course, I knew they'd check his alibi, seeing as he had been in contact with Elisa Hermanson by phone. So I took Lenny to that local pizzeria. At the time, I had instructed Valentine to kill Elisa and made sure people saw him.
In fact, I was so busy concentrating on holding that bolt gun against Lenny under the table that I didn't notice there were nuts in the pizza bases until it was too late. More laughter. As a result of that, Lenny had to spend a lot of time on his own in that cage. I had to laugh when you found Lenny Hell's sperm on the mattress and concluded that he had abused Martha Rood there.
They passed Big Day, Snaruya. Harry was counting the seconds automatically. 10 minutes since they had driven away from Universitätsplassen. He looked up at the empty blue sky.
Martha Rood was never assaulted. I shot her as soon as I brought her from the forest down into the cellar. Valentine had wrecked her, so it was an act of mercy to put her down.
Smith turned towards him.
I hope you appreciate that, Harry. Harry? Do you think I talk too much, Harry?
They were approaching Hövikorden. The Oslo fjord appeared again to their left. Harry calculated. The police might have time to set up a roadblock at Asker. They'd be there in 10 minutes.
Can you imagine what a gift it was to me when you asked me to join the investigation, Harry? I was so surprised that I said no at first, before I realized that if I was sitting there, getting hold of all the information, I could warn Valentine when you were getting so close that he could no longer carry on. My vampirist was going to outshine Gorton, Haig, and Chase, and become the greatest of them all. But I still didn't know that his hammam was under surveillance until we were sitting in this car on the way there, and I was starting to lose control of Valentine. He killed that bartender and kidnapped Martha Rood. Luckily I found out that Alexander Dreyer had been identified at that cash point machine in time to be able to warn him to get out of his flat. By that point, Valentine had worked out that it was me, his former psychologist, who was pulling the strings, but so what? The identity of the person who was in the boat with him didn't make any difference. But I knew that the net was closing in, that it was time for the grand finale. I had been planning for a while. I had got him to leave his flat and book into the Plaza Hotel, which obviously wasn't somewhere he could stay for long, but I was at least able to send him an envelope containing copies of the keys to the barn and office, and instructions telling him to hide until midnight, when everyone had gone to bed. Naturally, I couldn't rule out that he might have started to suspect something, but what alternative did he have, now that his cover was blown? He simply had to gamble that I could be trusted. And you have to give me credit for the way that was set up, Harry, calling you and Katrina, so that I had witnesses on the phone, as well as the security camera footage. Yes, of course it could be regarded as a cold-blooded liquidation, fabricating the story of the heroic researcher who had upset the serial killer with his public statements and then killed him in self-defense. Yes, I accept that it meant that a perfectly ordinary disputation was attended by international media and that 14 companies had bought the rights to publish my thesis. But in the end, it comes down to research, scholarship. It's progress, Harry. And it's possible that the road to hell is paved with good intentions, but it's also the road to an enlightened, humane future.
Oleg turned the ignition key. A&D at Ullevål, the young blonde detective shouted from the back seat, where he was sitting with Truls Benson's head in his lap. They were both soaked with Benson's blood. Foot on the floor and sirens on. Oleg was about to release the clutch when the back door was yanked open. "No!" the detective shouted furiously. "Move, Annas!" It was Stephens. He pushed his way in, forcing the young detective to move to the other side. "Hold his legs up," Stephens barked, now holding Benson's head. "So he gets blood to his heart and brain," Annas said. Oleg released the clutch, and they pulled away from the car park, out onto the road between a clanging tram and an angry taxi. "How's it looking?" "See for yourself," Annas snarled. "Unconscious, weak pulse, but he's breathing. As you can see, the bullet hit him in the right hemithorax." "That's not the problem," Stephens said. "The big problem's at the back. Help me turn him over." Oleg glanced in the rearview mirror, saw them turn Truls Benson onto his side and tear his sweater and shirt off. He concentrated on the road again, used his horn to get past a lorry, accelerated as he crossed a junction on red. "Oh, fuck!" Annas groaned. "Yes, it's a big hole," Stephens said. "The bullet probably blew part of his rib out. He's going to bleed out before we get to Ullavoll, unless...
Unless?
Oleg heard Stephens take a deep breath.
Unless we do a better job than I did with your mother. Use the backs of your hands on either side of the wound, like that, and press them together. Just close the wound as well as you can. There's no other way. My hands are just sliding. Tear off some of his shirt and use that to get more friction.
Oleg heard Anna's breathing heavily. He glanced in the rearview mirror again, saw that Stephens had put one finger on Benson's chest while he tapped it with another finger.
I'm trying percussion, but I'm too cramped to be able to put my ear alongside, Stephens said. Can you manage to...
Annas leaned forward without taking his hands away from the wound, put his head to Benson's chest.
Very muffled. No air. Do you think... Yes, I'm afraid it's a hemothorax, his father said. The pleural cavity's filling with blood, and his lungs will soon collapse. Oleg, I hear you, Oleg said, and put his foot down.
Katrina was standing in the middle of Universitätsplassen, with her phone pressed to her ear, looking up at the empty, cloudless sky. It wasn't yet visible, but she had requisitioned the police helicopter from Gardermoen with orders to scan the E6 motorway as it approached Oslo from the north.
No, there are no mobile phones we can track, she called over the noise of sirens approaching from different parts of the city and merging together. Nothing registered by the toll stations. We're setting up roadblocks on the southbound E6 and E18. I'll let you know as soon as we've got anything.
Okay, Falkite said at the other end. We're on standby. Katrina ended the call. Another one came through. Asker police on the E18, the voice said. We've stopped an articulated lorry here and are positioning it across the road just after the slip road to Asker and are filtering the traffic off there and back onto the motorway after the roundabout. A black 1970s Amazon with rally stripes? Yes. So we're talking the world's worst choice of getaway vehicle? Let's hope so. Keep me informed. Björn jogged over. Oleg and that doctor are driving Benson to Ullavoll, he panted. Villa's gone with them. What are his chances, do you think? I only have experience of dead bodies. Okay, did Benson look like one? Björn Holm shrugged. He was still bleeding, and at least that means he isn't completely empty yet. And Rakel? She's sitting in the auditorium with Bellman's wife. She's really cut up about it. Bellman himself had to rush off to manage the operation from somewhere he could get an overview of the situation, he said. Overview? Katrina snorted. The only place we've got any sort of overview is here. I know, but take it easy, darling. We don't want the little one to get stressed, do we? Bloody hell, Björn! She squeezed her phone. Why couldn't you have told me what Harry was planning? Because I didn't know. You didn't know? He must have known something if he's brought forensics in to examine Smith's car. He hasn't. That was a bluff. Like that bit about the dating of the DNA found on the water pipe. What? The Forensic Medical Institute can't determine how old DNA is. What Harry said about them having found out that Smith's DNA was more than 2 months old, that was a complete lie. Katrina looked at Björn, put her hand in her bag, pulled out the yellow document folder Harry had given her. She opened it. 3 sheets of A4, all blank. A bluff, Björn said. For stylometry to be able to reveal anything with any degree of accuracy, the text has to be at least 5,000 characters long. Those short emails that were sent to Valentine reveal nothing about the identity of their author. Harry had nothing, Katrina whispered. Not a damn thing, Björn said. He was just going for a confession. Damn him! Katrina pressed her phone to her forehead, not quite sure if she wanted to warm it up or cool it down. So why didn't he say anything? Christ, we could have had armed police outside. Because he couldn't say anything. The answer came from Ståle Arna, who had walked over and stopped beside them. Why not? Simple, Ståle said. If he'd informed anyone in the police of what he was planning and the police hadn't already intervened, then what happened in the auditorium would de facto have been a police interview. A police interview way outside the rules, in which the person being questioned wasn't informed of his rights and in which the interviewer lied intentionally in order to mislead. And then none of what Smith said today could have been used in a trial. But as it is now... Katrina Bratt blinked. Then she nodded slowly. As it is, Harry Huller,
lecturer and private citizen, took part in a disputation in which Smith spoke out of his own volition and in the presence of witnesses. Did you know about this, Stoller? Stoller Auna nodded. Harry called me yesterday. He told me all the things that were pointing to Halstein Smith, but he had no proof. So he explained his plan to use the disputation to set a monkey trap with my help, and using Dr. Stephens as an expert witness. And how did you reply? I said Halstein Smith, the monkey, had walked into that sort of trap once before and was hardly likely to do so again. But Harry used my own words against me by referring to Auna's thesis. Human beings are notorious, Björn said. They make the same mistakes over and over again. Precisely, Auna said. And Smith had apparently told Harry in the lift at Police HQ that he'd rather have his doctorate than a long life. And he walked straight into the monkey trap, of course, the idiot, Katrina groaned. He lived up to his nickname, yes. Not Smith, I'm talking about Harry. Auna nodded. I'm going back to the auditorium. Bellman's wife needs help. I'll come with you to secure the crime scene, Björn said. Crime scene? Katrina asked. Bernsen. Oh, yes. Yes. When the men had left her, she looked up at the sky. Where had that helicopter got to? Damn you, she muttered. Damn you, Harry Huller. Is it his fault? Katrina turned round. Mona Dore was standing there. I don't want to disturb you, she said. I'm not actually working at the moment, but I saw it online, so I came down. If you want to use VG to say anything, to send Smith a message or anything, thanks, Dore, I'll let you know. Okay. Mona Dore turned on her heel and started to leave, walking her penguin walk. I was actually surprised not to see you at the disputation, Katrina said. Mona Dore stopped. You've been VG's lead reporter on the vampirist case from the start, Katrina said. So Anna's hasn't spoken to you? Something about the way Mona Dore used Anna's Villa's first name so naturally made Katrina raise an eyebrow. Spoken to me? Yes, Anna's and me. You're kidding, Katrina said. Mona Dore laughed. No, I realize that there are certain practical issues, purely professionally, but no, I'm not joking. And when did you? Now, really? We've both got a few days off, and of spending them in claustrophobically close proximity in Anna's little flat, to find out if we'd make a good match. We thought it made sense to know before we told anyone. So no one knows about it? Not until Harry very nearly caught us red-handed with a surprise visit. Anna's reckons Harry realized, and I know he tried to get hold of me at VG. I'm assuming that was to confirm his suspicions. He's pretty good at suspicions, Katrina said, looking up at the sky for the helicopter. I know. Harry listened to the faint whistling sound as Smith breathed in and out. Then he noticed something odd out on the fjord. A dog that looked like it was walking on water. Meltwater, seeping up through cracks in the ice, even though it was below freezing. I've been accused of seeing vampirism simply because I want it to exist, Smith said. But now it's been proven, once and for all, and soon the whole world will know what Professor Smith's vampirism is, regardless of what happens to me. And Valentine isn't the only one. There'll be more opportunities to keep the world focused on vampirism. I promise you, they've already been recruited. You asked me once if recognition meant more than life. Of course it does. Recognition is eternal life. And you're going to get eternal life too, Harry. As the man who almost caught Halstein Smith, the man they once called the monkey. Do you think I talk too much? They were approaching Ikea. They'd be at Asker in 5 minutes. Smith wouldn't react if there was a bit of a queue. The traffic often built up there. Denmark, Smith said. Spring comes earlier there. Denmark? Was Smith turning psychotic? Harry heard a dry clicking sound. The car was indicating. No, he was turning off the main road. Harry saw a sign with the name Nisøya on it.
"There's enough meltwater for me to be able to get out to the edge of the ice, wouldn't you say? A super-light aluminium boat with just one man on board won't sit too deep."
Boat. Harry clenched his teeth and swore silently. The boathouse. The boathouse, Smith had said, had formed part of his wife's inheritance. That was where they were going.
"The Skagerrak is 130 nautical miles across. Average speed, 20 knots. How long would that take, Harry, seeing as you're so good at maths?"
Smith laughed.
"I've already worked it out, on a calculator. 6.5 hours. And from there you can get all the way across Denmark by bus. That won't take long. Then to Copenhagen, Nørrebro, Red Square. Sit on a bench, hold up a bus ticket, and wait for the travel agent. What do you think about Uruguay? A nice little country. It's a good thing I've already cleared the road all the way to the boat shed and made enough space inside for a car. Otherwise these stripes on the roof would have been easy to spot from a helicopter, wouldn't they?"
Harry closed his eyes. Smith had had his escape route planned for a while, just in case. And there was only one reason why he was telling Harry about it now. Because Harry wasn't going to get the chance to tell anyone else. "Turn left up ahead," Stefan said from the back seat. "Block 17. Oleg turned and felt the wheels lose their grip on the ice before regaining it again. He had a feeling there was a speed limit in the hospital grounds, but was well aware that time and blood were both running out for Benson. He braked in front of the entrance, where two men in yellow paramedics' tunics were waiting with a trolley. With practiced movements, they lifted Benson out of the back seat and up onto the trolley. "He's got no pulse," Stefan said. "Straight into the hybrid room. The crash team already in place," the older paramedic said. Oleg and Anna's followed the trolley and Stefan's through two sets of doors to a room where a team of 6 people in caps, plastic glasses, and silver-grey tunics were standing waiting. "Thanks," a woman said, and made a gesture that Oleg interpreted as meaning that he and Anna's could go no further. The trolley, Stefan's, and the team disappeared behind 2 wide doors that swung shut behind them. "I knew you worked at Crime Squad," Oleg said, when everything was quiet again. "But I didn't know you'd studied medicine." "I haven't," Anna said, looking at the closed doors. "No? It sounded like it in the car. I read a few medical books on my own when I was at college, but I never studied medicine properly." "Why not? Grades?" "I had the grades." "But?" Oleg didn't know if he was asking because he was interested, or to keep his mind off what was happening to Harry. Anna's looked down at his bloody hands. "I suppose it was the same for me as it is for you." "Me?" "I wanted to be like my father." "And?" Anna shrugged. "Then I didn't want that any more." "You wanted to join the police instead?" "At least then I could have saved her." "Her?" "My mother, or people in the same situation. Or so I thought." "How did she die?" Anna shrugged again. "Our house got broken into and it turned into a hostage situation. My father and I just stood there and watched. Dad got hysterical and the burglar stabbed my mother and got away. Dad ran around like a headless chicken, shouting at me not to touch her while he looked for a pair of scissors." Villa swallowed. "My father, the senior consultant, was looking for a pair of scissors while I stood there and watched her bleed to death. I talked to a few doctors afterwards and found out that she could have been saved if we'd only done what needed to be done straight away. My father's a hematologist. The state's invested millions into teaching him everything there is to know about blood. Yet he still didn't manage to do the simple things that were needed to stop it draining out of her. If a jury had known how much he knows about saving lives, they'd have convicted him of manslaughter." "So your father made a mistake. Making mistakes is human. Even so, he sits there in his office and thinks he's better than other people just because he can say he's a senior consultant." Anna's voice started to tremble. "A policeman with average qualifications and a week-long course in close combat could have overpowered that burglar before he stabbed her." "But he didn't make a mistake today," Oleg said. "Stefan's is your father, isn't he?" Annas nodded. When it comes to saving the life of a corrupt, lazy piece of shit like Benson, of course he doesn't make mistakes. Oleg looked at his watch, pulled out his phone. No message from his mum. He put it back. She'd told him there was nothing he could do to help Harry, but that he could help Truls Benson. "It's none of my business," Oleg said, "but have you ever asked your father how much he's given up? How many years of hard work he's devoted to learning everything there is to learn about blood? And how many people that work has saved?" Anna shook his bowed head. "No?" Oleg said. "I don't talk to him." "Not at all?" Anna shrugged. "I moved, changed my name." "Is Villa your mother's name?" "Yes." They saw a man dressed in silver rush into the hybrid room before the doors closed again. Oleg cleared his throat. "Like I said, it's none of my business, but don't you think you're being hard on him?" Annas raised his head, looked Oleg in the eye. "You're right," he said, nodding slowly. "It's none of your business." Then he got up and walked towards the exit. "Where are you going?" Oleg asked. "Back to the university. Will you take me? If not, I'll catch the bus." Oleg stood up and followed him. "There are enough cooks there, but there's a police officer here who might be about to die." He caught up with Annas and put his hand on his shoulder. "And as a fellow police officer, right now you're his next of kin. So you can't leave. He needs you." When he turned Annas round, he saw that the young detective's eyes were wet. "They both need you," Oleg said. Harry needed to do something. Fast. Smith had turned off the main road and was driving carefully down a narrow forest road with banks of snow on both sides. Between them and the frozen water was a red-painted boathouse with a white wooden plank across its double doors. He could see two houses, one on either side of the road, but they were partially hidden by trees and rocks and were so far away that there was no way he could alert anyone there by shouting for help. Harry took a deep breath and felt his top lip with his tongue. It tasted metallic. He could feel sweat running under his shirt, even though he was freezing. He tried to think the way Smith was thinking. A small, open boat, all the way to Denmark. It was obviously perfectly possible, yet still so daring that no one in the police would consider it as a likely escape route. And what about him? How was Smith thinking of solving that problem? Harry tried to shut out the voice that was desperately hoping he would be spared, and the comfortably apathetic voice telling him everything was lost, and that fighting against the inevitable would only mean more pain. Instead, he listened to the cold, logical voice, which said that Harry no longer had any value as a hostage and would only hold Smith back in the boat. Smith wasn't scared of using the gun. He'd already shot Valentine and a police officer, and it was likely to happen in here before they got out of the car, because that would muffle the noise best. Harry tried to lean forward, but the fixed three-pointed belt was pinning him to the seat, and the handcuffs were pressing against the small of his back and rubbing through the skin of his wrists. There was 100 meters to go to the boathouse. Harry bellowed, a guttural, rattling sound that came from the depths of his stomach. Then he rocked from side to side and hit his head against the side window. It cracked, and a white rosette appeared in the glass. He roared as he butted it again. The rosette grew larger. A third time, a piece of glass fell out. "Shut up, or I'll shoot you now!" Smith shouted and aimed the revolver at Harry's head while he kept one eye on the road. Harry bit, felt the pain of the pressure on his gums, felt the metallic taste that had been there ever since he had stood in front of the table in the auditorium with his back to Smith, and quickly picked up the iron teeth and put them in his mouth before putting the handcuffs on. How strangely easily the sharp teeth sank into Halstein Smith's wrist. Smith's scream filled the car, and Harry felt the revolver hit his left knee before falling to the floor between his feet. Harry tensed his neck muscles and pulled Smith's arm to the right. Smith let go of the wheel and punched Harry in the head, but his own seatbelt prevented him from reaching properly. Harry opened his mouth, heard a gurgling sound, and bit again. His mouth filled with warm blood. Perhaps he had hit the artery, perhaps not. He swallowed. It was thick, like drinking brown sauce, and tasted sickeningly sweet. Smith grabbed hold of the wheel again with his left hand. Harry had been expecting him to brake, but instead he accelerated. The Amazon spun on the ice before racing off down the slope. The plank across the boathouse snapped like a matchstick when it was struck by more than a ton of vintage Swedish car, and the doors were torn off their hinges. Harry was thrown forward in his seat-belt as the car slammed into the back of a 12-foot metal boat that was forced into the doors at the end of the boathouse, facing the water. He noticed that the car key had snapped in the ignition before the engine died. Then he felt an intense pain in his teeth and mouth as Smith tried to pull his arm free. But he knew he had to hold on. Not that he was doing much damage. Even though he had punctured the artery, it was, as every self-harmer knew, so thin at that point in the wrist that it could take hours for Smith to bleed to death. Smith jerked his arm again, but more weakly this time. Harry caught a glimpse of his face out of the corner of his eye. Smith was pale. If he couldn't stand the sight of blood, maybe Harry could get him to faint. Harry clamped his jaws together as hard as he could.
"I see that I'm bleeding, Harry."
Smith's voice was weak but calm.
"Did you know that when Peter Kurten, the vampire of Dusseldorf, was about to be executed, he asked Dr. Karl Berg a question? He asked if Berg thought Kurten would have time to hear his own blood squirt from his decapitated neck before he lost consciousness. And if so, that pleasure would triumph over all other pleasure. But I'm afraid this isn't enough to count as an execution, and it's only the start of my pleasure."
With a quick movement, Smith released his seat-belt with his left hand and leaned over Harry, putting his head in his lap as he reached down to the floor. His hand fumbled over the rubber mat, but couldn't find the revolver. He leaned further, then turned his head towards Harry as he pushed his arm deeper under the seat. Harry saw a broad smile spread across Smith's lips. He had found the revolver. Harry lifted his foot and stamped down hard with it. He felt the lump of metal and Smith's hand through the thin sole of his shoe. Smith groaned and looked up at him.
"Move your foot, Harry. Otherwise I'll fetch the slaughter knife and use that instead. Do you hear? Move your—"
Harry loosened his bite and tensed his stomach muscles.
"As you wish."
He raised both legs with a jerk, using the taut seat belt to help him as he forced his knees and Smith's head up towards his chest. Smith felt the revolver come free beneath Harry's shoe, but as he was lifted up by Harry's knees, he lost his grip on it. He had to reach his arm further down and managed to touch the hilt with 2 fingers just as Harry let go of his right arm. All he had to do was pick up the revolver and turn it round to point at Harry. Then Smith realized what was happening, and he saw Harry's mouth open again, saw the glint of metal, saw him lean down towards him, felt warm breath on his neck. It was as if icicles were drilling through his skin. His scream was cut short as Harry's jaws locked around his larynx. Then Harry's foot came down again and stamped on his hand and the revolver. Smith tried to hit Harry with his right hand, but the angle was too tight for him to get any force in the blow. Harry hadn't bitten through his carotid artery, because then the jet of blood would have hit the roof, but he was blocking his airway, and Smith could already feel the pressure in his head building. But he still didn't want to let go of the revolver. He had always been like that, the boy who never let go. The monkey. But he had to get some air, otherwise his head was going to burst. Hastine Smith let go of the revolver. He could grab it again later. He raised his right hand and hit Harry on the side of his head. Then with his left hand across Harry's ear. Then again with his right, Harry's eye. And he felt his wedding ring tear the policeman's eyebrow. He felt his rage rise at the sight of the other man's blood. It was like petrol on a fire. Felt himself gain new strength and let loose. Fight. Keep fighting. "So what do I do?" Mikhail Bellman said, as he stared out across the fjord. "To begin with, I can't actually believe you've done what you have," Isabel Skøyen said, walking up and down behind him. "It happened so fast," Mikhail said, focusing on his own reflection. "I didn't have time to think." "Oh, you had time to think," Isabel said. "You just didn't have time to think long enough. You had time to think that he'd shoot you if you tried to intervene, but not that the entire media would shoot you if you didn't intervene. I was unarmed. He had a revolver, and it wouldn't even have occurred to anyone that intervention was an option if Truls Bernsen, the idiot, hadn't got it into his head that this was a good time to play the hero. Bellman shook his head. But then the poor bastard has always been head over heels in love with Ulla. Isabel groaned. Truls couldn't have done any more damage to your career if he tried. The first thing people are going to think, whether or not it's fair, is cowardice. Hold it there, Mikhail snapped. I wasn't the only one who didn't intervene. There were police officers there. She's your wife, Mikhail. You were sitting next to her in the front row, and even if you're at the end of your tenure, you are still chief of police. You're supposed to be their leader, and now you're supposed to become Minister of Justice. So you think I should have got myself shot? Because Smith did actually shoot, and Truls didn't rescue Ulla. Doesn't that prove that I, as police chief, made the correct judgment, while Constable Benson, acting on his own initiative, got it badly wrong? In fact, he actually put Ulla's life in danger. Obviously, that's how we're going to have to try to present this, but all I can say is that it's going to be difficult. And what's so damn difficult about it? Harry Höhler, that he volunteered himself as hostage, and you didn't. Mikhail threw his arms out. Isabel, it was Harry Höhler who provoked the whole situation. By unmasking Smith as the puppet master, he practically forced Smith to grab that revolver, which was just sitting there in front of him. By offering himself as a hostage, Harry Höhler was merely taking responsibility for something that was his fault anyway. Yes, but we feel first and reason afterwards. We see a man who doesn't intervene to rescue his wife, and we feel contempt. Then along comes what we think is cold, objective reflection, but is actually us trying to find new information to justify what we felt initially. It may be the contempt of stupid, unreflective people, Mikhail, but I'm pretty sure that's what people are going to feel. Why? She didn't answer. He looked her in the eye. Okay, he said, because you're feeling that contempt now? Mikhail Bellman saw Isabel Skirion's impressive nostrils flare as she took a deep breath. You are so many things, she said. You have so many qualities that have brought you to where you are. And one of them is your ability to know when to take cover and let others take the blow, when cowardice will pay off. It's just that this time you forgot that you had an audience. And not just the usual audience, but the worst possible audience. Mikhail Bellman nodded. Journalists from both home and abroad. He and Isabel had a lot of work ahead of them. He picked up a pair of East German binoculars from her windowsill, presumably a gift from a male admirer. Pointed them at the fjord. He had seen something out there. What do you think would be the best outcome for us? He asked. I beg your pardon, Isabel said, in spite of the fact that she had grown up in the country, or perhaps precisely because of that, she still spoke like the upper classes of Western Oslo used to, without it sounding odd. Mikhail had tried, and it hadn't worked. Growing up in the east of the city had caused irreparable damage. For Truls to die, or for him to survive? He adjusted the focus on the binoculars. It took him a moment to hear her laughter. And that's another of those qualities, she said. You can switch off all emotion when the situation demands it. This is going to damage you, but you'll survive. Dead would be best, wouldn't it? Then it would be beyond question that he took the wrong decision and that I was right. And then he won't be able to give any interviews, and the whole thing will have a limited shelf life. He felt her hand on his belt buckle as her voice whispered right next to his ear. So you'd like the next text to your phone to tell you that your best friend is dead? It was a dog, far out on the fjord. Where on earth was it going? The next thought came automatically. And it was a new thought. A thought that had basically never before occurred to Police Chief and soon-to-be Justice Minister Mikhail Bellman, at any point in his 40-year life. Where on earth are we going? Harry had a high-pitched buzzing in his ear and his own blood on one eye, and the blows were still coming. He no longer felt any pain, only that the car was getting colder and the darkness deeper. But he wasn't letting go. He had let go so many times before, had given in to pain, fear, a death wish, but he had also given in to a primitive, egocentric survival instinct that had shouted down any longing for a painless nothingness, sleep, darkness. And that was why he was here, still here, and this time he wasn't letting go. His jaw muscles ached so badly that his whole body was shaking, and the blows were still coming, but he didn't let go. 70 kilos of pressure. If he had managed to get a firmer grip of the neck, he could have stemmed the flow of blood to the brain, and Smith would have lost consciousness fairly quickly. But only stopping the supply of air, that could take several minutes. Another blow to his temple. Harry felt his own consciousness waver. No! He jerked in the seat, clenched his teeth tighter. Stick it out, stick it out. Lion, water buffalo. Harry counted as he breathed through his nose. 100. The blows kept coming, but weren't the gaps between them longer? Weren't they a bit less forceful? Smith's fingers closed over his face and tried to push Harry away, then gave up. Let go of him. Was Smith's brain finally so starved of oxygen that he had stopped functioning? Harry felt relief, swallowed some more of Smith's blood, and at that moment the thought struck him. Valentine's prediction. You've been waiting for your turn to be a vampire, and one day you too will drink. Perhaps it was that thought, a gap in his concentration, but at that instant Harry felt the revolver move under the sole of his shoe and realized that he had eased the pressure without noticing, that Smith had stopped punching him in order to reach for the gun, and that he had succeeded. Katrina stopped in the doorway to the auditorium. The room was empty apart from the two women who were sitting in the front row with their arms round each other. She looked at them. An odd couple, Rakel and Ulla, the wives of sworn enemies. Was it the case that women found it easier to seek comfort in one another than men? Katrina didn't know. So-called sisterhood had never interested her. She went over to them. Ulla Bellman's shoulders were shaking, but her sobbing was soundless. Rakel looked up at Katrina with a questioning look. "We haven't heard anything," Katrina said. "Okay," Rakel said, "but he'll be okay." It occurred to Katrina that that was her line, not Rakel's. Rakel Farker, dark-haired, strong, with soft brown eyes. Katrina had always felt jealous, not because she wanted the other woman's life, or to be Harry's woman. Harry might be able to make a woman giddy and happy for a while, but in the long term he created sorrow, despair, destruction. For the long term you ought to have a Björn Holm. Yet even so she envied Rakel Farker. She envied her for being the one Harry Höller wanted. "Sorry," Ståle Arna had come in. "I've got hold of a room where we can have a talk." Ulla Bellman nodded, still sniffing, then stood up and left the room with Arna. "Emergency psychiatry?" Katrina asked. "Yes," Rakel said, "and the weird thing is that it works." "Does it?" "I've been there." "How are you holding up?" "Me? Yes, all this responsibility. Pregnant, and you're close to Harry as well." Katrina stroked her stomach, and was struck by a strange thought, or at least one she had never had before. How close they were, birth and death. It was as if one foretold the other, as if life's never-ending game of musical chairs demanded a death before granting new life. "Do you know if it's a boy or a girl?" Katrina shook her head. "Names?" "Björn suggested Hank," Katrina said. "After Hank Williams." "Of course. So he thinks it's going to be a boy, regardless of sex." They laughed, and it didn't feel absurd. They were laughing and talking about a life that was about to start instead of impending death. because life was magical and death trivial. "I've got to go, but I'll let you know as soon as we hear anything," Katrina said. Raquel nodded. "I'll stay here, but just say if there's anything I can do to help." Katrina hesitated, then made her mind up, stroked her stomach again. "I sometimes worry that I'm going to lose it." "That's natural. And then I wonder what would be left of me afterwards, if I'd be able to go on." "You would," Raquel said firmly. "You have to promise that you do the same," Katrina said. "You say that Harry will be okay, and hope is important, but I also think it's right that I tell you that I've spoken to the Delta Group, and their evaluation is that the hostage-taker, Halstein Smith, probably won't... Well, the most common..." "Thanks," Raquel said, taking Katrina's hand. "I love Harry, but if I lose him now, I promise to carry on." "And Oleg? How would he..." Katrina saw the pain in Raquel's eyes, and instantly regretted saying it. Saw Raquel try to say something, but she failed, and ended up shrugging her shoulders instead. When she went outside again, she heard a chopping sound and looked up. The sunlight shimmered off the body of the helicopter up in the sky. John D. Steffens pushed open the door of A&E and breathed in the cold air. Then he went over to the older paramedic, who was leaning against the wall, letting the sunlight warm his face as he smoked, slowly, visibly enjoying it, with his eyes closed. "Well, Hansen," Steffens said, leaning against the wall alongside him. "Good winter," the paramedic said, without opening his eyes. "Could I..." The paramedic took out his packet of cigarettes and held it out. Steffens took a cigarette and the lighter. "Is he going to make it?" "We'll see," Steffens said. "We managed to get some blood back into him, but the bullet's still in his body." "How many lives do you think you have to save, Steffens?" "What?" "You work the night shift, and you're still here, as usual. So how many have you seen ahead of you? How many do you have to save in order to do good?" "I don't quite know what you're talking about now, Hansen." "Your wife, the one you didn't save." Steffens didn't answer, just inhaled. "I checked up on you." "What for?" "Because I'm worried about you, and because I know what it's like. I lost my wife too, but all the overtime, all the lives saved, won't bring her back. But you know that, don't you? And one day you'll make a mistake, because you're tired, and you'll have another life on your conscience." "Will I?" Steffens said, and yawned. "Do you know a hematologist who's better than me in A&E?" Steffens heard the paramedic's footsteps move away. Closed his eyes. Sleep. He wished he could. It had been 2,154 days. Not since Ina, his wife, and Anna's his mother, died. That was 2,912 days ago. But since he last saw Anna's. During the initial period after Ina's death, there had at least been sporadic phone calls, even if Anna's was furious and blamed him, on good grounds. Anna's moved, fled, put as much distance between them as he could. By giving up his plans to study medicine, for instance, and studying to become a police officer instead. During one of their irregular, ill-tempered phone conversations, Ernest had said he'd rather be like one of his lecturers, a former murder detective, Harry Hula, whom Ernest evidently worshipped, the way he used to worship his own father. He had tried to see Ernest at his various addresses at police college, but had been rejected. He had more or less ended up stalking his own son, in an attempt to make him realize that they each lost her a little less if they didn't lose each other, that together they could keep a part of her alive. But Ernest hadn't been willing to listen. So when Raquel Falca had come for an examination, and Steffens realized she was Harry Huller's wife, he had naturally been very curious. What did this Harry Hula have that made him so able to influence others? Could he teach him something he could use to approach others again? And then he had discovered that the stepson, Oleg, reacted just like Anna's had when he realized that Harry Hula couldn't save his mother. It was the same endless paternal betrayal. Sleep. It had been a shock seeing Anna's today. His first crazy thought was that they had been tricked, that Oleg and Harry had arranged some sort of reconciliation meeting. Sleep now. It was getting darker, and a chill fell across his face, a cloud passing in front of the sun. John D. Stephens opened his eyes. There was a figure standing in front of him, surrounded by a halo from the sun shining immediately behind. John D. Stephens blinked. The halo was stinging his eyes. He had to clear his throat before he could get any sound out. Honest? Benson's going to make it. Pause. They're saying it's thanks to you. Klaus Hafslund was sitting in his winter garden, looking out across the fjord, where the ice had this peculiar layer of perfectly still water on top of it, making it look like a vast mirror. He had put down his newspaper, which once again was printing page after page about that vampirist case. Surely they had to get tired of it soon. Out here on Nisea, they didn't have monsters like that, thank goodness. Everything was nice and peaceful all year round, even if right at the moment he could hear the irritating sound of a helicopter somewhere, probably an accident on the E-18. Lars Hafslund jumped when he heard a sudden bang. The sound waves rolled across the fjord. A gun. It sounded like it had come from one of the neighbouring properties, Hagen's or Reinertsen's. Two businessmen had spent years arguing about whether the boundary between them ran to the left or the right of an oak tree that was hundreds of years old. In an interview with the local paper, Reinertsen had said that even if the dispute might appear comical, because it concerned just a few square meters on the edge of what were otherwise very large plots of land, it wasn't a petty matter, but about the principle of ownership itself. And he was certain that Nesea's homeowners would agree that this was a principle which was every citizen's duty to fight for, because there could be no doubt that the tree belonged to his, Reinertsen's, land. You only had to look at the coat of arms of the family he had bought the estate from. It featured a large oak, and anyone could see that it was a copy of the one at the heart of the dispute. Reinertsen went on to declare that sitting and looking at the mighty tree warmed the very depths of his soul. Here the journalist noted that Reinertsen would have had to sit on the roof of his house in order to see it, knowing that it was his. The day after the interview was printed, Hagen had chopped the tree down and used it to fuel his stove, and told the newspaper that it had warmed not only his soul but his toes as well, and that Reinertsen from now on would have to enjoy the sight of the smoke from his chimney, because whenever he lit his stove over the course of the next few years, it would be with nothing but the wood from the oak. Provocative, of course, but even if the bang had undoubtedly come from a gun, Lars Hafslund found it hard to believe that Reinertsen had just shot Hagen because of a damn tree. Hafslund saw movement down by the old boathouse that lay approximately 150 meters away from both his and Hagen's and Reinertsen's properties. It was a man in a suit. He was wading out onto the ice, pulling an aluminium boat behind him. Klaus blinked. The man stumbled and sank to his knees in the icy water. Then the kneeling man turned towards Klaus Hafslund's house, as if he could feel that he was being watched. The man's face was black. A refugee? Had they reached Nisea now? Affronted, he reached for the binoculars on the shelf behind him and trained them on the man. No, he wasn't black. The man's face was covered with blood. Now he put both hands on the side of the boat and pulled himself to his feet again and stumbled on. Taking the rope again, he dragged the boat behind him, and Klaus Hafslund, who was by no means a religious man, thought that he was seeing Jesus. Jesus walking on water. Jesus dragging his cross to Calvary. Jesus who had risen from the dead in order to pay a visit to Klaus Hafslund and the whole of Nisea. Jesus with a big revolver in his hand. Sievert Falkite was sitting at the front of the inflatable boat, with the wind in his face and Nisea in sight. He looked at his watch one last time. It was precisely 13 minutes since he and Delta had received the message and immediately linked it to the hostage situation. A call reporting shots being fired on Nisea. Their response time was acceptable. They would be there before the emergency vehicles that had been sent to Nisea. But either way it went without saying that a bullet travelled faster. He could see the aluminium boat and the outline of the water's edge where the ice started. "Now," he said, and moved back in the boat to the others, so that the bow of the boat lifted and they could use their speed to slide across the ice on the meltwater. The officer steering the boat pulled the propeller out of the water. The boat lurched as it hit the edge of the ice, and Falkite heard it scrape the bottom of the boat, but they had enough speed to carry them far enough onto the ice for them to be able to walk on it. Hopefully. Sievert Falkite climbed over the side and tentatively put one foot down on the ice. The meltwater reached just above his ankle. "Give me 20 meters before you follow," he said. 10 meters apart." Falkite started to splash towards the aluminium boat. He estimated the distance to be 300 meters. It looked abandoned, but the report had said that the man they assumed had fired the shot had dragged it out of the boat shed belonging to Haustein Smith. "The ice is holding," he whispered into his radio. Everyone in Delta had been equipped with ice picks on a cord attached to the chest of their uniform, so that they could pull themselves out if they went through the ice, and that cord had just tangled itself around the barrel of Falkite's semi-automatic, and he had to look down to free his weapon. And he therefore heard the shot without having any chance of seeing anything that might indicate where it had come from. He instinctively threw himself down in the water. There was another shot, and now he saw a little puff of smoke rise from the aluminium boat. "Shots from the boat," he heard in his earpiece. "We've all got it in our sights, awaiting orders to blast it to hell." They had been informed that Smith was armed with a revolver. Naturally, the risk of him managing to hit Falkite from more than 200 meters away was fairly slim, but that was still the situation. Sievert Falkite lay there, breathing, as the numbingly cold meltwater soaked through his clothes and covered his skin. It wasn't his job to work out what it would cost the state to spare the life of this serial killer. Cost in the form of trials, prison guards, the daily rate at a 5-star prison. His job was to work out how great a threat this individual posed to the lives of his men and others, and adapt his response accordingly. Not to think about nursery places, hospital beds, and the renovation of run-down schools. "Fire at will," Sievert Falkite said. No response, just the wind and the sound of a helicopter in the distance. "Fire," he repeated. Still no acknowledgement. The helicopter was approaching. "Can you hear me?" a voice said in his earpiece. "Are you wounded?" Falkite was about to repeat his order when he realized that what had happened when they were training in Håkonsvaren had happened again. The salt water had ruined the microphone, and only the receiver was working. He turned towards their boat and shouted, but his voice was drowned out by the helicopter, which was now hovering motionless in the air right above them. So he gave the hand signal to open fire, 2 rapid downward movements of his right arm with his fist clenched. Still no response. What the hell? Falkite began to snake his way back to the inflatable when he saw 2 of his men walking towards him on the ice, without even crouching, in order to present a smaller target. "Get down!" he yelled, but they kept walking calmly towards him. "We've got comms with the helicopter!" one of them shouted over the noise. "They can see him! He's lying in the boat!" He was lying in the bottom of the boat, with his eyes closed against the sun that was shining down on him. He couldn't hear anything, but he imagined the water lapping and splashing against the metal beneath him. That it was summer, that the whole family was sitting in the boat,
A family outing. Children's laughter. If he could just keep his eyes closed, maybe he could stay there. He didn't know for certain if the boat was floating or if his weight meant it was caught on the ice. It didn't really matter. It wasn't going anywhere. Time was standing still. Perhaps it always had been, unless perhaps it had only just stopped. Stopped for him, and for the man who was still sitting in the Amazon. Was it summer for him too? Was he also in a better place now? Something was shading the sun. A cloud? A face? Yes, a face. A woman's face, like a darkened memory that was suddenly illuminated. She was sitting on top of him, riding him, whispering that she loved him, that she always had, that she had been waiting for this, asking if he felt the same, that time was standing still. He felt vibrations in the boat. Her groans rose to a continuous scream, as if he had plunged a knife into her, and he released the air from his lungs and the sperm from his testicles. And then she died on top of him, hit his chest with her head as the wind hit the window above the bed in the flat. And before time began to move again, they both fell asleep, unconscious, without memory, without conscience. He opened his eyes. It looked like a big, hovering bird. It was a helicopter. It was hovering 10, 20 meters above him, but he still couldn't hear anything. But he realized that was what was making the boat vibrate. Katrina was standing outside the boathouse, shivering in the shade as she watched the officers approach the Volvo Amazon inside the building. She saw them open the front doors on both sides, saw a suited arm fall out from one side. From the wrong side. From Harry's side. The naked hand was bloody. The officer put his head inside the car, presumably to check for breathing or a pulse. It took a while, and eventually Katrina couldn't hold back any longer and heard her own trembling voice. "Is he alive?" "Maybe," the officer shouted above the noise of the helicopter out over the water. "I can't feel a pulse, but he might be breathing. If he is alive, I don't think he's got long left, though." Katrina took a few steps closer. "The ambulance is on its way. Can you see the gunshot wound?" "There's too much blood." Katrina went inside the boathouse, stared at the hand dangling out of the door. It looked as if it was searching for something to hold on to, another hand to hold. She stroked her own hand over her stomach. There was something she should have told him. "I think you're wrong," the other officer said from inside the car. "He's already dead. Look at his pupils." Katrina closed her eyes. He stared up at the face that had appeared above him on both sides of the boat. One of them had pulled his black mask off, and his mouth was opening, forming words. From the way his neck muscles were tensing, it looked like he was shouting. Perhaps he was shouting at him to drop the revolver. Perhaps he was shouting his name. Perhaps he was shouting for revenge. Katrina went over to the door on Harry's side of the car, took a deep breath, and looked inside. Stared, felt the shock hit her even harder than she had prepared herself for. She could hear the siren of the ambulance now, but she had seen more dead bodies than these two officers and knew from a brief glance that this body had been permanently vacated. She knew him, and knew that this was just the shell he had left behind. She swallowed. "He's dead. Don't touch anything." "But we ought to try to revive him, shouldn't we? Maybe—" "No," she said firmly. "Let him be." She stood there, felt the shock slowly fade. Give way to surprise. Surprise at the fact that Halstein Smith had chosen to drive the car himself, rather than make his hostage drive. That what she had thought was Harry's seat wasn't.
Harry lay in the bottom of the boat, looking up. People's faces, the helicopter that was blocking the sun, the blue sky. He had managed to stamp his foot down on the revolver again before Halstein Smith pulled it free. And then Halstein seemed to give up. Maybe it was his imagination, but he had thought he could feel through the teeth in his mouth how the other man's pulse became weaker and weaker, until in the end it was gone altogether. Harry had lost consciousness twice before he managed to get his hands and the handcuffs round to the front of his body again, loosened the seat belt, and fished the key to the handcuffs out of his jacket pocket. The car key had broken off in the ignition, and he knew he didn't have the strength to climb the steep, ice-covered slope back to the main road, or get over the high fences of the properties on either side of the road. He had called for help, but it was as if Smith had beaten his voice out of him, and the weak cries he did manage to make were drowned by a helicopter somewhere, probably the police helicopter. So that they would be able to see him from the air, he had dragged Smith's boat out onto the ice, lain down in it and fired several shots into the air. He let go of the Ruger revolver. It had done its job. It was over. He could retreat now. Back to the summer when he was 12 years old and was lying in a boat with his head in his mother's lap and his father telling him and Sis about a jealous general during the war between the Venetians and the Turks. Harry knew he would have to explain it to his sister once they'd gone to bed. He was secretly quite pleased about that, because no matter how long it took, they wouldn't give up until she understood the connections. And Harry liked connections, even when he knew deep down that there weren't any. He closed his eyes. She was still lying there, lying beside him, and now she was whispering in his ear. "Do you think you could give life too, Harry?" Epilogue. Harry poured Jim Beam into the glass, put the bottle back on the shelf, picked up the glass, and put it down next to the glass of white wine on the counter in front of Anna's villa. The customers behind him were jostling to be served. "You're looking much better now," Anna said, and looked down at the glass of whiskey without touching it. "Your father patched me up," Harry said. He glanced at Erstein, who nodded to indicate that he would try to hold the fort alone for a while. "How's it going in the unit?" "Good," Anna said. "But, you know, the calm after the storm." "You know it's called—" "Yes. Gunnar Hagen asked me today if I wanted to take over as temporary assistant lead detective while Katrina's on leave." "Well, congratulations. But aren't you a bit young for that?" "He told me it was your idea." "My idea? Must have been when I had concussion." Harry turned the volume up on the amplifier, and the Jayhawks sang Tampa to Tulsa a bit louder. Anna smiled. "Yes, my father said you took quite a beating. By the way, when did you figure out he was my dad?" "There was nothing to figure out. The evidence told me. When I sent his hair for DNA analysis, forensics found a match with one of the DNA profiles from the crime scene. Not from one of the suspects, but the profile of one of the detectives, which obviously we always need when they've been at a crime scene. Yours, Anna's. But it was only a partial match, a family connection, a father-son match. You received the result first, but didn't pass it on to me, or anyone else in the unit. Then, when I belatedly found out about the match, it didn't take much to discover that the maiden name of Dr. Steffens' deceased wife was Villa. Why didn't you tell me?" Anna shrugged. "I couldn't see that the match had any relevance for the case." "And you didn't want to be linked to him? That's why you use your mother's maiden name?" Anna's nodded. "It's a long story, but it's getting better now. We're talking. He's a bit more humble. He's realized he's not Mr. Perfect, and I'm, well, a bit older, a bit wiser, maybe. So, how did you figure out that Mona was in my flat?" "Deduction." "Of course. Such as?" "The smell in your hall. Old Spice. Aftershave. But you hadn't shaved. and Oleg had mentioned the rumour that Mona Dore uses Old Spice as perfume. And then there was the cat cage. People don't have cat cages. Not unless they're going to have repeated visits from a woman who's allergic to cats. You certainly come up with the goods, Harry. So do you, Annas. But I still think you're too young and inexperienced for that job. So why did you suggest me, then? I'm not even an inspector yet. So that you'd have to think it through, realise what areas you need to improve in, and then turn it down. Annas shook his head and laughed. Okay. That was exactly what I did. Good. Aren't you going to have your Jim Beam? Annas Villa looked down into the glass, took a deep breath, shook his head. I don't really like whiskey. To be honest, I probably only order it to copy you. And it's time I found a drink of my own. Get rid of it, please. Harry emptied the glass in the sink behind him. Wondered if he ought to suggest a drink from the bottle that Stola Auna had brought as a belated housewarming gift to the bar, a type of orange bitters called Stumbras 999 Rudonos Divinerios. He explained that it was because they'd had a bottle of it in the student bar, and that was where the bar manager had taken the number for the code on the safe, which in turn had lured Halstein Smith into the monkey trap. Harry turned to tell Annas this, when he caught sight of someone who had just come into the jealousy bar. Their eyes met. "Excuse me," Harry said. "We're having a state visit." He watched her as she made her way through the crowded room, but she may as well have been the only person in it. She was walking exactly the same way as the first time he ever saw her walking towards him across a driveway, like a ballerina. Rakel reached the bar and smiled at him. "Yes," she said. "Yes? You have my agreement? I'll do it." Harry smiled broadly and put his hand on top of hers on the counter. "I love you, woman." "Good to know, because we're setting up a limited company where I'm chair of the board, get 30% of the shares, a 25% job, and we play at least one P.J. Harvey track every evening." "Agreed. Hear that, Erstein? If she works here, get her behind this bar now," Erstein snapped. Rakel went over to Erstein, and Annas walked out of the door. Harry picked up his phone and made a call. "Hagen," a voice said. "Hello, boss. It's Harry." "I see. So I'm boss again now?" "Offer Villa that job again. Insist that he takes it." "Why?" "I was wrong. He's ready. But as assistant lead detective, there's a limit to how much he can fuck things up, and he'll learn a hell of a lot." "Yes, and now's the perfect time, the calm after the storm. You know it's called—" "Yes." Harry hung up, tried to push the thought away. What Smith had said in the car about what was to come. He had mentioned it to Katrina, and they had checked Smith's correspondence, but hadn't found anything to indicate that any new vampirists had been recruited. So there wasn't much they could do, and it had probably only been the wishful thinking of a madman. Harry turned the Jayhawks up another 2 notches. Yes, that was better. Sveinfinna, the fiancé, stepped out of the shower and stood naked in front of the mirror in the empty changing room at Gain Gym. He liked the place, liked the view of the park, the feeling of space and freedom. No, it didn't scare him the way he had been warned that it would. He let the water run off him, let his skin evaporate the moisture. It had been a long session. He had grown accustomed to that in prison, hour after hour of breathing, sweating, giving all he had. His body could handle it, had to handle it. He had a long job ahead of him. He didn't know who the person who had contacted him was, and he hadn't heard from him in a while. But the offer had been impossible to turn down. A flat, a new identity, and women. He stroked the tattoo on his chest. Then he turned and went over to the locker with a padlock with a splash of pink paint on it. He turned it until it read 0999, the number he had been sent. God knows if the number meant anything, but it opened the lock. There was a padded envelope inside. He opened it and turned it upside down. A white plastic key fell into his hand. He pulled out a sheet of paper. There was an address on it, in Holmenkollen. And there was something else in the envelope, something that was stuck. He ripped the envelope apart, looked at the object, black and beautiful in its brutal simplicity. He put it in his mouth, clenched his jaws, felt the taste of salt and bitter iron, felt the fire.
Я кажу тобі добраніч, вишенько, добраніч, горішку. Спи, моя люба смирічко, до завтра, травичко. Будь мудра, руденька, білочко, ну чого ти смієшся, усмішка ж по вухах. Ой, люлі-люлі-лю, ой, люлі-люлі-лю, ой, люлі-люлі-лю, ой, люлі-люлі-лю. Я чую, як калатає твоє серце.